with it, drop it. Drop it. Face in your face. bass in your face.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone have
Good morning
taken
po, sir.
their
Hello.
meal
Good morning,
already.
everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Good morning and happy Friday also.
Happy Friday, yun. Nakatamo fly, ani, no?
Ikaw, Ma'am Arisali. Asan mo bet, Ma'am?
Dito na sa palibot.
Pero make sure naka-vaccinated na ang tanan before mo fly. Or else,
Yes, sir. Done. Vaccination. Janssen.
wow, amazing.
Last Monday. Last day.
So, unsa may gibati nimo, Ma'am, after being vaccinated?
Wala, sir.
Natural, gwapa ra Japon, anak, Ma'am?
Wag ito mahimo. Bisag bati. Gwapa na lang yun.
Ayaw, Ma'am. Oy, we are
Ma'am,
beautiful. Yes, Ma'am.
ma'am,
Yes, Ma'am Con.
ang ako ang effect bitaw sa vaccination kay naputi ko. Kay with
Hala,
L-carnitine man ang glutathione ako
hala ka, oy, with King to bilubai na siya, Ma'am, no?
Naka-notice jud ko gahapon nimo Ma'am Con, ko hala si Ma'am Connie ay kay blooming jud.
Wow!
Or dili blooming ni bloom og samot.
Wow, sana
Light.
all.
Ma-pressure magkitag pagwapa rong adlaw.
Pero dili gahapon.
Wala,
Na, di na lang ko mag-show sa akong kamera kay basig maingon ay di mandi ay.
Tago na lang cover.
Mao na, wala pa na lang tag backdrops.
Ano man, bali na po ng backdrop.
so naka-live stream na ta karon sa YouTube. So I am expecting everyone nga ang wala mga nakasulod diri sa ato ang MS Teams are now watching sa ato ang live stream. So ato nang gi-forward ang link sa Messenger. So for those who want to access the link, you can ask me, you can chat me, or actually na-send na siya sa mga different group chats sa ato ang Facebook Messenger. As of this moment, we have Sunday here in our team. So, sa org. So, I think nagkikay pa po ang tanan. Namaho pang uban, ang uban nangaligo pa. So, take your time, teachers, because today is Friday and it's Fly Day. So, relax lang tayo, enjoy. Ana lang ang life. Ganyan ang life.
Can't fly, sir. Kay daghan kay guluhaton, sir.
One step at a time lang jud siya, Ma'am Arisali. No, ana siya. Hi, Sir Troy. Good morning. How are you today? Good morning to our avid viewers sa YouTube. Please don't forget to like and share sa channel ni Ma'am Connie.
Yes. Okay, good morning. Atong basa ang mga kuan diri sa YouTube, sir. While waiting, so good morning to Ma'am Mary Ann Gabatan, Ma'am Eileen Ramiliete Morilla, good morning. Good morning, Ma'am Rosario Ramo, good morning. From Maguindanao IS, SND Central District, Ma'am Naima Tamano, magandang umaga sa mga early birds. So, najiga hulat sa iyo sa atong YouTube stream, Sir Jam. Good morning, everyone. Ma'am,
Ay, ana na siya, sir, no? Bongga.
excited ang uban sa ato ang last day sa ato ang virtual training on storybook writing. So,
Yes.
naapadiri. So, di na ako matagtag sa basa kay daghan kay mo. So, good morning, everyone. So later, pag roll call sa every district, so I know, uptick kay ni naadri sa YouTube kay mo-appeal jud sila comment sa ilang district. So mga ma'am and sir, please share the link sa atong YouTube stream karon para maka-join ng uban sa ato ang day 5 sa atong virtual training on storybook writing. Sir Jam? Sir Jam? Kamusta dira?
Connecting pa akong laptop, sir. Oh my God. Muna ni effect sa vaccine. Ayan, so maraming gwapo at magaganda sa umaga sa inyong lahat from saan to?
Mo effect di ang vaccine sa kuan internet.
Ay, ining kuan siya ni transfer siya sa internet. Wala na po yung virus heavy po ni virus ni akong kuan dere.
Naadri sa YouTube kay mo-appeal jud sila comment sa ilang district.
Ayan, wait. Ayan, from Sadmis SNDE, si Sir Abubakar Buwat. Hello, sir. Shout out kay Sir Buwat nga na-challenge gahapon sa ato ang koan. Story writing. Okay, so karon feeling na ako karon nga adlaw manggawas gyud ang pinakabongga nga mga stories, no? So diri na jud nila igawas nang hunat sa day sila for for the past few days para ipakita ang ilang koan mga talents in writing stories. Yes, no? So reminders lang dili ta magkopya sa mga stories from internet o katong mga publish na nga mga stories because makakuan sa plagiarism act. Okay, ini ko actually transfer siya sa internet. Wala na po yung virus heavy po yung virus niya po dere. Ayan, from Sadmis SNDE, si Sir Abubakar Buwat. Hello, sir. Shout out kay Sir Buwat na na-challenge gahapon sa ato ang koan. Story writing. Hello, Ma'am Fatima Salik of Dimayan Elementary School. Tago Elementary. Good morning. Good morning.
So ganun, nagkatusin. Kumatis, ay
Sir Jam, still
Yes,
there?
sir. Yes, Sir Troy.
While waiting, mangbasa tag comments diri sa live stream kay murag update jud kini mga teachers nato diri sa atong division.
Go Lavan, sir. Unahi sa sir.
Kay basig na gulat sila kay excited kay sila. So good morning everyone sa ato ang mga viewers sa ato ang YouTube stream. So good morning Ma'am Ma'am Geraldine Fernandez. Good morning po sa lahat. Sabi niya ni Ma'am Araceli Mendez Uyaman. Good morning ni Ma'am Lorna Gumabat. Ma'am, good morning from SMSCS Kapatagan West District. To Ma'am Gerona Sidromi. Good morning, Ma'am, from Tubud East District. We also have Ma'am Alea Soraya Ergas from Puna Piagapo District. Good morning. To Ma'am Irish Neri. Good morning, watching from Hilarion T. Feliciano Elementary School from Kulambugan District. Good morning ni Ma'am Riva Macarambon. Sa tanang nagtanaw karon sa Kulambugan Central. Good morning. And Ma'am Mapandi, good morning. Marian Mapandi watching from Tangkal District. Good morning everyone.
Wow, akong ka-district.
Yes. From Ma'am Helda Hirala Pakinga. Good morning everyone. Di ko ako siyang name.
Pakigangay, sir. Pakigangay.
Pakigangay. Okay. Hello ma'am. Good morning. Good morning Ma'am Dina Libot. Ni Ma'am Flordeline Dimaluan. Good morning. Watching from Teofilo Morales Senior Memorial Elementary School from Tubod East District.
Grabe, sir, no? Tang twister agad in the morning.
So, puros good morning ang tang twister to karon, sir.
Go, Lavan.
So, good morning everyone. Napadri sir ni Ma'am Imelda Uso. Good morning, Sir Jam. Nagpa-vaccine na jud di ay ka. Kamusta ang gibati, sir? Unsa gibati, sir? Daw, no? Kamusta si Ma'am Imelda
Ma'am
Uso?
Kuan siya, ma'am. Gibati rag kaan niyag, ma'am.
Sige, congratulations tayo sa tanang teachers na nagpa-vaccine. So, congratulations to us.
Adiri, sir, si Ma'am Deliante Dimasindil. Good morning, watching from Nunungan District. Si Ma'am Aslea Saro. Si Ma'am Aslea, good morning, watching from Maliwanag Elementary School, Pantaw, Ragat District. Si Ma'am Jolly Pearl Labrado. Good morning. Watching from Santo Niño Primary School of Tibid East District.
Abdik
Ay,
ni.
nandito. Yes.
Abdik kayong taga
si Ma'am
Tubod East.
Saliha. Yes. Grabe ang Tubod East. Dagan kay sila, no? And then, naapod si Ma'am Saliha Umar
Good morning,
from
Ma'am
Munay
Saliha.
District. And of course, hindi magpapatalo si Ma'am Alea Soraya Ergas of Puon, Apiagapo District. Salam to all.
Okay, so sa tanang wala pa diri sa ato ang MS Teams ug sa atong YouTube na live stream, please join na ta para later ngali magsugod na din ta, di ba Sir Jam?
Yes, sir, mga kuan. Basta maghulat lang ta go signal, makasulod pa digo makasulod ato ang speaker. So mag-start ta taod-taod. So ayan, make sure naka-breakfast ng tanan, nakaligo na, fresh na.
Mura siya grand final, Sir Jam, kaya ang mga story yun nila karon ipagawas ang pinakabungang story.
Oh my God, kinsa kay malakas ato ang top 5 finalists. No nga itigi sa international arena.
So grabe ka talented ato mga teachers, grabe ka creative kay nanggawa sa jud ilang mga creativity sa ilang nasa ilang utok.
Ginahan kay ko sir kay I was reading last night, no, grabe bongga kay ilang mga ko ay mga stories as in maka-amaze kay ang mga words nga gigamit. Kanang first time pa nako nabasa ba ko, ha, pwede di siya, wow, amazing. Ginahan ko na nga word. Maka-catch siya and then makapangita din ka sa dictionary. Ano yung meaning ani? Nindot lagi siya nga word, no? Very catchy and
Yes.
as in maka-excite you siya sir actually.
For sure, sir, gi-apply jud nila ang gipang tudlo ni Sir Randy. Of course, yung mga giingon during from start gikan sa day 1 taman gahapon, di ba? Day 3, so gahapon kay purely critiquing and kunta sa stories. So, tong day 1 to day 3, so sure ko gi-apply din sa atong mga writers ang gipang mga advice ni Sir.
Oh, di ba? Gwapa kasi Ma'am Naima Tamano.
Good morning also to Ma'am. Okay. Mang-greet sa ta dire while waiting. Sir, how about na sa MS Team, sir? Basig na yung mga shout out dira sa itong mga teachers, writers dira.
Sige sir. Akong lantawon sir ha. We have Ma'am Muna Makarimbang. Ayan. Good morning, Ma'am Muna. We also have Ma'am Asnia Pipasagi. Good morning, watching from Kadayunan Integrated School of Balui East District. We also have Ma'am Hanipa Tanggote. Hi, Ma'am. Ma'am Naira Aziz. Uy, mga active kaya to ang mga kuan. Mga active kaya nga to ang mga participants. We also have Ma'am Rhea Marie L. Lapuz. Ayan. So, Ay, oo. Reminders di ay sa mga wala nakasulod sa ila ang mga stories ato ang Google Drive. Pwede ninyo siya i-PM sa amo para if naglisod mo, pwede kami nilay mo entry sa inyo ang mga entry dito sa ato ang Google Drive, no? Pero if maka-access mo, much better para gamay-gamay na lang mong trabahon. So magpili ta karon pinaka the best. Hi, Ma'am Mary Ann Gabatan. Good morning.
So katong sa wala pa nakasulod sa atong link sa atong output again. So akong gi-flash sa screen sa YouTube nato para katong wala pa still maka-upload japon ta sa inyong maka-upload japon mo sa inyong output.
Of course, ako i-greet ang ako ang pinakabagtik pod nga partner in Filipino sa amo ang school, Ma'am Angela, City Angela P. Macaraya, all the way from Pantar, Municipality of Pantar.
Good morning po, sir.
Yan, pala fun. And kinsa pa ni? Ma'am, kinsa ni Juhairi M. Dibaratan of Malasalog Elementary School of Sapa District. Yes. O nga ito pinakabagtik no nga correspondent sa YouTube. No other than the most beautiful woman in the world. Charot. Okay, si Ma'am Editha Tawan-Tawan. Good morning daw po sa lahat. Ma'am ayan, okay.
Wow, Miss Edit. Wow.
We also have here Ma'am Nasiba Muto of Padyanan Elementary School sa Salvador District. Ayan. Hello, Ma'am Nihaya. Ganda mato. Good morning daw sa tanan, no? All is well from Dimayan Elementary School of Pantauragat District. Oh, maragdagan tag-participant sa Pantauragat karong adlaw, no? I think sa mga miagi pong adlaw, we also have a lot of, participants from other districts. Good morning sa kaninyong tanan.
So, permanent na po.
Face in your face.
Hello, Ma'am Agnes, Marie, Mara Bueno. Good morning to all from Riverside Elementary School of Columbian District. Oh, my alma mater. We also have here Ma'am Jalila Bani. Magandang buhay po.
Throw your hands up if you with it.
Elementary
Drop it.
Pantal District. Hi, Ma'am Nasa Sian. Good morning po. From Karumatan Elementary School of Pulapiaga. Okay, so nagkakaroon na po ang mga participants. Sinulod na sila. Let me check pila na to ang kuan attendees. Okay, wala pa ta ka tunga no. We still have 39 attendees in the meeting. And then sa atong YouTube, ang ato ang mga viewers, we have 63. 63? 63. Ayan. 63 watching from live. Sige, atong basahan. We have asa ta ito ganihan. Ma'am Maylene Capote, good morning from FSDES of SNT West. Ma'am Ariceli. Ayan, gwapo kasi Ma'am Ariceli. We have Ma'am Lucia Padelio, good morning, watching from Saavedra Elementary School of Lala South. Ma'am Norma Faye Yangyang, good morning everyone from Columbugan Central Elementary School. We have Ma'am Marivec Lorejo, good morning po from Bualan Elementary School of Tubud East. Iris Luna, good morning. Ma'am Jonalyn Gichimo. Hi, Ma'am Marifa Chavez. Good morning, Ma'am, from Carosa Integrated School. Dagan kog friends dira sa Carosa. Nympha Manangkiel. Good morning, Ma'am. Just J. Maglinaw or Ma'am Joy Maglinaw from Rupagan Elementary School of Bacolod District. Ma'am Sylvia Calibo. Good morning, Ma'am Sylvia from Likapao Elementary School of Tubod East. Dagang kitag participants from Tubod. Wow, I love it. We also have Ma'am Charo Villanueva from Esmeraldo Roque, MES of Montay. Oh, ayan. Silingan ra. We have Susan Ramos. Good day to all from Bulod Elementary School. Ma'am Anisa Halon, morning po. Watching from Dimaro. Ma'am Emily Batingulo. Hi, Ma'am Ems. Good morning. Ma'am Ami Dalidig of Magsaysay Central Elementary School. Maayong Assalamualaikum to all our, Muslim brothers and sisters who are watching live. Good morning, there is akong friend, no, si Lailani Galon, no, watching from Baybay, Kulambugan, Lanao del Norte. Hi, kinsa pa niya? Ma'am Roella Santos, good morning po. Sir Alvin Perez, good morning from Liangan. Ayan. Cheryl Carillo, good morning, ma'am. Mirasol Anses, Honeybee,
Kamu sa
Sumara,
request
Miriam Marinta,
ang letter kang ma'am kay iblik-blikan ko niya diri din. Ambot
Ma'am
man karon
Ana Lolita Miguelio,
na may letter reply
Zelita
nga okay.
Peña, Ma'am Arlene
Sila na
Villanueva,
nga
shout
okay ang
out.
ilang
Ma'am Maria
request
May
kay
Marie
bagsiwa na pa may
Lampuds,
nabisip to sa Sir Hapon.
Ma'am Faisa Dumaring, good morning, ma'am.
Pwede po nimo 600 diba? Sigba.
Okay, so I think we already have our resource speaker. Sir Randy is already in. So how many attendees do we have here? Morning po.
Hello, good morning po.
Good morning, Sir
Good
Randy.
morning. Good
Morning, Sir
morning,
Randy.
everybody.
Medyo nahirapan lang akong pumasok kasi I was, parang na-sign out ako from Microsoft Teams. Kaya I had to go in again. Okay, good morning everyone. I think we have...
Good morning,
we
Sir
have
Randy. Good morning.
Good morning po. Oo. So, at this point, we will continue with our critiquing, which is, although this will be our last day, unfortunately, unfortunately, but still, despite that, we will try our best to workshop as many outputs as we can. Now,
Sir Randy.
Yes. Hello.
Sir, may we start first with a prayer to start our last day of training?
Yes, please. Yes,
okay lang
po,
po, sir. Okay, sige po. Okay, so I think ready na ang ating system. So, wait lang po.
Okay po.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم كما شمل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دمام وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given to us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mabantog ka. Warpo ko ilingkoy ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko.
Alright, so para sa ating mga buto-buto na ma-exercise, let's play this video.
새우가에 물고기 한 마리 우물우물 헤엄치다 앞다리가 쏜 앞다리가 쏜 팔딱팔딱 개구리 됐네 꾸물꾸물 올챙이가 앞다리가 쏜 앞다리가 쏜 팔딱팔딱 개구리 됐네 개울가에 올챙이 한 마리 꾸물꾸물 헤엄치다 다리가 쏜 앞다리가 쏜 팔딱팔딱 개구리 됐네 꾸물꾸물 올챙이가 뒷다리가 쏜 앞다리가 쏜 팔딱팔딱 개구리 됐네
Alright, so before we give the screen to Sir Randy, may I call on our Project Development Officer of our Division Office to give to us the final participants of this training workshop. So may we have on screen the no less than very beautiful Ma'am Miles Syre. Ma'am Miles.
Hello, good morning, sir. Sir John,
morning
Sir
po.
Randy, good morning. As of this time, we have 32 participants for our MS Teams, and I think a lot from the YouTube channel, no, they are online also. So for this, welcome once again for our last day, no, of our training, virtual training workshop on storybook writing. Again, once again, welcome. And to our participants, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Miles. All right, so
Yeah.
I think I have to give now the screen, the floor to our very active, very handsome, no, who have shared to us all his knowledge about storybook writing. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have on screen once again, Sir Randy Garletos. Sir Rand.
Good morning, Sir Jam and Ma'am Miles and Ma'am Connie and to everyone who is now connected with us via Microsoft Teams and YouTube. Anyway, I'll be restarting my laptop. That's the reason why I had to turn on I connected to uh, I had to connect to my phone because of the I think naghang yung Microsoft Teams uli and it already affected on my other programs. Okay.
Sir Randy, ready na po yung presentation natin ngayon. Project ko na lang po, sir.
Sige. Let's wait for a while for Sir Randy. Parang medyo nawala ata yung connection ni Sir. Ma'am Joy. So, pwede mo lang i-present ang ating presentation. So, we have here our first entry.
Yeah, I'm Sir Jam, I'm here. It's just that medyo I was checking on the list of those who wanted to. Can you hear me? Everyone can anyone hear me? I just turned off
Yes, sir.
the link through my laptop kasi nag-freeze na siya kaya kanina, and at the same time when I was looking at it, I found it strange that the even though it froze, parang may audio pa rin. So but I could no longer access the program. No? So anyway, yesterday I think we had a few people who volunteered for today to be workshop. But then again, I think I'll have to ask Miss Ma'am Joy to update it because I think many of you, some of you are tawag dito, asked to be prioritized first, parang ganon. Ayan,
Okay,
ayun po,
yes, sir. Yes,
Opo.
sir. I have already post the presentation for today. Priority.
Okay,
Presentation.
oo. Basta importante, I think we had
Yeah.
Ma'am Hani Gote, Ma'am Jalila Bani for Filipino, for Maranao, Sir Abubakar,
Yes, sir.
and
Yes, sir. First presenter, sir, si Abubakar Buat.
okay po, oo.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so can somebody um, read the work of Sir Abubakar?
Sir Jam, naaman siguro si Sir Abubakar. Pwede ra siguro siya mo.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think Sir Abubakar is with us here on team. So I think may I call on the presence of our first writer, no, Sir Abubakar Buat of Sadmis for his story. Sir?
Sir Jam, good morning. Good morning, Sir Randy. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir. Good morning po.
Good morning, Sir Buat.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Okay, sir. So, Kwan, i-present ko po yung ano.
Okay lang na wag mo na i-present, sir. Naka-present na po si Ma'am Mary Joy. So, pwedeng basahin mo na lang po sa amin yung story mo, sir.
Yung sa
Kindly open
MTV.
your, sir, your video. Your camera, sir, para
Sir
makita.
Jam, unsay unahon niya basa ang meron now or ang English version?
Sir Buat, ay sir, which do you prefer po, Marina or English po ang ipipresent natin dito sa screen?
Meron now lang siguro sa first.
Maranao.
Pwede.
Alright.
Okay, Marina daw, Ma'am Joy.
Maranao sa MTV. Okay, hanapin ko lang po muna sa drive. Alright. Okay, sa Maranao po, it is entitled Si Miming at Go Abdung by yours truly. Lalayon kedaan so mga lino ami asda sa walay. Igira agagawe na panakaw apo pangaulog sa mga kudnami sa tulang. Kasalak as sa mga pananaguemi sa lino na kikalalakaan ado din ami kuron na ando din ikakanami apdakan si Abi agusi omi igira kapipitanap kumumasa kami kakikalilibatan sa mga seda. Mararani asubdong absolut siya na tekaw. Bendes kanyan idi mangurapek igira agagaw isa tulang atig iabiakan. Ana anto na mga day imapi at ngulolaan tano. Den na punaan alino kapket kianian. Minisumbag iumiakan amya kaawida kalian. Pagayanan tanubid nabi magagawi na pangangalakan tano. Pamikiran ini mo sawirakan. Ana mapiana na pamikiran. Why pagayanan tanong na pangangalakan tanong magagawi ubap man pekauma. Pitero Abi. Nakagyadan ko makauma so tukawa miming sa walay na biya kaka Abi agusi ome. Napi ketedira na payupas atikgang agu kayo wabaruntay. Nadeden ati unan sa lakaw o tukawa miming kamya laguiden. Ayaden akataw ya meron na din kasoy puro man so tukawa miming. Ugaid na miya kapira bugawe man na kumyasoy mamaneko. Na tanto dan na miya gumarag so awidakal umi agusyabi yakan kutukawa miming. Abi, ayam tanubin so tukawa miming kauba kalo-kalo na gumanak manakisa seda. Musawirakan ki Abi agus umi. Ana uway, mapiana na pamikiran watakulay, miya kayo na kuron. Miniyog si umi agus si Abi. Na inaya mami sutukawa miming sa pia makakanami pia umang kami kuman na pedamis kanya napken. Tinibabaan namis kanya sa kanana inuma agu igaan yan kurugu awalayami. Taman sa pupamay na kampan si miming agu pagwitan nami pan sa doktor para mawatan ko mga panyakit. Na inipon roo, nakiaulitan si Miming, agu mialumpyo pan apigilain. Taros agu minikden mamanko sa seda si Miming, napturugan pipya so pamilya. Alhamdulillah. At dyan po nagtatapos yung Marana version niya. Sir Jam?
Teka lang po sir. Si Ma'am Joy, I think hindi po.
Hello sir,
Abubakar.
Abubakar.
Iba po yung na-present ni Ma'am Joy.
Oh, iba yun. Yung title na Lanaw, Aming Ilaw, Aming Buhay.
Ano po yan?
Yun ang ni-present ko.
Ay, ano po, yung sa poetry po yan, ma'am.
Pwede rin siguro ito sir. Maganda naman. Basahin mo na
Okay.
lang sir.
Sa ano po yan na-save? Sa English
Dito
po ba yan, ma'am?
Sa Miranao sir.
Sa Miranao din?
Oh, then sir,
Ano po yung, Ma'am
naka-live
Joy,
screen.
pakisabi po yung yung file name para makakita ni sir.
Okay. Ang file name niya sir, Abubakar Buat. Yung pangalan niya.
Oo.
Sir, dito doon sa D5, sir, nakalagay.
As D5. Okay po.
Oh, yun, ready na yun para presentation ngayon. Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Lanaw aming ilaw, aming buhay. By
Opo.
yours
Ay, sir,
truly.
hello po. Before po tayo mag-start, I think basahin natin, sir, instead yung Maranao. Inakasulat sa original na Maranao, tapos tsaka natin, sir, basahin yung yung secondary na lang po yung Filipino. Yun lang po Maranao po muna, sir. Thank you po. Thank you.
Basahin muna yung Maranao. Saan yung Maranao?
Yes po, sir. Yun na lang pong actually Maranao, sir. Oo.
Okay, Maranao. Ranaw, sakai sindaw, sakai kauyaguyag. By yours truly, from Sultan Ali Dimaporo Memorial Integrated School. Translated to Maranao by Janima M. Radia S. Di Mananggulo Integrated School. To Bisaya, Ma'am Alia S. Mama po Napyaga po National High School. Bali, sir, ang original po nito is, ako po yung original niya sa English, pero it was translated to Maranao by Ma'am Janima M. Radia of SD Mananggulo Integrated School.
Okay po. Sige, sir, kung saan to nasulat sa original, doon na lang po yung basahin natin. Pero sige, sir, bahala kayo kung gusto niyo pong basahin yung translation to Maranao or yung original na sinulat niya sa English, sir.
Okay.
Opo, sir.
Okay. So basahin ko po muna yung Maranao niya and then yung English. Okay. Ranaw, saka isindaw, saka ikawyaguyag. Ranaw, maginawa abulayuka. Di sa sakasakaw sa matang gawaig, kumanga dimlayalayag apun sa marani gumawatan. Benar agutitu, kumyati den a ulag agutaman den sa iman turanaw. Sekaso ina apsiep kumanga muryataw niyan. Ini pagintaw ami sumapapadalam kulupa sindaw kaludan ka. Ikasusunarami sumalano aranaw nga. Sumasakaw ang mga itugon ka. So pakabiray ang mga abagang ka. Kang guguna nami sa mga gilupaa ka. Sumyandang kamirka nada ka din makakno. Mimbayorantang kamirka nada kaming kadurata. Ini kilamilami sa mga ungaw-ungaw sa padka nada ka din makakno. Hey manisan, hey pindulangan, apakatatayaan na lumbay. Di kaming kang ganati kumasa akamargan, di kaming kang ganati kumasa akadidag. Hey ranawakan, pamakinga kong kaimanto. Hey ranawakan, pamakinga kaming kaimanto. Pamakinga kaming ka, nabgi kaming ka sa kauyaguyag. Pamakinga kaming ka, nabgi kaming ka sa rupa kauyaguyag. Pamakinga kaming ka, kipaparateya. Pamakinga kaming ka, nataritiba kaming ka, kukapya kapagingad. Siko kapagisag umasa na mamagiin padatanudan. Siko kapagisag umasa na miya katugong balay kamerka, raks umuryataw. Siko kapagisag umasa na bialoy kaming ka at itagumpia. Lumilintad akipaparatea. Ranaw, hey ranawakan. Lalayo ng kasusyap kar kami. Ranaw, hey ranawakan. Siapa kaming ka kubandara nututulan. Agusiko penutul nami. Ranaw, hey ranawami. Gi kaming kasarupa kauyaguyag. Ranaw, hey ranawami. Gi kaming kasasindaw. Ranaw, hey ranawami. Na di kaming kapndaraynonan sadayon. Okay, so I'm going to read the original version in English. Ma'am, sir? English po?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Lanaw, our light, our life, by yours truly. Lanaw, you are a kind friend, offering cold water to any traveler from near and far. Yes, and indeed, for thousands of years until now, Lanao. You are a mother nursing her children. We suckled from your earth and moon and sea. We frolic in your placid lakes, welcoming rivers, enticing falls. We run all around your prairies. We appeal to you and you never complain. We ask favors from you and you never complain. We enjoy the fruits of your soil and you never complain. O beauty, O grace, O loveliness, O bloom. Never leave us in despair. Never leave us alone. Never allow us to go astray. O my Lanao, hear me now. O my Lanao, hear us now. Listen to us and give us life. Listen to us and let us live life the way we have found since the ages. Listen to us and help us keep our faith. Listen to us and come to our aid in preserving our sense of culture and community. Through time, we have in togetherness. Through time, we have come to found a place for ourselves and for our children. Through time, you have kept us prosperous, peaceful, faithful. Lanao, O my Lanao, keep us in your fold. Lanao, O my Lanao, keep us in this history we have written and we shall write. Lanao, O our Lanao, give us life. Lanao, O our Lanao, give us light. Lanao, O our Lanao, keep us forever. So, yan po yung sa poetry niya. I thought kasi po ang ipo-present ko is yung short story that I have composed 2 days ago, Sir Jam.
Sir, come again?
I thought kasi po ang ipo-present ko is yung approved kahapon na title, yung Burgling Cat na na-mention ni Sir Randy.
Let me ask Ma'am Joy po. And Sir Randy. Sir Randy, tinatanong po ni Sir Buat kung ang dapat po din niya i-present is ito or yung cat.
I mean, alin po ang dapat i-critic? Ito pong poetry o yung short story po about the cat?
Teka lang po sir ha. Tanong muna natin kay Sir Randy. Teka lang, i-check ko kung Sir Randy, are you still in? Wait lang sir, parang nawala kasi sir.
Sir Jam, dalawa man yung i-present niya ngayon, yung binasa niya kanina, tapos yung sa Lanao.
Alright, ma'am.
So ready na ang presentation din sa ikalawa mo sir na story, yung story na rin.
Wait lang, sir, wait lang natin si Sir Randy kasi parang na-out po siya sa Teams.
Yes, Sir Jam. Thank you.
Wait lang po natin. Kasi, parang feeling ko kasi dalawa po yung napili na isulat niyo. So congrats po Sir Abubakar. Galing niya talaga.
Alright. You're welcome, Sir Jam.
So lahat ipipresent. Ayan. Parang
Idol kita mas magaling ka.
Charot. Wait lang natin si Sir Randy na makapasok para makabigay siya ng kaniyang critic. Wait lang po.
Sir Jam,
Yes, Ma'am Joy.
ongoing pa si Sir na nag-record.
Okay, let's welcome back again, Sir Randy.
Nagre-reconnect na siya.
Hello, sir. Hello. Ngayon lang po ako nakakonekta. Na-down yung internet ko. Hindi ko na-notice.
It's okay po, sir.
Kaya bigla ako nawala.
Nag-pause for a while po si Sir.
Narinig po ako?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oo, bigla ako na-disconnect.
Okay po. So, pwede na po bang mag-continue si Sir Abubakar? Magbasa?
Yes po, sir. Opo, oo. Thank you.
Tapos na, Sir Jam.
Tapos na, sir. I mean, hindi kasi narinig ni Sir Randy kasi nawala ata siya kanina.
Ganun pala.
It's okay.
Okay lang po ba, sir?
Jam? Oo. Kasi ang binasa ni Sir Abubakar ay tula siya. So, okay. Actually, yung sa tula po, sir, I think this is something that is not very easy to not very easy to critique or kasi ang nangyayari kasi ang tula for me, being a poet, is for me, poetry is being a poet. Parang sa akin, it's very hard to critique a poem, especially if this is I mean, parang unang-una lyrical siya. Secondly, siguro I'll just ask siguro the poet or the writer si Sir Abubakar to parang imagine it as a children's book, kasi 'di ba sir, ang goal natin is to create materials na parang children's book. So if I may ask siguro the writer for you to parse, ang tawag ko dito, parse or distribute the line into like 12 to 15 frames, and imagine it as illustrated already division of your poems, so that we could I think kasi anong nangyari sir, for example, if your poem in English, if this comes with a translation, parang we can actually accompany the stanzas. Yun pala yung the stanzas. Divide your poems into stanzas so that the poem will read, the stanzas will read alone as an image. So actually sir, wala akong masyadong comment, because I mean these are poems. Siguro I'm going to check na lang for the grammar. Wala din eh, the way I see it. Can Ma'am Joy scroll it down? Sorry, hindi ko pa nakikita yung laptop ko. Yung sa laptop ko yung group. So, yan po. So, through time, we
Hello,
have been
Sir
together.
Sir Randy.
Hello po. Apo. Hello,
Sir
sir.
Randy, yung ito pong poem is actually when I was writing this, it was intended for senior high school students actually, and then
Okay po.
the story that I am presenting now is intended for early age po yung mga.
Okay. Okay po. Oo, so nagkaroon ng confusion kasi I think because this was the one that was presented. So Ma'am Joy, where did you save teka lang, tanungin kita Sir Abubakar, saan pong folder ninyo sinave yung para sa yung supposedly the story for kids?
Nasa day 3 po sa Maranao na
nasa
folder.
day 3.
Sir
Okay.
Randy, Sir Randy, excuse. Kasi dalawa yung sinave niya sa Google. Yung dalawa na lang binigay, pinipost ko sa day 5 ngayon para presentation kung saan.
Ma'am, kasi ganito yon.
Sige.
Puntahan na lang natin yung output niya na nasa day 3.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So para kasi nangyari, kaya sabi ko tuloy dun sa kasi poetry siya, and poetry being one of the finest literary arts, and hindi ko siya madaling although I actually critique poems, no, pero this is the way I see it naman, hindi naman siya cause for polishing, because it's already pure by itself, no. The writing was already entirely good and pure by itself. So that's the reason why Abubakar, that's the reason why I'm saying it's hard for me to criticize it, because I can't see anything wrong with the poem, no, except that maybe my presumption was that the poem was written for a younger audience. Yung pala, this is for senior high. Okay po. Anyway, ganito na lang, Ma'am Joy. Can somebody, Ma'am Joy, can you provide to me the link for all the outputs, and can you share that? Can you share that instead of public? Can you share that tawag dito, can you share the link to me instead via Messenger? Ay,
Yes, sir.
sorry po,
Yes,
naka-add
sir.
ba kayo sa Opo, naka-add po kayo sa Facebook ko?
Yes po. Yung Randy Clarita.
Yes.
Oh,
Ano pong pangalan niyo doon, ma'am?
Mary Joy Ruiz Taimico, sir. Nag-request po ako ng friend.
Ngayon pa lang po kayo nag-request sa friend, no? Oo. Kasi marami na nag-add sa akin, so hindi ko alam kung alin dito yung names na. Si Ma'am Jenny nag-add sa akin today. I'll just check it one by one.
Sir, sir,
Sir,
nasa...
can you start feeding na po? Yung si Mamang. Apo.
Okay, sir. Abubakar.
Yes,
The
sir. Nasa
presentation
screen
is
na
now
po
ready.
yung ano.
Okay.
Yes po, sir. Nasa screen na. Si Mamang at
Miming po. Miming. Si Miming
Si
po.
Meming ba ito, Meming? Si Meming at Takaw or si Mamang?
Si Miming at Ikaw, Abadung.
Si Miming at Kawabadung.
Okay po.
And then, yung translation niya po into English, nasa baba din po niyan.
Pwede
yes
pong
po.
magsalita. Pwede pong request. Ako yung magbasa nung nung story ni Sir Abubakar. Kasi po yung miming niya sa Maranao supposed to be pag ipo, schwa sound siya. So maging mamang at ikaw abadung. So dapat si miming at ikaw abadung. So MIMING siya dapat. Kaya
Alright.
nalito si Sir. Oo.
I-change po yan siya, ma'am.
Sir. Sige lang, sir. Mamaya, sir, pakita ko sa iyo yung ginawa kong paglilinis. Sabi nga ni Sir Randy. Sige po.
Sige po, opo. So who will be reading the sir? Who will be reading first? The one written in Maranao.
Si writer na, sir. Sir Abubakar, kayo na to do justice.
Okay po, sige po.
Okay. Si Miming at Kawabadung. Okay. Lalayon kedaan sumangalino ami asda sa walay. Igira gagawin na panakaw pangaulog sa mga kodnami sa tulang. Kasalak as sa mga pananagoya mi sa lino na kikalilakaan adin nami tekorot. Na ando din kakinami apadakan si Abi agu si Omi. Igira kapipitan ap kumum sa kami kakikalilibatan sa mga seda. Mararani asubdong absolut saya na tuko. Pundas kanyan idi mangurapag igira gagawi sa tulang at tigi abiyakan. Anto na mga day mapiap ngulolan tano. Dun na po na nalino ka apkat kian yan. Minisimbag iomi amya kawida kalian. Pagayan ng tano bid nabi magagawin na pangangalakang tano. Pamikiran na ay ni mo sawerakan. Mapian na pamikiran. Uway, pagayan ng tano na pangalakang tano magagawin ubap man po kauma. Itero yabi. Nakagin ko makamasosot ko amiming sawalay na biya kakaiabi agu si Ome na pikitadira na payupas atikgang agu kayo barontay. Nadud na tiunan sa lakaw o tuko amiming kami lagwiden. Ayad na kata meron na din kasi puro man sa tuko amiming. Ugay na miya makapira bugawi man na ako miya si mamanu ko. Na tanto da na miya gumarag so awida kali o miya gusyabiya kan utko amiming. Abi, ayaman tanubin sut ko amiming kauba kalong na gumanak isa seda. Musawirakan ki abi agu si Omi. Away, mapya na pamikiran watakulay, miya kayo na koron. Miniyog si Omi agu si Abi. Na inaya mamisut ko amiming sapya makakan ami piupya, umang kami kuman na padamis kanya napkan. Tinibaba na mis kanya sa kanana, inuma aguigan, iyan, purugwa walayami. Taman sa pupumay guwa na kampan si Miming, agupagwit na mipan sa doktor para mawatan ko mga paniyakit. Inipon roon na kiaulitan si Miming, agu mialumpyo pa na pigilain. Taros agu guminap din maman ko sa sada si Miming, napturugan piya sa pamilya. Alhamdulillah. Ito po yung English translation niya, sir. Miming the
Yes po.
Burgling Cat. Miming the Burgling Cat by yours truly of Sultan Ali Di Maporo Memorial Integrated School, Sadmis, SND East District. At nights, noise of falling pots and dish containers can suddenly be heard. Sometimes they are left open by an unknown creature. Other times, we wonder that on our morning meal, we find our fried fishes half eaten. It seems that the cat coming in here is a thief. Perhaps he is the one burgling our dish at nights, my Abby guessed. Oh, blimey! What shall we do then to get rid of it? No dish spares from this burgling cat, said my Omi in her agony. Abi, what about if you watch out for it and threaten a little by suddenly running after it? An idea I offered. Oh, that's right. A good idea. We better stand before it comes in and run after it surprisingly, my Abby said. When the burgling Meming entered our house, my Abby and Omi, with Wallis Ting Ting and wooden bat, shouted loudly and chased the burgling Meming out of the house. Then, no trace of footmark of burgling Meming could be found anywhere. He was gone away. We thought burgling Meming would never come back, but after a few days, it returned stealing again. My mother's agony got even worse. Abi, how about if we adopt the burgling Memeng so that maybe it will no longer steal from us? It seems better. My suggestion to Obi and Omi. Oh, that's a good idea. I agree with it. Omi and Abi finally agreed with me. At last, we eventually adopted it as our pet. We give it foods and drink with us on our meals. We set up for him a pet plate, bowl for milk and water, and a shelter on a corner in our house. I bath Memeng regularly, and we even bring him to doctor to keep him away from illness. Since then, Memeng began to gain some weight and look even more healthy and cleaner. Finally, Memeng no longer steals food and the family sleeps in peace. So that's sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Bubakar. Yeah. Okay. Before I tawag dito, start my critique of the work. Does anyone want to share their opinions or their comments regarding the story, or how they feel about the story of Memeng the burgling cat?
Sir, pwede po mag-share?
Yes po. This is Sir Jam.
Sir Randy,
Si
Ma'am
Ma'am Naima
Tamano po.
Tamano po.
Oo,
Ma'am
Ma'am
Naima
Ma'am Naima
Tamano.
po. Yes po. Ma'am
Yes,
Naima.
sir. Sir, ipakita ko lang po dito, yung sa language po, sir, ano po kasi, I've been working with the editing and with the Maranao group po sa orthography namin sa Maranao. So I would like to share the edition that I have made sa pag-edit po ng kanyang Maranao na language, no? So ipakita ko po dito sa ating screen. Ewan ko lang kung nakikita na po ba?
Nakikita po, ma'am.
Nakikita
po.
na?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Naim.
Kasi hindi ko na nakikita yung mukha ko. yung ano natin. Okay, anyway. Sige lang. So kung makikita po ninyo, meron po tayong mga red na text kung saan yan po yung ginawa kong mga pag-edit. So I hope Sir Abubakar is there. I would like to commend Sir Abubakar for a very nice story po. Ano lang po kasi sir, I would like to let you know po na when it comes to the Maranao language po, it's very hard kasi our language is mostly spoken and listened to. Pero mahirap po sa Maranao kasi wala po kaming nakikitang mga literature na written in Maranao. Kung meron po, ito ay magkaiba-iba yung spelling. Yung spelling po ng U, basta matigas ang pagkakabigkas ng vowel namin. Meron pong gumagamit ng U, meron din pong gumagamit ng E. But recently in our seminar, webinar,
Sorry, Ma'am Naima.
yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Yeah, I think naging what they're trying to say is like, for example, yun nga yung the issue of the hard E, which is
Yes,
like
sir.
an
Yes, sir.
and
Yes, sir.
the issue of the
Schwa
hard
sound.
U instead
U
of
and the E.
the long
Yes,
U.
sir.
Kasi ito yung tinatawag na short U, ito yung U, ito yung U.
Yes.
Ito yung long U pala. Yung short U yung parang which is in the English language is the equivalent to schwa.
Yes, sir. Schwas. Oo. And then
Inverted
meron
E.
po
So parang
kaming
ganun po yun.
nakitang DepEd po siya na memorandum wherein nakalagay po doon yung pagpapalaganap po ng pambansang ortografiya, specifically po nakasite din doon yung sa Maranao na schwa sound paggamit ng E na may dalawang tuldok. Kaya po yun ang ginagamit namin. Sa ngayon, we just agreed with ourselves, I think it was last week yung webinar namin, and we agreed that we will be using the E with dalawang tuldok sa taas as indication of the schwa sound. So, tama naman po yung ginawa ni Sir Abubakar, pero yun nga sir, hindi kasi po kami sanay magsulat sa language namin, kaya may nakikitang E, tapos minsan naman ginagamit namin yung U. Pero hopefully po ano din ito, ma-address din po namin as time goes by. Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am
So,
Naima, excuse
yes,
me, Ma'am
sir.
Naima. Ma'am Naima, pwede po bang paki-zoom po yung tawag dito, yung file niyo po? Kasi hindi po nakikita ng mga viewers natin na magamit sa phone. Is it
Okay.
okay lang?
Ganyan, sir. Ganyan, sir. Nakikita na po ba? Medyo lumaki na siya.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ayan po. Okay po yan, ma'am.
Okay, sige. So ano lang po, just for ano lang sa Maranao language, as I said, yung kaya kanina nahihirapan si Sir magbasa nung mamang kasi po kung binasa natin kanina na MEMENG, so magiging mamang at tukaw abadong. So to write it properly, si miming, it should be I, miming at tukaw abadong. Okay? E should be the schwa sound. So, I should be the E sound, no? Okay. So, mga should be spelled as M-A-N-G-A, hindi po M-G-A na katulad sa Filipino. And then, meron po akong mga nakita kay sir, katulad po ng mga nga uulog. Ginamitan po niya ito ng gitling, if I'm not mistaken. Tapos ginamitan din niya ito ng U. So, meron din po tayong mga words dito na minsan kasi dapat isang word lang siya pero napuputol ni sir, no? Saan ba yun? Anyway, katulad po nitong word na ito, miyakapira. Saan na yan, ha? Makikita po sa original kasi hindi ko po pwedeng ibalik doon sa original yung ano kasi mawawala na naman ito sa screen. Anyway, I hope that I have done some sana tama yung revision ko. According naman po sa Maranao orthography na napag-alaman namin or na napag-usapan namin during our webinar with Ma'am Gingging Vicoy, our MTB MLE coordinator sa division. Ito po yung kanina yung term niya na mapiyanan. Sa original po kasi nakalagay mapiyaanan a pamikiran. Uway, pagayunan tano, na pangangalakan tano, magagawi ubap man, pakauma, pitero abi. So ni-change ko po siya ng mapiyanan a pamikiran, no? Instead of saying na instead of saying pamikiran, you change it to musawer. Okay? Para diretso po kasi yung musawer is advice, parang advice niya, no? Pamikiran is thought. So mas mapiya o pakapanarasan budins kanya na mapiyanan ang musawer. Okay? Uway pagayanan tano na pangangalakan tano magagawi ubap man pakauma. Yung pakauma kasi is meron siyang space. So it's a one word. So dapat wala siyang space. Okay? And then the same with maka, uma. Dapat po yung kumbaga yung prefix wag nating ihiwalay doon sa root word. Okay. Ano pa ba yun? Meron pa ako nilagay dito na i-delete yung baruntay. Ito po. Na pikatadiran apayopas at tikagang agukayo abaruntay. So they were chasing after the cat with ano yon yung walis tingting at saka meron siyang pamalo. Baruntay kasi sir is something like malaking pamalo or kahoy, something like that. So medyo may pagka-violente ng konti para sa ating mga elementary na nasa key stage 1, no? Yung kinder to grade 3. So baka pwede wag na lang yung baruntay kasi yung baruntay parang negative po ang dating nun eh. Parang it's something na ipapalo mo na masasaktan yung ano. Baka pwede pa yung tikagang, yung walis, ting-ting. So ano lang po ito, mga suggestions ko lang po sa mga language na ginawa po ni Sir, sa orthography na ginamit niya. So I hope na okay lang sa kanya yung mga ginawa kong mga pagbabago. Yung dito po sa may mga delete na nilagay ako katulad nito, ugaid na miya kapira bugawi ipman na kumya sois kanyan. So, kung pwede ugaid na miya kapira bugawi na kumya sois kanyan, mamanakaw. Okay, wag na lang yung again, no? Again po kasi yan sa ano. So, ano lang po, para medyo maganda yung flow nung kabuuan ng paragraph. Okay. So I hope okay lang po kay Sir Abubakar. Napakaganda naman po yung pagkakasulat niya and he has a basic naman po sa ating Marano orthography, no? Okay, yun lang po kasi siguro hindi po kasi kami nag-abot ni Sir Abubakar. I really hope na nandoon siya sa training namin last week, no? Kasi napakaganda sana na dumami pa po yung mga kasama namin sa pag-uphold ng Maranao language sa aming division. Kailangan po natin si Sir Abubakar doon kasi mahilig din po pala itong magsulat. So thank you very much po Sir Randy and Sir Abubakar. Ayan po. Sige, i-close ko na po yung presentation ha.
Oo. Ang mga suggestion ko na lang po, if you can save this correction,
Yes, sir.
so that we can the staff can personally tawag dito, send it, or probably Sir Abubakar can access it, or you could actually direct the correct the version that you edited para sa kanya, so that I mean you can compare notes. I mean this could be a good ground to solidify the orthography issues, kasi I think this is a main problem, not that is entirely blameless on anyone. It's just that ngayon pa lang tayo nag-i-standardize ng orthographies
Yes,
of
tama
Philippine
po yan,
languages.
sir. Yes, tama po
Oo.
yan, sir. And then, we are also promoting kasi, sir, our language right now with the help of our division coordinator, Ma'am Vicoy, na i-unify kaming lahat sa division regarding our Maranao orthography. So this is one way of unifying us through giving the pag-edit po nung mga work namin dito sa platform ninyo ngayon kasi marami pong nanonood and pwede po nilang balik-balikan kung ano po yung napag-usapan dito sa ano natin, sa webinar natin. That is why I'm very thankful po na nandyan po kayo. And unluckily lang po, I have been very active po sa mga nagdaan na araw pero sa YouTube lang po kasi wala po akong MS link, so I'm very happy na pinagbigyan po ako ni Ma'am Connie na binigyan ng link ngayon. So I'm trying to unpresent. Iko-close ko yung presentation ko kaso parang nawala po yata yung ano ko. So I may be offline and balik na lang ulit, sir. Kaya hindi ko talaga makita yung MS Teams ko na naman. Sige po. Thank you.
Yes po. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Ma'am Naima Tamano, for sharing. Actually, si Ma'am Naima is one of our, she headed po ano po, sa evaluation po ng mga Maranao learning resources po natin, sir. Kaya, and then, involved din siya sa central office when it comes to yung sa mga ortografia, no, mga sa Maranao. So, kaya alam na alam niya yung mga orthography na ginagamit po, no, yung parang napagkasundo ang gamitin sa when it comes to Maranao language po. Salamat po.
Yeah. Thank you po. This is my take on the issue regarding the orthography issue. I think this is something that DepEd Central Office should, how do I say this? Kasi for the longest time kasi, the Commission on Filipino Language is not considered, it's considered, of course, definitely, it's created by the Constitution to supervise language issues. Parang they have the jurisdiction on the creation of orthographies. But unfortunately, this was done at the expense of the other language kasi parang lumalabas, laging pinaghuhusay ay yung Tagalog o Filipino because nga, in fact, ang daming issue na lumalabas, no? And let me just share this. For example, may pinalabas recently ang bagong leadership ng Commission sa Wikang Filipino, in which they are already dismissing or debunking the claims of the previous leadership. And this is, I think, a very political thing because parang even among Tagalog speakers or Tagalog language workers, merong argument. For example, yung nabanggit yung word na Pilipinas, di ba? So, kasi si Sario was also espousing for the use of Pilipinas kasi nga daw ang original name na Pilipinas ay ang nagpangalan sa atin ay mga Espanyol at niretain natin yung pangalan na yon dahil nga pangalan ng dating hari ng Espanya kung saan tayo pinangalanan ay Pilipinas. Pero pumapalag yung mga bagong leadership sa commission, and yung commission naman, they wanted the name to be Pilipinas, which is the letter P. Sabi nila, mas prevalent to, ginagamit na to, therefore ito na yung ating i-adapt rather than to cause confusion because, for example, pag tinawag natin Pilipino yung mga tao dahil Pilipinas yung bansa, kaya yung paano daw yung language as Filipino. So yun yung nagiging parang ayaw nila na magkaroon ng confusion. Unfortunately, marami mga nakikisawsaw na sinasabi nila kung Filipinas daw tayo, dapat daw maging UP or UF, parang ano man tawag sa papayad o parang ginagawa ng trivia o kalokohan yung which is actually I understand a serious matter that was undertaken by Sergio and he did it arbitrarily on his own. Now, regarding the orthography, and this might be settled on later because according to Sir Naima, DepEd is doing this. But I'd like to ask later on na lang, maybe at some other venue later after the afternoon, if she can be with us, is how ganito po yan. I'd like to ask if there is coordination with the Commission sa Wikang Filipino on this one. Kasi parang lumalabas. Ganyan din yung issue with Ilocano, no? Nagkaroon ng away ng Ilocanos kasi the member from the Commission ng Wikang Filipino, parang because they are the official agency, they created like an orthography that's different from the orthography that was set by DepEd. So nangyayari, parang lumalabas, according to KWF, DepEd is parang meddling with language issues na dapat daw commission lang ang gumagawa. Ang sabi ng mga taga-DepEd, kami itong natuturo ng mother tongue, so dapat kami ang masunod. So nag-aaway ngayon. So I think ito yung magkakaroon ng unnecessary friction between people who are doing the written Maranao the ones who are formulating the orthography that will be standardized for everyone. So for example, no, nagkaroon ng issue with Ilocano. Kasi like Maranao, supposedly the language of Ilocano is also spoken. Kaya lang nangyari, uh, because there are so many writers written, meaning that there's much published literature on Ilocano. In fact, there's a magazine, literary magazine for them, yung Panawag. So, na-standardize siya. The same thing with Bisaya, because sinagawa ng Bisaya because ever since the Panawag magazine, which was published by Bulletin, ganun din po yung Panawag. And then there was also and there was Bicol. So these languages, along with other languages that have writers in that language, the ones that we read visually, ano yun, they help shape. So whoever sees orthography is the one controlling it. So unfortunately, yun nga, it has to be settled of who or kailangan magkaroon ng arbitration or magkaroon ng unification. If there is, I hope the MP, the mother tongue based supervisor of the division will coordinate with Commission sa Wikang Filipino. You can write Chairman Arthur Casanova regarding the standard. If they have published a manual of orthography na pwede ninyong ipagsama, ipag-combine, so ma-finalize whether, for example, parang nagkakaroon ng issue with the schwa, the E with the double dot sa taas. Because technically wala nang standard letters sa atin na may mga ganon. But in Tagalog. So, but in the typing, kailangan daw ilagay yung double E. Kasi meron din ako mga kaibigan from Iligan who are also parang they are part of the MSU Iligan and these are creative writers. For example, yun nga po, kailangan i-standardize. At the same time, this should also be known or recognized under the cultural cluster of the government. For example, the overall agency that takes that takes care, not that takes care, parang that coordinates the several government institutions. For example, the National Library, the Commission sa Wikang Filipino or Commission on the Filipino Language, the the Cultural Center of the Philippines. They are all under the umbrella of the National Commission on Culture and the Arts. So again, NCCA should also coordinate with DepEd and also with CFL or KWF. Kasi ayun po, kailangan lang talaga ma-unify kasi it will really sow confusion kapag, for example, hindi na consolidate yung use of certain na finalize which is to be used. No? Kasi, for example, magkaka-friction, cultural differences. No? For example, maaring some people from other parts of Lanao might not agree with the ones being imposed by the division office. I'm just saying this might pose as a conflict. No? So, iwasan po natin yun kasi syempre, parang kayo na po yung guardians of the language because you're the ones using it. So, for now, ang nakikita ko, in order for you not to get discouraged to write in Mananaw, yun po, prior to publication, magkaroon ng arbitration on the orthography. If I may ask later on, if you have like a manual that probably the division has created, and maybe I present this to one of the chief divisions ng Commission sa Wikang Filipino. Because as far as I know, parang they don't really have orthography that is related to written Maranao or oral. Oral Maranao it exists, no? It's spoken. It's just that what if somebody writes in Maranao So kailangan natin orthography and Maranao. Because that's the reality. Many Philippine languages are mostly oral and not written. No? And that is a big issue because many of the languages in the Philippines are already endangered. No, meron na lang mga languages or dialects na iisa na lang ang speaker, dadalawa, tapos yung isang speaker, naghihingalo na, tapos hindi na ituro ito because of the engineering which is Philippinized the language, the national language. So, yun po yung aking say on that one. Regarding the story, can Miss Mary Joy project again the story of Sir Abubakar? Ayun, okay. Ayun, okay. I'll go to, I cannot edit Maranao, but rather I'll go to the English part, which is, I think, Sir Abubakar, kayo rin po yung translate ito, no?
Sir? Ano po yun, sir?
Sir Abubakar, kayo rin po yung nag-translate ito into the English, no?
Yes po, ako po.
Okay po. Thank you, thank you. Okay, sige, I'll read English very quickly, but I will be doing marginal comments, meaning on side comments on the side, if ever I find something that I need to address.
Yes, sir.
Yes po. Thank you. Can we go, ma'am, at the upper part from the very beginning title, no? English part. So, ito nga si Miming the Burgling Cat, or, okay, I'll address the title because the word burglary or burglar, meaning, this is not a very commonly used word anymore even among English speakers, no? Although I hear it from cartoons, we can hear it from adults. This can be addressed, for example, and this can be used for news. For example, CNN or NBC they used burglary. There was a burglary at reported at East Virginia, no, ganun. Because this is essentially an American word, no? Hindi siya talaga purely English, but mostly an American word siya, no? Meaning, and this is American English we're using, pero because burglary is not very common to us, no? I suggest the word thief, di ba? Kasi yun po yun, stealer or thief. No? Pero mas naintindihan yung thief, no? Although pag dito, medyo mahirapan yung batang pronounce yung thief. Kasi ano siya it's a very soft word. So the TH, papasahin ng bata, thief. Diba? Parang ganun. So, pwedeng the stealing cat. No? Naisip ko dito, the stealing cat. Oo. Or, to just let the description, which is the stealing cat, be put at inside na lang, tapos the title could be Memeng or Miming, whatever, kasi yung pangalan ng pusa. So, retain lang yun. Para matanggal yung the stealer. Kasi, some might misinterpret that we are okay, that cats are stealers and therefore children can steal or can do burglary and all that. So, si Miming na lang ating magiging pangalan. Suggestion ko lang naman. So, okay. So, I'll read the first paragraph. At night, the noise. At, tanggalin natin yung plural, no? Kasi parang I think in your language, it sounds like sa maraming gabi or gabi-gabi. But in English, you can translate this as every night or nightly. Pero mas maganda yung every night. So every night, the noise of falling pots and pans, falling pots and dish containers would be, not can be, would be would suddenly be heard. Anyway, this is interchangeable naman in English. Sometimes they were left unopened by something unknown rather than saying an unknown creature, no? Or by something they do not see, no? Okay. So other times, we wonder that our morning, when we take our breakfast, we would find our fried fish half eaten. Okay, regarding fish and fishes, ano to medyo thorny issue ito even among English speakers. At lalo pa dito sa Pilipinas kasi we're fond of using plural. For example, sir, can you mute your camera, sir? Your mic. Maybe the one. Yun, thank you po. Natanggal yung feedback. Okay, so yun. Merong issue kasi minsan sa Filipino, and this is us trying to conquer the English language or colonize the English language for ourselves. No? Meaning we are trying to appropriate English in such a way that it is uniquely for us. No? So when we use the Philippine English version, it is normal. For example, pagpatay ng ilaw, di ba? O patayin mo yung ilaw. Mm-mm. Now, in American English or in British English, we say this as turn off the lights. But in the Philippines, we say kill the lights. Yeah, parang for example, may script, meron pa isa pang issue yung light with the relation to light, no? Yung turn off the light, instruction sa movie script sa English, black lights. So medyo natatawa ako doon being an English purist, being an English Nazi, grammar Nazi, tawag ko doon, parang I'm a grammar police. So I find this silly that scriptwriters use the word black lights. Kasi light is the word black itself, the concept of black suggests that it's the absence of light. So it's the more of like a misnomer to say that the lights are black. Because black essentially is the absence of light. No? It's the opposite of light. Now, this issue of fish and fishes is something to do with the idea of fish being food and fish being a species of animal. Okay? For example, when do we use, what is the plural of fish, which is the fish that we eat as a viand or a dish, no? The plural of that is still fish. Okay? So, hindi natin siya pinu-pluralize na fishes. Okay? So, for example, I don't like to eat fish. Okay? It doesn't mean that the speaker is saying that he only eats a certain fish. No, it actually means I don't eat fish of any kind. Okay, and this is in relation to it as fish being food. In the same way that food cannot be pluralized as foods. But in modern Philippine English, we say there's something. Sino po yung nagpapatugtog ng rap? Sorry po. Okay. Ayan. So we do not pluralize fish as fishes, as food. When we talk about food, for example, I like to eat fishes as foods. Mali po yun. So this is entirely ungrammatical. When we say we like to eat fishes as foods, so we say I like to eat fish, or I like to eat that kind of food. And already there is a suggestion that the fish being spoken to would be all kinds of fish, but treated as food. Now, sir, di ba may plural ang fish, which is fishes? So, saan po ginagamit yun? So, actually, one way of using that is when you refer to fish as a species of an animal. So, for example, there are 10 fishes in the aquarium. Okay po yun. Yun yung proper way of using that. You're talking about it not as food, but as animals, no? Or creatures. So, yun po, no? So, I'll correct that part. We wonder that on our morning meal, we found or we would find, sorry, we would find our fried fish already half eaten. Mhm. So yun po, no? So it seems that the cat coming in here is the thief. Perhaps he's the one burgling our dish at nights. So I'll just polish for smoothness, no? Seamless for the seamlessness of those sentence. If I were to edit this, I would read it as this. It seems that a cat uh, is coming here every night, Abby guest. So, or it's quote to quote, it seems that a cat comes here every night, comma, unquote, Abby guest. Then continue, start again with the quotation. Perhaps he's the one burgling or stealing our dish every night. Mhm. Okay, so next. Uh, okay. Oh, blimey, what should we do then to get rid of it? No dish spares from this burgling cat, said my Umi in her agony. I think these are terms addressed to parents. Tama, may Umi, may Abi, di ba? So, I think, is Abi like father? Sir Abu Bakar?
Abi, sir, is father. Omi is mother.
Okay, thank you po. Opo, yun. Yeah, at least it's very clear to us. So yun, so okay lang po sir, we remove the my, Abi, my, Omi because if this is in refers to the narrator which is the child of the Abi and the Omi here, it's okay to remove the my. Kasi siya lang naman yung bata doon na may nanay at tatay doon sa story na to. So let's
Okay,
remove Abi. Parang example yung sa Tagalog parang mukhang ang pusang ito ang nagnanakaw ng ating pagkain, sabi ni nanay. Hindi natin sabi ni nanay ko. Okay. So yon. Regarding this sentence or paragraph, I suggest to use something else other than blimey. Kasi yung blimey, that is, I think, that is an expression that is unique to Irish, to the Irish speaking English. Parang blimey, parang pirate yung nagsasalita, no? Parang, oh, blimey, di ba? Parang ito yata, rather than say, oh, blimey, parang very unnatural, no? Pwede nating sabing, oh my. Kaya, oh my God. Ganun. Pero if you don't want to use the Lord's name in vain or God's name in vain, you could say, oh my. Or, in fact, this is what we encourage, sir. Teka lang, medyo na-disconnect yata si Ma'am Joy. So, as I was saying, yun nga po, parang yung pwedeng sabihin naku, parang kung meron kayong Marana word for naku or oh my, yun na lang ang gamitin naturally, sir, no? Rather than oh blimey, kasi it's very unnatural. Even among we are American English users pero nobody uses the word blimey. Parang nagsasalita dito si Captain Hook o si ano yun yung si Krusty the Krab. Alam niyo yun sir, yung sa SpongeBob na cartoon. Parang blimey, parang gano'n. So nagiging comical tuloy yung story. Okay, so what shall we do then to get rid of it? Okay. Okay, the sentence is okay. But with the next sentence, no dish spares from this burgling cat. Let's make it grammatical. Parang ganito na lang. Dali lang. Medyo. Okay. No dish is spared from this stealing cat. Yun po. Oh, no dish is safe. No dish is safe from this burgling cat or this stealing cat. Omi said in her agony. Okay. Now, yung agony, sir, is very, ano na to, not very grade 1 or grade 2 word. Pwede siyang agony in grade 3, no? Pero kung grade 1 o grade 2 magbabasa, I think the sentence itself already says a lot, no, of the agony of Omi, so we can omit that part. But if we want to write this for a grade 3 reader, you can retain it. So in other words, sir, let's try to tawag dito parang use the language that is commonly used or can be understood by our readers in grade 1 if you're trying to write in grade 1 or in kinder, ganun po. You can say, Omi said in her sadness. Ganun po. Pero anyway, at the end of it, kayo rin po magde-decide eh. Okay, so next sentence. Abby, what about if we watch out for it and threaten a little by suddenly running after it? An idea I offered. Now, this sentence reads very formal, no? Parang this is okay if this is in somebody is like a scholar saying this. Pero we're talking about ordinary children and ordinary people. So let's democratize the language a bit or let's turn it into something pedestrian. Pag sabi ko pedestrian, ordinary man walking on the street nagsasalita nito. Pwedeng sana natin sabihin, Abby, what if we look out for it, question mark, and natin doon. Then suddenly, we chase it. Hindi run, suddenly run. Oo, kasi parang run after is very, paano ba yun? May dalawang connotation yun eh. But here, essentially, what you're trying to say, for example, ganito, yung running after, for example, hey, parang I saw my father walking down the street, so I have to run after him. Parang susundan mo siya. Pero dito parang habulin siya. Parang habol siya pero mali yung translation eh. Parang yung habol dito is in the sense dahil you want to catch it. No? So then suddenly chase it. Parang ganon. Tanggalin na yung idea, an idea, sabihin na lang I offered. Tapos redundant, yung next line na po, redundant na yung that's right, a good idea. Parang repeat again to, no? So, nag-uulit yung idea, nag-uulit yung meaning ng parehong sentences. So you have to choose which one you like better. Oh, that's right, or a good idea. Then end it with an exclamation point. Next sentence, we better stand before it comes in and run after it surprisingly. I think this is Sir thinking in Maranao or thinking in Tagalog, no? Tapos translate niya literally into English. Ay, ma'am pa... Ay, okay na po. Akala ko medyo... So, we better watch out for it. Abby said. Wag na yung we better stand before it comes in and run after it surprisingly. Masyadong madada yung sentence. Especially if this is written for grade 1 or 2. So at the same time, you're also introducing the concept of phrasal verbs or idiomatic verbs. For example, we better watch out. Watch out for is actually an idiomatic verb. So, next sentence. When the burgling Miming entered our house, Abby and Omi held their walis ting-ting and wooden bat. Ito yung sabing barantay na hindi na-gets ko kagad yung shouted hastily, loudly, and chased the burgling Miming out of the house. Then no trace of footmark or no trace or footmark. Not that footmark, but footprint po. The no trace or footprint of burgling Miming could be found anywhere. He is already gone. Parang ganun. He is already, hindi pa yung he was, kasi ibig sabihin namatay na siya. Okay. Ako, I'm also, let me off this one from my side.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Okay. Am I heard? Am I heard? Hello, sir. Can somebody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Because I'm already irritated by my own voice. Okay. Yes. On this part, I'm a bit torn because part of me agrees with Ma'am Naima that we omit the wooden bat. Because, parang it suggests cruelty to animals, and we already have a law that says we cannot hit. In fact, even the walis ting-ting, even as a parang panakot lang siya, no? Should not be used. Magagalit ang PETA o yung mga animal rights groups, hindi human rights groups, ang mga animal rights groups na sasabihin nila they don't agree with hitting the animal or even chasing an animal with something that can inflict pain, because walis ting-ting can inflict pain. It might not inflict the same degree of pain that a wooden bat could give, but it could inflict pain, a lot of pain to an animal that is not as big as us. For example, pag binalisting-ting mo yung pusa, ramdam ng buong katawan niya yun kasi mahahampas yung buong katawan. Pero sa atin, ang mahahampas lang ng walis ting-ting ay braso, paa, or hindi mahahampas yung buong katawan natin ng walis ting-ting. Whereas walis ting-ting can, tawag dito, the walis ting-ting can also be can be removed, no? So parang siguro na lang Abby and Omi would watch out for the walis ting-ting and probably use fly swatter, di ba? Parang gano'n na lang. Or Abby and Omi would watch out for the cat. Tapos rather than say it loudly and chase burgling Miming out of the house, parang Abby and Omi would watch out. The moment the cat comes in, they say, shoo, shoo, chupi, chupi, parang ganun. Parang it's better if you can use the Marana word for, when you drive animals away from you, no? Parang chupi, or alis dyan, parang ganun. Pwede nyo rin gamitin yung Tagalog, alis dyan. Shoo, parang ganun, no? Sa English, shoo. They would drive away a cat by shouting at it na lang siguro, rather than the walis ting-ting and the wooden bat. Although, part of me also agrees that probably some animals like cats, who are very fiercely independent, would not sometimes get scared by being shooed at or being shouted at. No? Some cats can be parang assert that they are more dominant than the human. Because actually, even for cat lovers, they all think that cats think that they're the boss of us. Okay? So, yun yung nature ng cat, no? That's why sabi nga nila, yung aso is a man's best friend, but the cat is a man's best boss. Kasi yung pusa daw ang nagko-control sa tao, hindi yung tao nagko-control sa pusa. Tapos yun, then no trace of miming the stealer cat could be found anywhere. Yun, gamitin natin yung mga could, would, kasi they all suggest uh, a remote possibility, no? Could be found, no? Okay, yun. Or no no trace of burglary, not even a footprint. Hindi po footmark, sir. Footprint po yung word na tama. Footprint. He is already gone. Yun. And then we say, we thought tanggalin natin yung kama. We thought Miming would never come back. Period. But after a few days, it returned. Returned to steal our food again. Parang we could say instead, parang mother just, ano yun, yung face lap, parang ganun, face palm. Parang, oh my God. Parang you could use, instead of saying my mother's agony got even worse, I suggest that we replace that, because agony is a very abstract word. Parang we cannot put into images what agony is. We cannot easily put agony, because agony is subjective. Parang one man's agony can be worse than another person's agony. So it's subjective, no? Rather than say it, use the word agony, just do it, which is parang maybe, how do you see people who are agonizing over something or get stressed out over something? Okay. Mother just, ano yun? Parang face palm. Parang, oh my God. Or probably you could say, my goodness, mom said mom said frustratedly. Parang, parang ganun, parang, my mother is already frustrated. Ganun. Parang ganun na lang siguro, no? Try to use simpler words, because agony is very abstract, no? Yun nga, rather than say it, show it. Parang mother just put her palm on her face, ganun, or face palm. Pero ang face palm kasi is very slang yun eh. Yung, you're, everyone face palm at the idea. Parang it's very, very contemporary, pero very informal, very street English yung dating ng face palm. Very internet, niche, ganun. So, how do we improve that word? Parang, my mother just scratched her head. Yun. My mother just scratched her head in frustration. Or my mother just scratched her head. Yun na lang. As in, ibig sabihin nun, parang, kapag ganun, if you're seeing me, parang kinamot ko yung ulo ko in frustration. Ano bang nangyari sa atin? Parang ganun, no? Ayun. So, Abi, how about if we adapt meaning so that maybe it would no longer steal from us? It would seem better. I suggested to them. Yun na lang. Kasi you already mentioned Abby and Omi. I suggested to them. Again, so siguro, that's a good idea. So maybe yung unang-una pwedeng sabihin a great idea or something. Oh, that's a good idea. I agree with it. I agree or we agree with it. Kasi you said Omi and Abby. So dapat we siguro to, no? We agree with it. Omi and Abby said with finality or concluded. Finished. Omi and Abby concluded. Tanggalin natin yung at last, kasi ibig sabihin nun, parang, hi sa wakas. Hindi. We just start with, we eventually adopted Miming as our pet. We give it food. Not food, sir. Tanggalin yung S. Kasi yung ibig sabihin ng food na may plural, you're talking about different kinds of food not being eaten. For example, the grocery sells foods such as popcorn, sugar, juices, ganun. So, food essentially is parang lugaw essentially. Food essentially is singular. No? When we talk about it being put in our mouths and digesting it, we give it food and drink. We give it food and drink with us on our meals. Later on, hintayin ko yung sagot ni sir, pero mamaya na, I'll just finish this first. Are you trying to say in this sentence that yung pusa sabay niyong kumakain sa mesa?
Opo, sabay namin siyang
Or
kumakain
mamaya na
pero
lang
doon siya sa
mamaya na lang
floor.
natin yung sagutin. So we set up for him. Okay, so dito suddenly nagkatanong ako, no? Si Miming ba dito or si Miming ba dito ay isang lalaking pusa, no? Or babaeng pusa. So later settle din po natin 'yon, no? A bowl of milk, a bowl for his milk and water, and a shelter on a corner of our house. Normally shelter is something with a roof, no? So maybe we don't use the word shelter kasi if this is inside the house, because sabi niyo on a corner in our house eh. Unless you are trying to say that there's a cat house outside in which this is where the cat stays, no? Or maybe this is in a corner inside the house. You don't say it's shelter and a place and a bed to sleep at night. Pero normally cats don't just sleep and everywhere. Hindi naman yung tulad ng aso that it will settle on one corner and sleep there. No? Usually cats stay anywhere where they could find themselves comfortable. No? So and maybe and a bed or a sleeping mat on a corner in our house, parang ganun. I bathe Memeng regularly. Okay, the word bathe is usually for humans because when we bathe, we use soap. Oh, of course, we use soap. Oo naman, medyo tricky itong word na bathe eh. Kasi normally, we bathe ourselves. Pinapaliguan natin sarili natin, translates to we bathe ourselves. So when we say I bathe Memeng regularly, that's grammatically incorrect because normally when you bathe, it is you taking a bath. You're the one cleaning yourself, putting soap on you, okay, putting shampoo on your hair, putting up the lather, soap lather on your body, no? So we don't use bathe. But for example, we use bathe. For example, if I feel so hot, so I found myself bathing by the river. Kasi sarili mo yun. Okay? So, dito, yung pagpapaligo na kay Memeng, hindi dun sa I. So, I suggest, I would give Memeng a bath. So, give a bath na lang. I would give Memeng a bath regularly. Period. Period na yun, sir. Para wag mahaba yung mga sentence. Kasi, pangbata eh. We even bring him to the doctor. I think you're saying a veterinarian po, no? Kasi yung doctor, we easily associated with the human doctor or doctor of human medicine, ano? So rather than saying we bring him to the doctor kasi baka mamaya doktor ng tao yung isipin ng bata, no? We could say we even bring him to the vet, which is an informal but acceptable shortened form for veterinarian. But if you want to use veterinarian, it's okay. It's just that you have to guide the reader by explaining what a veterinarian is, no? O nga pala, grade 1, grade 2 to. So you better put in asterisk or glossary parang sa baba. For example, some books, children's books in the Philippines, nag-introduce sila ng mga terms that they want for example, you want the reader to understand or properly understand because it's a very new word or a novelty word. We even bring him to the veterinarian, and then there's a footnote below. There's a footnote that says a veterinarian is a doctor for animals. Ganun. It is also known as the vet, VET. No? Okay, we bring him to the vet or we bring him to the veterinarian. To keep him away from illness. Okay. Medyo flawed yung logic lang ng intention na to keep him away from illness because you don't bring actually you bring your animal to the vet when they are sick. So actually the vet would be happy kasi babayaran niyo siya or you would become regular customers if the animal is sick. So we even bring him to the vet we even bring him to the vet whenever he gets sick. Ganun na lang po, no? Whenever he gets sick. Rather than to say to keep him away from illness, because actually, maybe, I think the doctor would be happy. Well, of course, everyone would be happy that the cat would not be sick, but the doctor would be happier if you bring it to them whenever it's sick. Kasi, di ba, you pay the veterinarian a fee, a consultation fee every time you get sick. I mean, like, for example, if you get sick more frequently, you would see your doctor more frequently, then that would mean more money for him. Okay. Okay. And then since then, Miming began to gain some weight, began to gain some weight and looked, sir ha, gawin natin consistent ang verbs. Miming began and looked even healthier, hindi more healthy ha. Kasi ginamit mo yung, may healthier po sir, hindi more healthy. Even healthier and cleaner. Okay. If this is just a suggestion, sir. What if you say, describe the cat. For example, his hair or his fur became thicker and softer. Mga ganun. Kasi dati di ba marumi siya dahil pusang ligaw na punta dyan. Ay, teka lang po. Saglit lang po. Tungkol pa yata siya. Ma'am Joy. Ma'am Joy. Ayun, okay. So since then, we began to gain some weight and look even healthier and cleaner. Its fur is whiter and smells good. Ganyan. Pwedeng dagdagan nyo ng image para ma-enrich yung visual narrative natin. Ano? Finally, Meming no longer steals food from us. And we can finally Meming no longer steals food from us. Period. The family now sleeps in peace, parang rest in peace. Parang medyo uncomfortable ako dun sa in peace. Pwede siguro sabihin na the family now rests well along with the cat who sometimes sleeps with us. Ganun na lang siguro. The family now sleeps well every night. Sometimes Miming would sleep by our side. Parang ganun. And then we end the story. So yun. What can I say about the story? It's actually, the pacing is good. The intention is clear. The problem is identified at the very beginning, no? I think Sir Abubakar already knew what he had to write in mind, no, when he did this. No? Parang, this is a cat, this is a problem cat because this cat, this cat is a problem because it's
A stray cat, sir. Yung ligaw na pusa.
Yes po, ligaw na pusa ito, no? So, you can also use the word stray at the beginning, but because inalagaan na siya, hindi na siya stray, no? So, parang pet na siya, no? So, probably to be safe, rather than use the word steal or the burgling cat, kasi hindi po maintindihan talaga yung burgling ng bata, eh. Ano na lang, Miming na lang si Miming. Parang, Miming itself, it's okay. Parang, ako gusto ko yung spelling niya na parang M-E-M-E-N-G, no? Parang ano siya, meron siyang popular reference dun sa meme. Alam niyo yung word, alam niyo yun, yung meme, M-E-M-E, yung meme or meme, which is like an internet caricature of people, no? Or caricature of people. And the most popular meme is actually that of the grumpy cat. If you've seen the grumpy cat, I'm sure you're familiar with the image of the grumpy cat, no? Yung pusa na may permanent scowl sa mukha niya. Poor thing, he already died last year. No? So he had millions of fans, and he made his human. Yun yung term doon, no? Yung human, H-O-O-M-A-N. Alam niyo po yung term na yun. Because cat owners think that they are being owned by their cats. So the cat's human or human, H-O-O-M-N-M-A-N, uh, got richer because of the grumpy cat. No? Okay, so but this is a good story. This is I know I have no problem actually with the situation that is presented. We have a problem because if the cat steals every night from us, so what do we do? No? And rather than kill it, which is what normally people who hate cats do, no? Yung parang, for example, this cat stole um, a very expensive dinner from you. For example, it bit through the lechon, sorry. It bit through the fried chicken, or it bit through the large fish. Maybe it stole a big fish from you. Yun, ganun po yun. Tapos, and then what I liked is that the proactive approach of the writer to for positive reinforcement or positive discipline, because even though it doesn't teach about positive discipline to children, it is teaching the kids how to positively address a problem. Because rather than, kaya nga siguro tama din si Ma'am Naima na tanggalin yung idea ng police thinking and the bat. But even the police thinking, ano yan it can be an issue to animal rights activists and groups. So baka mapuna pa. So let's just use that. Abby and Omi would watch for the cat, and if they see it, they say shoo, Alice, or they wave maybe a large towelette or a towel to scare it away. Parang not to hit it, but to parang bugawin lang ba? Or you can also use um, a fly swatter, parang shoo it with a fly swatter. Kasi hindi naman yung nakakasakit ng pusa. So, masascare lang yung cat. So, yan, mga ganun po, sir. This is a well-written story. I suggest, sir, I think there's at the end of it, to group it into 12 to 15 spreads. Group your story, cut it into 12 to 15 spreads, and then add or put on the right side dun sa narrative what what how you imagine the image would be, so that if it gets illustrated, um, the illustrator would know what to put there. But as a guide, no? So at the end of it, um, the illustrator decides how the best art would accompany the story. Again, congratulations to Sir Abubakar. I'll give him a clap for this one. Sir, it's time for you to defend yourself. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Hello, Sir Abubakar. It's your turn. Please unmute, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, hello po.
Thank you so much po, sir, for giving us this input. Parang nakaka-proud na meron pala kaming potential to write our own stories in our own vernacular language. And then, thank you po sa mga ideas, inputs. Maraming salamat.
Yes, sir. May question ako, sir, earlier. I hope you could answer it. In this part of the story, this is just me nitpicking, parang tawag dito, I'm scrutinizing every part of your story here, no? Are you suggesting that the cat eat with you on the table every time you have dinner or lunch or breakfast?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The cat is eating with us on our meals. Kasi it is a true to life story kasi based on my experience that my family before in my childhood, na yung parents ko, they hated cats. Pero ayun, I object to the idea. Then now I love cats. So parang ginawa ko siyang story, parang naging inspiration ko yung experience ko dati.
Yeah, okay. Again, this is just parang nitpicking na nga. Sabi ko nga parang nag-aalis lang, nagsusuyod lang ako ng mga maliliit na mga detalye, no. So, ako sir, suggest normally if you consult maybe a veterinarian or somebody who has taken care of cats for a long time, maybe they own a lot of cats at home. Um, for preferably a veterinarian siguro. I don't know if I don't have the finances, pero I don't know if is it okay for the cat to eat along with you on the table, kasi parang normally this is being discouraged because unang-una cats, ideally cats should eat um, separately from the animal, from the humans, kasi what if the cat is carrying or germs, even if without the cat, maybe it's carrying something that will be considered unsanitary. Because the animal should eat separately, maybe below the table, pwede yun. Pero, na-imagine ko kasi dito, it was eating alongside with you on the lamesa. Parang there's this table, dining table, and then kumakain siya kasama niyo.
Ay, hindi po. Parang sinulat ko po doon sa page na ano ba yun, yung parang template na gawin yung yung cat na kumakain doon sa below, underneath, maybe underneath the table or doon sa ibang corner po.
Yes. Kasi nakalagay kasi dito. I think the reason why I thought that way is because of the word with us on our list. The word it means kasabay niyo siyang kumakain. The visual imagery it registers is that it eats along with you on the same table. Diba? Parang, yun lang sir. So kailangan dinawin natin. Probably we give it food and drink. We give it food and drink, and then visual narrative na sir, the cat eats along with us na lang siguro. Yung hindi na nakalagay sa text but rather sa visual. Parang instruction na yung art niya, while you are eating your dinner or you are having your lunch, the cat is below the underneath the table. Yun po, gawin na lang nating visual narrative siya. Kaya
yes,
sir, yun nasa page, nandun na siya ilagay. Second thing, na-address, I think na-address naman yata ito, no? If the cat is sleeping outside or because of the word shelter. So shelter means the cat sleeps outside the house, or maybe if you're talking about the cat sleeping inside the house, you give it a corner where it sleeps. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
So nasa corner yung pusa. Parang
yes,
aso.
sir.
Although I'm sure you're a cat lover yourself, that's why sometimes I turn off my camera kasi my cats would photo bomb our lecture, and parang distracts me sometimes. So sometimes cats can be very independently minded, no? So they sleep anywhere. Sometimes they would cause the inconvenience of, for example, sleeping where the house decor is, house ornaments or decor is there, and all the breakable household ornaments like the vase or your trophies would tumble down and get broken because the cats would actually move aside those things to make space for where they could sleep or sit. Sometimes they would sleep on your bed without even asking permission from you because they are cats. They own you. Yeah. Actually, this is a very good lesson, sir. No, that you can use. I don't know if there is like a lesson included in any of those MELCs that one teacher mentioned yesterday. Si Ma'am Paduma, no, parang or is it another teacher? I'm sorry, the name escapes me right now. Parang is there like a lesson in our curriculum or in any subject that talks about being kind to animals? Because this would be a very good story, sir.
Hindi ko po alam kasi I am a senior high school teacher, so parang hindi ko po masyadong ano yung sarili ko doon sa grade 3 na mga milk, na mga competencies.
Oo, kasi sir, iba na yung calling na sir.
Yes,
More
sir.
parang, I think that those melts or competencies are like a bucket list, no?
Opo, sir.
At the end of grade 3, the child should be able to check. Pag hindi, address to kung sir. Mga ganun. Tama nga naman, sir. Ang hirap. That's why maybe the ones who will be able to answer this will be the ones from the LR staff or the LR members. If this can be programmed as a lesson for uh, treating animals with kindness or treating creatures with kindness. Kasi normally, when we talk about animals, the stories from a long time ago would always talk about animals being considered a nuisance. Parang ang gusto ng tao, uh, tao lang ang dapat nabubuhay sa mundo, tao lang ang mahalaga. Kaya nga minsan, di ba, argument yan. For example, some people would complain about you because of cats, because of smell, because kumatayin sa bubong ng bahay ng iba. Di ba, mga ganun. And sometimes it becomes the source of fighting among neighbors. Or if your dog poops and you do not properly dispose the waste, parang you let the dog poop anywhere, parang magagalit sila. Or of course, nowadays, if you're living in the city or you live among with your neighbors, and you don't have, for example, in Metro Manila, we don't have many because of the overpopulation in the city. There are no more spaces where you can take care of farm animals. Like, for example, unlike in the province, for example, you could take care of pigs or chickens, but if you take care of chickens or pigs in a city setting, you would get people would complain and bring you to the barangay because you're bringing in diseases because of the animal wastes, or the if you are a very careless owner of animals, they will accuse you of so many things, no? So, that of being guilty of something. So yun, parang this is a good springboard. It's also a good springboard for children on how to take care of a pet. Kasi you already tell, no, the steps by which you do it. For example, how do you take care of a stray animal that goes into your house? How do you deal with it? One, second, if you want to take care of it, like for example, it stayed there uh, in your house, like what the cat did in this story. No? Maybe it's about time. It's a signal from God that you own it. So therefore, take care of it because it feels at home with you. So you're lucky because the cat feels at home or safe with you. So yun, no? And then of course you teach the kid on what and how to do, on how to take care of the animal. But for example, to always keep it clean and it would not smell very bad. You give it a bath um, maybe once a week, or if there's a cold season or a wet season like what we are experiencing now, just give it a bath once a month. And then, ano pa? I think, yeah, this is a very satisfying story. I'm a bit biased because I'm a cat lover, but I hope nobody takes it against me or Sir Abubakar. I used to take care of dogs before. It's just that it is more tedious to take care of a dog in smaller areas, especially if you are renting like me. I rent a house, and it's not very practical to move a dog, especially a very big dog na hindi masyadong sanay sa tao. So yun, it's very precarious. Pinakikisama mo kasi yung animals with humans in the city setting. But in province, if for example, you have a lot that's 300 square meters, you have like a space in the backyard where you can take care of chickens and pigs, or probably even goats, small animals. And if you have a large farm, of course, you take care of the carabao then, no? Hindi lang naman bawat piso. also provides milk, no? So all animals naman are useful, and of course you have to treat animals with respect because there's already a law to not be cruel to animals. So let's give Sir Abubakar a round of applause. Okay. Sir, do you have any more additional comments?
Ayun po, yung sa story po, sinulat ko siya para siguro ma-inspire din yung mga bata to adopt pets of their own kasi there are so many cats roaming around in our locality po kasi. So parang naisip ko siya a way to inspire children din or yung mga families to adopt at least one for their own na ayun. And then aside from that, sa Islam po kasi allowed yung mag-alaga ng pet like animal, especially that yung sa prophet namin si Muhammad, peace be upon him, is a pet lover. So yun po siya. So parang compare with the dog, parang hindi masyadong yung dog sa Muslim. So parang sa Islam, inallowed po kasi yung ano. And then Prophet Muhammad also according to one of his narrations that a cat is a clean animal. In fact, yung tubig na ginagamit niya for his ablution, water used for his regular prayer, there is a story na pinainom muna niya yung cat bago niya ginamit sa kanyang ablution. So, parang it is a testimony in Islamic perspective that a cat is one of the cleanest animals. Yun po, sir. And then I'd like to thank Ma'am Naima Tamano for giving me a very constructive and informative suggestions on how I can re-enhance my work. Thank you so much po, Ma'am and Sir Randy.
Thank you po, thank you. Actually, sir, you could create a lot of stories about your experience as a cat lover, and of course, better if you could all incorporate those ideas that you mentioned just now, no? For example, you could write a book about you said the Prophet Muhammad being a good the Prophet Muhammad being a cat lover, no? Maybe you could write a fictional story, or probably if there is a mention in the Quran that says the Prophet Muhammad is parang does his yun nga yung ablutions like the one that you wash your face and then with the bowl of the water where the cat first drank, no? Magandang ano yun, no? Parang I'm fascinated by that idea kasi parang it just shows that the major religions that we know are also teach that that respect for the animals that live with us, no? Or that coexist with us. So we have to treat them with respect. Anyway, thank you very much for that very good story, sir. Kudos to you. Cheers. Okay, Ma'am Joy, let's go to another story, and I'll do a bit of a fast track dahil we spent a lot of time on the story of Sir.
Okay, sir, presenting to you the story of Jalila B. Bani, rather.
Jalila, si Ma'am Jalila po ito, no? Is Ma'am Jalila
yes
in
po.
YouTube or in MS Teams?
Jalila po, sir. Jalila.
Jalila, sorry. Jalila pala. Okay, ano siya? Jalila. Nasa MS Teams po ba si Ma'am? Okay. So, can somebody read the story? Maybe Ma'am Jalila can read it for us.
Ako na lang, sir.
Sige po, ma'am. Sige
ha. Bismillah. Under po siya, sir, sa kindergarten domain, kalusugan, pisikal. Palatanda ang kasanayan na isasagawa ng mag-isa ang sumusunod na gawaing nauukol sa pangangalaga sa sariling kalusugan. May code po siya, then paglilinis ng katawan. Puso ng Tubig. Yours truly, Jalila Bibani. May dalawang batang magkaibigan, si Arisa at Arifa. Kulot ang buhok at may malusog na pangangatawan si Arisa.
Excuse me, Ma'am Jan.
Gawin
Excuse
niya
me,
ang
Ma'am.
paglalag.
Excuse me, Ma'am Jalila. Parang iba yung naka-project sa screen.
Na-edit po kasi. Siguro sir na ang nakuha po ni Ma'am Joy ba yun? Ay yung hindi ko pa na-edit. Di ba sabi mo na i-finalize na po?
O wala man siguro na sini mo, ma'am. Sa drive.
Okay, sorry. Pero anyway, konti lang naman yung nabago.
Oh,
Sige
basahin
po, ito
mo na lang
pong
itong story.
naka-project, ma'am, if it's okay. And then you upload your story later na lang po, yung the one that you are reading now, doon sa Google Drive po.
Pero nandun na po parang nandun na po Ma'am Joy sa Google Drive. Mga 9 PM ata ko yung na-send.
Kasi itong piniprepare ko kagabi.
Nawala. Problema po, nawala akong kopya niya.
Ay, oo. Pero meron kayong copyright now, ma'am.
Opo, meron po.
Basahin mo na lang.
Oo. So, ano na lang po, ma'am, sige, i-upload nyo na lang later. Ito na lang po munang storya ninyo. Mas maganda actually kung yung hindi masyadong makinis na storya yung i-workshop natin para makita ninyo yung proseso nung paano natin lilinisin, no? So, sige ma'am, pabasa na lang. Nakikita nyo po yung nasa screen yung work na Suwata Lompio. Sorry po nabasa ko ng mali.
Yun yan po yung sa Maranao po yan. Di ba Filipino po yung sabi ko?
Ay, okay. So,
sige ma'am, diba,
meron Filipino sa baba nito.
Pinapili mo po ako, sir.
Okay. So, yung Filipino yung gusto mo sanang ma-workshop. O kaso wala dito.
Di ba, sir, sinabi mo na pipili lang ako. Din sabi ko yung Filipino na lang.
Yes. So, teka lang. Ano ba yung title na? Titignan ko po yung
Puso na.
Sticky notes. Saglit lang po. Puso ng tubig. Ito po yun, Tama. Opo. Paano pong gagawin natin, ma'am? Baka pwede po ninyong isend ngayon yung puso ng tubig. Kung yun po ang gusto ninyong mapa-workshop.
Sige. Okay, sir. Nandun na po siya sa D3. At Filipino po.
Okay po. Ma'am, paki-check na lang. Ma'am Joy, Mary Joy, pa-check na lang po. Ng folder. Sa Filipino nakasave, ma'am?
Opo.
Kasi sorry, hindi ko makita, I'm trying to check the history of my own browser. Maybe I have to ask for lang po. Ako nga rin, I'll also look for my own drive. Kung saan po siya sinare. Ito, meron ako nakita ditong I have to check it. The problem kasi whenever my computer freezes, I think this is a signal for me to get a new one. Okay po. So, day 3. I'm also looking for it. Okay. Ma'am Jalila, I already saw this. Let me just check, Poso ng tubig. Sorry, hindi pala puso. Akala ko puso. Heart of water. Poso pala. Okay.
Opo.
Nakita ka, ma'am. Oo. Sige, ma'am. Can you start reading? I already saw. Poso ng Poso ng tubig, okay. Naka-project na po ba? Ayun, yun,
Okay.
yun.
Puso ng Tubig by yours truly, Jalila Bibani. May dalawang batang magkaibigan, si Arisa at Arifa. Kulot ang buhok at may malusog na pangangatawan si Arisa. Gawin niya ang paglalaro habang nililinis ang katawan sa puso ng tubig. Gustong-gusto niya ang tubig ng puso. Umagang kay ganda, ani ni Arisa. Masayang pumunta sa puso ng tubig para maligo. Habang papunta siya, nakita niya si Arifa. Tinawag niya ito. Arifa, Arifa, halika, maligo tayo. Ayaw ko, tinatamad ako, ani ni Arifa. Si Arifa ay kanyang kaibigan, maputi at mahaba ang buhok, ngunit may katamaran maligo. Habang papasok ng paaralan si Arisa, nakita niya si Arifa na tila mag-isa at malungkot. Nilapitan niya ito at tinanong, "Bakit ka malungkot?" Wika ni Arisa. "Ang kaklase ko kasi hindi sumasabay sa akin," sagot ni Arifa. Dahil hindi siya naligo, walang gustong sumabay sa kanya papunta sa paaralan. Naisip ni Arisa ang puso ng tubig. Aha, ang sayang maligo doon, ani sa sarili. Kaya niyaya niyang maglaro si Arifa sa puso ng tubig para sabayan siyang maligo. Masayang naglalaro ang magkaibigan habang naliligo sa puso ng tubig. Tila nagustuhan ni Arifa ang pagliligo sa tubig ng puso. Tuluyan nang nawala ang pagiging tamad ni Arifa maligo dahil napagtanto niya na mabuti ang paglilinis ng katawan. Masayang pumasok sa paaralan ang magkaibigan.
Okay, thank you very much. Very short. Actually, this is for ano,
For
no?
kindergarten, for kindergarten po kasi ito, sir. I am a kindergarten teacher po kasi.
Ah, yes po. Okay, nice. So, thank you for reading that. Do you have anyone in the MS Teams or from the YouTube? Do you have any comments that you want to share with us before I start my own critiquing or clinicking of Jalila's work?
Hindi ko po kasi nakita, sir, yung ano niya, yung copy. I tried to, ang na-edit ko po kasi I was trying to edit yung Suwata Alumpio, yung first na pinakita niya. So yung ngayon, oo. Iba yung na-try ko mag-edit. But anyway, sige lang po, sir, titingnan ko po yung language niya and try to see kung ano po yung ano. Anyway, yung content naman po, sa'yo na lang. Ako yung
okay.
Yung Maranaw po, ma'am, Tamano, paki-check din.
Sige, ma'am. I'll try it, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan po.
Thank you po. Thank you, ma'am, Naima. So, okay. Do we have any more comments? Maybe si Ma'am Joy Camiging or if she's around? Ay, parang wala yata. Parang di ko yata naririnig si Ma'am Joy ngayon. Is she with us right now?
I'm just listening, sir.
Okay,
I'm just listening, Sir Randy.
Any comment?
As of now, wala pa, sir.
Okay. Okay. Meron pa po ba aside from them? Is there anyone who would like to share their opinions or their ideas on the story by Ma'am Jalila?
Baka meron po tayo sa Filipino lead principal, sir. Kaya specialization sa Filipino.
Sige po, hintayin po natin. Is Sir Troy here? I think he's the one who's managing he's the one managing. Yes, sir. Baka meron pong comments from our listeners from YouTube. Okay po, thank you. Okay. Sige, if there are no other comments right now, but You can really come in after I deliver my own comment. Okay, so the title of the story is Poso. Sorry kala ko nung muna talaga puso. Kala ko I will use heart of water. So this is about uh, I'd like to think this is an artesian well po ba? Pag sabing artesian well, ito yung binobomba. Tama po ba, Ma'am Jalila?
Opo, sir. Yan po.
Oo, artesian well to, no? But it's okay to address.
Water.
Oh, yung parang taas baba yung kamay mo and then water would pour out from it. Parang siyang peak.
Sir.
Tama.
Opo.
Okay, so it's very clear that we are having two main characters, the character of Alicia and the character of Arifa. And I think your approach is that you want to show that um, one kid can teach the other on how to observe proper body hygiene, or observe body hygiene, which is to show that one is responsible and the other is not. No? So actually, wala namang problema doon. Um, uh, yung yung second sentence, yung pulot ang buhok at may malusog na pangangatawan si Alicia, because you're writing for kinder, I suggest you write these details could be put in the visual narrative side. Have you seen, Ma'am Jalila, yung pinakita ko dati na ang pangalan nito? Pinakita ko nung nakaraan, I think day 3 na parang page plan, yung parang page manuscript, no? Na parang sa kaliwa may text, nandun yung text, sa kanan nandun yung magiging laman na illustration o artwork. Meron po ba kayo nun, Ma'am? Hello po?
Wala po, sir.
Sige, sir. Ma'am, ganito po. I think because it's hard for me to navigate between Teams and the browser. Even those who are, by the way, please add me on Facebook. Yung pong black and white and picture, wag po yung may color, kasi yung may color, max out na po talaga yun. Ang problema ko kasi, pag nag-a-add ako doon, may mga times kasi, mga friends ko na writers, or mga friends ko na mga ibang tao, nag-deactivate from Facebook, because alam nyo na, yung Facebook can be a very toxic place, especially when politics are being discussed, no? So for example, nag-aaway yung mga Dilawan, tsaka yung mga Duterte, mga DDS, nag-aaway sa Facebook ko. So they tend to deactivate kasi nagtatawag yung mga kabilang side. For example, yung talagang yung mga DDS nagtatawag ng tulong para i-cancel or i-block tong Dilawan. Yung Dilawan, ganun din ang ginagawa dun sa isa. So, tendency nag-deactivate temporarily. So, hindi po ako makapag-delete doon kasi baka magbigla ako nag-deactivate siya at nag-accept ako, biglang mag-activate siya, hindi na siya makabalik. Parang regularly kasama ko sa trabaho. I have very opinionated friends. You know, when you have writers around you, writers can be very highly opinionated people, and sometimes they don't care if their words can hurt other people kasi they think parang it's my right to freedom of expression. Anyway, so yun po, ma'am. Please add me on the Facebook with the black picture, the black and white picture. I look very handsome there. The photography was done by a very famous photographer in the Philippines, Jobel Lorenzo. Linakit ko ba yung photographer ko? But anyway, as I was saying, yun, tawag dito, add me there so that I created a Facebook group in which I could put in content that I can share with the group without being accused of ano tawag dito. Because I'll be sharing multimedia, like for example, paid YouTube videos or some of my files that I could share with you, like for example this page plan that you can get or access anytime or download anytime. ilalagay ko lang po doon sa video files. Yeah, then doon nyo po ipasok, no? And then for after that, I suggest to the LR team to permanize this Google Drive folder kasi po yan na rin po kayo mag-upload ng mga dyan nyo po ma-check kung sino po yung nagpasa, tsaka dyan nyo rin pwede na rin i-upload po yung mga stories that you can put in your portal, no? Parang incubation area siya ng mga ideas ng mga teachers, no? So that the teachers who participated in the seminar can actually put in their output here. And if they are finalized, it is very accessible for the other teachers to also get them and use them for lessons, no? So yeah, okay. I suggest muna siguro after this, no, and I would give Ma'am Jalila access to the Facebook and to all of you who added me on the Randy Garlito second Facebook page.
Ring na po tayo, sir. Na-add na kita.
Yes po. I think nag-message. Nakita ko nga kahapon yata. Ano? So, I'll add you later. Anyway, so yun po sa page plan, merong side po noon na doon nyo po tawag ko doon tapon. Pero yung talaga tapon, doon nyo po ilalagay yung visual description. Kasi like for example, yung kulot ng buhok at may malusog na pangangatawan si Arisha, that is the sentence if parang ipapabasa to sa bata, napakahirap basahin ng word na pangangatawan kung grade 1 ang babasa. Malalagutan siya ng hininga pag binasa niya yung pangangatawan. Tayong adults, okay lang. Or grade 6, kayang basahin to. Pero yung grade 1, na nagbabagal pa lang magbasa, na pinoproseso pa lang yung movies at paraan ng pagkakasulat na nakikita nila. So, bato natin sa kanan nito, mama. Ganun din, lagyan na rin natin ng description si Arifa. No? Ay, meron pala sa baba. Anyway, so ganun po. No? Pero dahil merong Arisha at Arifa dito, pwedeng, ito, first line, no? May dalawang batang magkaibigan. Sina Arisha po, kasi dalawang tao to. Sina Arisha at Arifa. Tapos sa side na yon, meron ng visual description kagad ng dalawang bata. Tapos yun, ilagay nyo na doon. Kulot si Arisha, malusog ang pangangatawan. Tapos yung kabila siguro si Arifa na payat, manipis ang buhok at payat ang pangangatawan. So parang ganun po, no? Lagay doon sa kabila. Tapos ma'am, yes. Yun. So as I was saying, the next text, yung text spread, which is i-describe yung gustong-gustong gawin ni Arisha, no? Ni Arisha. I-describe yung gustong-gustong gawin ni Arisha, which is to mahilig siyang maligo, no? Mahilig, sabihin na natin, ito pwede to. Gawin niyang maligo habang nililinis ang katawan sa poso ng tubig, okay? Or pwede rin unahin natin yung if you want to emphasize the role of the poso or the artesian well. Oo. May poso ng tubig sa saan ba usually to? Communal to, di ba? Maraming, parang buong barangay may-ari, gano'n. Parang sa kanilang barangay o sa kanilang sitio, kung saan sila nakatira, may isang poso ng tubig. Gustong-gustong maligo ni Arisha, o naliligo si Arisha araw-araw sa posong yun. Gustong-gusto niya maligo sa tubig, parang. Tapos pinapakita doon na siya ay naliligo, happy taking a bath, gano'n. So, umagang kay ganda. Naku, parang palabas sa ABS to, di ba? Ito yung morning show nila. Palitan natin ng konti, ma'am. Maraming away sa'yo na mga maka-GMA. Hindi, charing lang. Kay gandang umaga na lang siguro. Kasi parang dating, parang paying homage to program. Oo, kasi So, kay gandang umaga, hindi ani ni Arisha, or wika ni na lang, wika ni Arisha, or sabi ni Arisha. Yung ani ni, wala po yun. Yung ani kasi, either sabihin natin Ani Arisha, kaya lang ano po yun eh, archaic Tagalog tong Ani na to eh. Kaya pag may gumagamit dito sa, may pinapa-edit sa akin, tapos nabasa ko to, parang ano siya, parang nakakagulo kasi parang Ani is harvest, di ba? Parang Ani ni Arisha. So, sabihin na lang natin, sabi ni Arisha, na masayang pumupunta sa poso ng tubig para maligo. Parang intentional yung dating ng pumunta, no? Na masayang naliligo sa poso ng tubig. Yun na lang siguro. Or siguro ang gawin niyo, ma'am, gawin natin mas creative, no? Sabon-sabon. Di ba naalala niyo yung binasa kong libro, yung Ako Ay May Titi? Di ba? Yung bata doon, di-describe yung process ng paliligo. Yung parang sabon-sabon, hugas-hugas, shampoo-shampoo. Pagkatapos, mabango na. O, di ba? Dapat ganun po yung words, no? Pag kinder yung pagkakasulat, huwag masyadong formal yung Tagalog, no? Kasi pag pinormal natin yung Tagalog, ang tendency niya napaka-stiff. Parang pag binasa ng bata, hindi natural sabihin. Tulad yung umagang kay ganda. Parang ano siya, napaka-stiff ng parang tumutula.
Sir Randy, di po ba pag ano kasi pag nasa kindergarten meron po tayong tinuturo sa mga bata na tamang ekspresyon, polite expressions. Mas maganda na po yung ang gagamitin niya is yung tinuturo nating magandang umaga, magandang hapon, yung mga ganun po na expression. Kasi kasali din po yun sa learning competency eh.
Ayan, wala namang problema yung gamit ng mga magandang umaga, magandang tanghali kasi wala naman tayong ibang paraan to say yung greetings na yun, kundi magandang umaga. Tsaka yun naman talaga yung form of greeting. Ito kasi ma'am, hindi siya form of greeting. Ang tawag po dito ay ang tawag dito sa, yung sinabi kong term na umagang tay ganda, ano siya, parang this is an expression of somebody na, ang tawag mo doon, interjection. Yung parang, ay, wow, parang ganun po ibig sabihin ito, yung umagang kay ganda. Kaya lang ma'am, ang tanong ko nga sa inyo pag nagsalita ba, nakarinig ka na ba ng bata na nagsalita ng umagang kay ganda? Ako'y tuwang-tuwa, ako'y maliligo sa posong maganda. Di ba parang walang bata nagsasalita ng gano'n? Parang siguro di ba parang, tandaan niyo ma'am, basahin niyo ma'am yung column ni Hanaro Goho sa Liwayway. No? Bibigay ko sa inyo yung link doon sa Facebook group na ginawa ko. Pag nagsusulat ng mga kwentong pambata, isipin niyo na kayo ay bata din. No? So come to a place where you are a child and you imagine yourself as the child. Kasi ang tendency ng writers, even among the professional ones, when they are writing, they think the adult is more correct than the bata. No, pag ganun po tayo mag-isip, what we are trying to do is we drown out the kid from the story. It's our adult ego that is mamayani, no? We are dictating what adults want to do. So nag-gatekeep tayo ng di oras pero hindi natin isinasaalang-alang yung paraan ng pag-iisip ng bata, no? For example, the reason why I was trying to say, rather than saying umagang kay ganda, sabi na lang niya sabi ko nga, rather than say it, just do it. Kasi unang-una, umagang kay ganda, sino kausap ni Arisha dito? Sarili ba niya? Meron ba siyang kinakausap na ibang tao? Kaya kailangan talaga, importanteng ipakita nung writer yung visual narrative. No? Kunwari, sinabing magandang umaga, pwedeng maganda yan, no? Magandang umaga. Pwede nga, ma'am, ang suggestion ko, yung Maranao na term, no? Rather than, even if Tagalog yung text, nakalagay doon kung ano po yung magandang umaga sa Maranao language. Tapos, binabati ni Arisha yung mga taong nakapila doon sa poso o kaya gumagamit din ng poso na kasabay niya kasi maaring communal tong poso, may naliligo sa tabi, mayroong naglalaba, may naghuhugas ng plato. Tama po ba, no? So parang ganun na na-imagine ko dito Pwedeng niya gamitin yun, yung magandang umaga kasi there's no other way to say good morning but magandang umaga. Oo. Pag naman sinabi natin, for example, mama, Yung good morning is fine. Pero for example, if this were written in English, tapos the kid is a 4 or 5 year old saying, a pleasant morning to all of you. Di ba parang, ha? Ano ba ang salita yung bata? A pleasant morning to all of you. Para siyang para siyang dukesa, para siyang prinsesa na nagka-curtsy, nagbabaw siya tapos parang I find it very ridiculous, no? Parang there's a 5-year-old very prim and proper. I have never seen a kid that's a prim. Even yung mga prinsipe at prinsesa, yung mga anak nila Prince William at Prince Kate Middleton, 'di ba? Yung parang you don't see them very curtsy na parang Queen Elizabeth, no? Si bata nga sila. So, well, parang sa fairy tales lang yata nangyayari yun na yung mga prinsesa nagka-curtsy na parang na parang very prim and proper na, oh, let's go, drink tea. Parang ganon. No, parang napaka-stupid nung dating ng bata na sobrang strictly and stiff na gumagamit ng formal language, no? Ayun, so, because I was brought into that place again, teachers na who are writing, always consider the situation whether it's proper to use formal written English, okay, yung functional English that is used in the office or that is used properly for written correspondence. Kasi pag formal written English yan, natural na stiff yan, no? But there's also like we call formal spoken English. Pag sabi natin formal spoken English, for example, if you are reading a speech, formal spoken English yun, no? Tapos meron din tinatawag na informal or casual written English. Example yun, hey y'all, how are you? Yon, informal yun or casual English yun. Ngayon, sa literature or sa dialogue sa script or even acceptable po yun kasi ganun paraan nagsasalita yung characters. For example, yung rapper, hindi naman yan magsasalita na I am going to tell you a rap that is important to me. Hindi yan gagano, no? Instead, sasabihin niya yung kanyang fast-paced na maraming daglat-daglat na Yung nga, sabi ko nga, paano ba nagsasalita yung isang rapper? Hindi siya nagsasalita ng ganun. Informal or casual yung pagsasalita niya. Parang, hey y'all bro, how you doing bro? Ganon, di ba? Hey sis, or hey squirrel friend, gaganyan, di ba? Yung ganun yung usapan ng casually ng mga tao ngayon. No? So, always ibagay yung situation with the language. So, there are different kinds of functions. No? Is this formal written? Is it formal spoken? And usually formal spoken is derived from formal written. No? Is it casual informal English or is it casual? There's also slang, di ba? Yung bro, gano'n, no? Yung work, girl, gano'n. Ano yan, di ba? Parang informal yan, no? Very slang siya, no? So, but nevertheless, it doesn't mean that if it's slang, it means it's less respectable, no? So, let's try to write the language according to how a 5-year-old thinks. So, for example, without trying to set aside the proper decency and respect that should be taught our children, no? So, yun. I hope I was able to express that very clearly. Next, so si Arifa, ang kanyang kaibigan, maputi at mahabang buhok, ngunit may katamarang maligo. This part of the may katamarang maligo, may nalaktawan pala ako, sorry. Habang papunta siya, nakita niya si Arifa. Tinawag niya ito. Tanggalin na yun, yung part na yun, habang papunta siya, nakita niya si Arifa. Oo. Si Arifa, diretso na kagad, si Arifa ay maputi at mahaba ang buhok. Ngunit, hindi niya hilig maligo. Bakit ayaw ko yung word na may katamaran maligo? Kasi parang when we use the word tamad, automatic negative yun. So while we are saying that Arisha does not like, but we do not want to accuse her of katamaran. Kasi she may be masipag in many ways, but when we say katamarang maligo, it connotes that she's Kasi ang tamad kasi is hindi naman siya selectively tamad. Wala naman taong selectively tamad. Yung mahilig akong kumain pero tamad akong maghugas ng plato. Ibig sabihin na nun, ang katamaran is encompassing. Tamad ka talaga. Whether kumain, whether matulog. Ngayon, yung sinasabi natin na mahilig kumain pero tamad maghugas ng pinggan, or mahilig magpaganda pero tamad maligo, actually, the proper way to articulate that is say, hindi siya mahilig maligo. Parang ang tawag doon, you question the impact of the word, no, rather than saying it's starkly na tamad. You can say hindi siya mahilig. Hindi siya mahilig maligo. So yun. At the same time, create a picture of Arisha, very pale, very flat-haired, and pale complexion, and maybe the clothes that she's wearing look very dirty because maybe kung hindi ka mahilig maligo or tamad kang maligo, most probably tamad ka rin magpalit ng damit. Diba? So you just put it yun. Kumbaga, let's try to make the vision clear. The high contrast between Arisha, who is very clean, and Arifa, who is not very keen on hygiene. No? So yun, no? So one day, while taking a shower, o habang naliligo siya, nakita ni Arisha si Arifa. Tara, Arifa. O yun, yung halika maligo tayo. Napaka-formal no? Parang matandang, parang sinasapian ng masamang espiritu, ng matandang espiritu, sorry. Parang sinasapian ng matanda si Arisha. Kung nagsasalta siya ng halika maligo tayo. Usually magsasalta ang bata, tara, maligo tayo. O maligo tayo, ganun. Arifa, halika rito, maligo tayo. Yun. Pwede halika rito, pero yung halika, maligo tayo. Nagets niyo yung point ko? Na parang siya, masyadong stiff yung language. Let's soften the stiffness kasi this is a kid talking. No? So, Arifa, maligo, halika, maligo tayo. Ayun, i-add na lang doon. Tara, ligo tayo, ganun. Tapos, close the quote. Then, next line. Ayoko. Tanggalin yung tinatamad ako. Alam natin, ayaw niyang maligo. So, ayoko. Sabi ni Arifa. Yun. Itong description, lagi na sa vision narrative. So, isang araw, habang pumapasok, nakita ni Arisha si Arifa na naglalakad mag-isa. Hindi na kailangan i-describe yung malungkot. Bato nyo kagad doon. Papakita sa vision narrative. Makikita ang malungkot na mukha ni Arisha. Yun. Tapos, Arisha, anong nangyari? Ba't naglalakad ka mag-isa? Yun ang magandang tanong. Anong nangyari? Bakit ka nag-iisang naglalakad? Papunta sa eskwela? Ay, yun na yun. Alam nila, automatic eh. Siguro habang papasok, sabi nga niya, di ba? Arisha, bakit nag-iisa ka lang? Tapos, nasagot ni Arisha dito, hindi bakit ka malungkot kasi obviously malungkot na yung mukha. Sabihin niya, Arisha, bakit ka nag-iisa? Tapos sasagot si Arisha na, kasi walang gustong sumabay sa akin sa paglakad. Sagot ni Arifa, kaamoy ko raw ang usali sa daan. Tapos merong visual image sa right, no, na parang tinatawanan kunwari ng mga bata si Arisha, tapos tinatakpan nila yung ilong nila. So, may kita nila may lumilipad na langaw sa tabi ni Arifa. Ganon, no? Tapos, ayun, bakit hindi ka ba naligo? Yun, dapat, ganon yung proseso, dahan-dahanin yung tension. No? Bakit hindi ka pa ba naligo? Tanong ni Arisha. Tapos, umiling na lang. Yun, rather than say, hindi. Umiling si Arifa. Tapos magtanong uli si Arisha, ano ang ayaw mo sa paliligo? Ang sarap-sarap kayang maligo. Tapos, sasagot si Alicia, kasi sa tuwing naliligo ako sa poso, nangingilabot ako pag dumadapo yung tubig sa balat ko. Di ba normally ganun yung mga bata kaya ayaw maligo nilalamig sila. Lalo na kung malamig ang tubig at galing sa poso, natural malamig ang tubig niya, no? So, kasi tapos pag naliligo ako, nilalamig ako. Or kinikilabutan ako. Di ba ganun yung mga bata pag pinaligo, biglang umiiyak kasi kinikilabutan sila dahil yung pag dumapo sa ulo, yung lamig o kaya sa likod, iba parang manginginig sila, yung parang tapos very uncomfortable yon sa bata, no? Yung bigla silang malamigan. Kaya ginagawa ng ng mga magulang sa mga batang ay naliligo sa cold water, nag-iinit ng tubig, di ba? Tapos ngayon, kasi pag dumadapo yung tubig sa ulo ko, parang naninigas ako. Pag dumadapo yung tubig sa likod ko, parang maiihi ako sa lamig. Parang gano'n, dapat gano'n yung description natin, ano? Tapos, natatawa si Arisha, ganun ba? Oo. Naku, may paraan dyan. Dati, ganyan din ako dati na, na pinikilabutan ako pag naliligo ako o kaya nararamdaman ko ang nginig pag dumadapo sa akin ng tubig. Ganun. Tapos, halika, sige, bukas sabay tayong maligo at turuan kita kung paano gagawin mo. Yun, so, next day, so, sabay sila, may dala-dala silang sabon, tuwalya, shampoo, yun, so, yung nandun silang dalawa sa poso, halika tuturuan kita, ganito ang paraan para hindi ka lamigin. Ang una mong gawin, basain mo yung paa mo, tapos basain mo yung mga hita mo, tapos basain mo yung tiyan mo, tapos dahan-dahan, para hindi malamigan ng likod mo, dahan-dahan kang gumamit ng bimpo, basain mo ito at lagyan mo ng sabon, ikuskus mo yun sa katawan mo yun. Tapos, susunod naman, sabunan mo rin ang iyong muka. O, basain mo ang iyong muka at sabunan mo ito. Tapos, ang gawin mo, dahan-dahan kang magbuhos sa ulo. O, di dahil malamig na, nabasa na, nag-acclimatize na yung tubig sa katawan, meaning naka-adapt na yung katawan ni Arifa doon sa tubig, ulo yung ihuhuli. Tapos sa uli, pagdating sa huli, ay sa dulo, malamig pa ba yung tubig? Hindi nagaano. Oo, masarap palang maligo nang hindi ka nagugulantang o nagugulat o nangingilabot. Yun. O yun, tapos, sabunan mo na yung shampoo, pabulain mo yung sabon o gusto nyo yung traditional na guguan mo yung buhok mo. So yun, tapos ang mangyari, yun, so parang habang tinuturo ito ni Arisha, maganda na sabay sila pinapakita yon, no, sa visual tsaka sa text, no? So habang tinuturuan niya siya, sabay nila itong ginagawa, no? So ngayon, climax, Risha, kumusta ang pakiramdam ng paliligo? Masaya palang maligo nang hindi ka nilalamig. Ganun. At ang sarap sa pakiramdam ng bagong ligo. Ganyan. So, habang sila ay nagpupunas ng tuwalya ng kanilang ulo at buhok at katawan. Ganun. Tapos, dumaan kunwari yung mga kaklase o yung mga kaklase nila, no? Uy, naliligo pala kayo. Arifa, ang bango-bango mo na, hindi ka na nilalangaw o hindi ka na amoy pusali. Tapos, nagtawanan siya. Tapos si Arifa nakitawa rin. Sabi niya, oo, mula ngayon, hindi niya ako tutuksing mabaho, gano'n, no? Hindi niya ako tutuksing amoy basurahan, o amoy isda, gano'n, no? Tapos, nagtawanan sila. Tapos, kami rin maliligo na, tapos na pala kayo, o kami naman, gano'n. End the story. Yun. Tapos ganun, di ba? So, I think this is how I could imagine the story flowing, no? Again, let's try to positivize. You try to positivize you try to positivize the act of taking a bath, especially if this is a communal bathing area, no? Um, so yun yung nakikita ko na how we could improve on the story. Um, but the flow is there, no? I think the intention is there. It's the clear, I just wanted that it not be on the poso, because of course the poso is an important fixture in the story, no? Pero not become the all in all, parang the highlight, because in the title you say poso ng tubig, pero here it's actually about Arifa being afraid of taking a bath, or Arifa does not like to take a bath. So kailangan i-rationalize natin yun, ano? Huwag natin na sasabihin kagad na siya ay tamad maligo. May reason kung bakit tinatamad ang batang maligo. Kasi nga dahil nilalamig siya sa tubig, no? O ayaw niya yung pakiramdam. Kasi kung ang paliligo, kunwari, kung ang poso ay may warm water, parang shower, no? Meron siyang provision, meron siyang heater na pagpihit mo lalabas maligamgam na tubig, ay masasarapan ng batang maligo kasi hindi siya mangingilabo. Okay? I think that's my take on the story. If there are any other suggestions from the other speaker, from the other attendees or participants, so that we could finally give the floor to Ma'am Jalila. Ay, sorry, naka-off pala yung camera ko.
Thank you, sir.
Yes po.
Story tayo, sir.
Sir, ano pa nga yung, sir, yung mas magandang title po, sir?
Ako, if you're going to ask me, I'll say parang gawin nating bida dito si Arifa. Although bida rin naman si Arisha dito. Parang takot maligo si Arifa. Yun na yung title. Takot sa tubig si Arifa. Parang ganun, no? Parang yun yung highlight eh. Kaya ayaw niyang maligo at kaya siya nangangamoy kasi ayaw niyang maligo. Ayaw niyang maligo kasi nilalamig siya. Diba?
Sir,
Sa
pwede, sir, ang batang takot maligo. Pwede po yun.
Pwede. Si Arifa, ang batang takot maligo. O ang batang ayaw maligo. Kaya lang, ayaw, negative. No? Ang batang takot maligo na lang.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Ayun, solve yung title. Maganda na yung title na yun. No? It's a giveaway at the same time. It does not, hindi ka nililigaw, no? Kasi dito parang naliligaw ako eh. Parang may kilala. Kala ko yung poso ng tubig dito nung una ay kwento na ng isang mahiwagang poso na may lumalabas na may lumalabas na genie. Charing lang. So, siya, magical poso siya. So yan. Ayun, tapos gawin nating positive yung communal bathing kasi ngayon, although I don't know if there are children in many parts of your neighborhoods na naliligo openly sa poso, pero kung meron man, normal yun, di ba? What's wrong with it? No? You just have to properly cover your private parts para hindi nila makita, di ba? Pero kung bata ito, di ba?
Hello po, Sir Andy.
Hello po.
Hello, Connie here. Connie po.
Ay, Ma'am Connie. Yes po, Ma'am Connie.
Yun po. Isa lang siguro ang another input po natin sa participants ngayon that parang realization din po na in story writing, there's no such thing as fixed title. It's just like writing a dissertation or parang action research na there's instances na yung title nila is maiiba o ma-change, mapapalitan, depende po sa magiging result ng evaluation at saka enhancement. So kaya po yung mga teachers natin na aspiring story writers, wag pong malungkot or wag pong mabahala kung hindi po makapag-isip ng title. Siguro po mas importante yung concept, yung content ng story. Kasi po yung title parang po, bigla na lang lalabas yan as the story goes sa pagsusulat nila. I don't know if I'm correct, sir, but yun po parang nakikita ko for this, for the last evaluation that you made po sa story ni si Ma'am Jalila ba yun?
Opo, yes po, ma'am. Opo. Ayun po. So actually, yeah, this everything is a work in progress po dito, gaya ng sabi ni Ma'am Connie, no? So, anyway, my suggestions are just the way I see them, kasi ako naman, the reason why I am invited is because of how I imagine my stories, and I'd like to share the experience of me sharing that to you, no? So, and me being your coach in this 5-day thing, no? A 5-day webinar. So, yeah, at the end of it, kayo po talaga mag-decision. Pero ako kasi, the reason why I am sometimes very passionate about my reactions with you, and of course, I am trying to tame down my inner bitch. Sorry to use the term. I'm trying to tame down my inner bitch because normally if you are a journalist, you have to have a very callous skin for criticism, no? So I can take in all the punches. So sometimes with my writers, I'm also like that sometimes, no? Like for example, my friend who is asking me to check. I mean, this guy is like has written more books than me, pero nagpapacheck siya sa akin ng kwento niya. And he would always adhere to what I say, not because he thinks I'm better, but because he thinks my suggestions will work, no? So yes, as I was saying earlier, parang I want you to be as creative as possible, to imagine your story not just as a lesson. Kasi if we all think that we have to create a story out of the need to reinforce a lesson because it is the requirement of DepEd, all our stories will be dull and uninteresting, and it would sound teachy-preachy. And it's very hard for a teacher to not become teachy-preachy. Ako nga, bilang speaker niyo, teachy-preachy ako sa inyo. Diba? Pero what I do is whenever I write a story, I pull out of that teachy-preachiness. I pull out of being my editor. Because my inner editor is telling me to become teachy-preachy in criticism, in coaching, in delegation. So I'm always in that mode lagi, no? I am that tough father or mother to you sa pagganito, sa criticism. But yun nga, as I am saying, because many of you, I understand, are first-time writers, I don't want to sound very, I don't want to sound like I am dressing you down, no? Pero yun nga, as I was saying, yun nga, the stories, these are just works in progress, no? The only thing that will make this final if it is put into book form or printed and it's being read by many people. And in fact, even if it's already printed, the moment somebody sees a mistake that needs to be addressed, kailangan pa rin siyang palitan. No? So all written words are written in progress, and even in the title. It's just that in my opinion here, the title could be put into something more interesting. Because if we title the story Poso ng Tubig, it is very uninteresting. And it's not necessarily the star of the show. Diba? Kasi sasabihin ng bata, Poso ng Tubig, ano ngayon? Ano ngayon? Para saan yun? Bakit Poso ng Tubig? Tapos pag nangyari ngayon, you will have to deal with the idea of explaining yourself. Bakit Poso po ng Tubig ito? Kasi kaya ang title ng story ay Poso ng Tubig kasi ito ay nangyari sa Poso ng Tubig. To which another kid will say, ano ngayon? Ano ngayon? Mag-explain ka naman, hindi kasi ang poso nito ang nagpabago sa buhay ni Arifa na dating ayaw malito. Nasasabihin naman ng bata, Paano yun? Paano nangyari? Kung nakita niyo ma'am, ang tendency nagkaroon ng red tape dun sa story niyo. Kasi nangyari, nilagyan niyo ng mga barrier. Yung barrier na yun usually is the drive or the tendency to take this story as a lesson plan, which is not this should not be the case. This should never be the case when you are writing a story. Kasi the moment you treat this as a lesson plan, in which, di ba ang lesson plan, magdidictate, meron kayo doon. Objectives, ito dapat masunod. After this, kailangan ma-tick yung box na yan, yung bucket list natin, ma-tick yan. Oh, and then pagdating sa implementation ng lesson, sasabihin nyo, okay, kids will read this part 1 to page 1 to page 32. And then you will get the reaction. And then these are the following positive reactions. These are the following negative reactions. And then you say, okay, we only approve of the following positive reactions. Hindi po ganun yung pagbabasa ng kwento. Iba po yung pagsulat ng lesson plan, iba yung pagsusulat ng materials for teaching sa pagkukwento. Okay? So, itong story natin, we don't want it to sound like what people read in textbooks. Diba? Aminin natin, the textbooks that sometimes we read are the most unimaginative things in the world. They are dull, they are not creative, and it's because many writers don't want to get their books published in a textbook. Because many textbook authors take their work without asking permission. Sometimes they rename the work after them. So yon. Ngayon tingnan niyo ma'am, yung nakita niyo, di ba, ang hirap ang struggle ng kayo na yung gumagawa ng lessons in the new normal because the textbook is eliminated and then you create all these modules. Technically, yan po yung textbook. And since wala kayo nung, of course, not all of you had the proper training to write that. And it's an art to create a lesson on that. No? That's why even in the US, it takes them 10 years to replace a textbook. Bakit po? Kasi the textbooks they create, they have to be planned very well from page 1 to to the last page. Every story they put in there should be not only be informative but also creatively done. And of course, given the limited resources and time of our teachers, you cannot do that. And of course, the limitations then. Because, for example, you're a teacher of PE, di ba? Tapos bigla kang pinagsulat ng modules. Ano tuturo yung PE? PE nga yun, di ba? Patalon-talonin mo sa webcam yung bata. Patakbuhin mo, patsadingin mo ba? Mga ganun po. Parang nangyayari, it creates an unnecessary and a silly exercise in class implementation. And that is why we suffer a lot in our performance. And we're not going to blame anyone. It's the way the system that is teaching us to become mediocre kasi kailangan i-meet natin ng deadline. So di baling kahit pangit, basta mag-comply. Ganun ang mindset natin sa gobyerno, no? Di baling pangit and mediocre basta maka-comply. Kaysa hindi ma-submit. Yun ang problema. Kaya nga dapat when we create dapat naging 10 steps ahead si DepEd Central, no? The problem of our government being every 6 years, tapos magkakalaban pa yung previous government, present government thing, no? na nagde-deviate sila dun sa magandang nagawa ng isa. So yun. So sa US, alam nyo ba, ang mga textbooks nila or lessons nila, they've already actually prepared online lessons even before the idea of quarantine. Parang sa kanila more of parang pang long distance learning itong mga ibang lessons. Pero sa atin, in-implement natin, marami sa atin nahihirapan. Nakawawa ang teacher na pinagod ang utak na hindi alam ang gagawin sa paggawa ng lesson. And now, they're being made to create stories, no? And but all we want is for these stories to turn out really well, no? So ayun po. I hope Ma'am Jalila takes note of my suggestions because there are not too many people who wanted to give suggestions. So, Ma'am Jalila, is there anything that you want to say?
Salamat lang. Na-noted na yung lahat ng sinabi mo, sir. Salamat.
Yes po. Ma'am, sana po maipasok natin yung mga suggestions ko kasi
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
your story has this gem in it, ano, yung parang nakikita ko yung diamond dito sa iyong story, ano po, na natatakpan pa lang ng mga bato,
Yes,
naliligawan
sir.
pa siya. And of course, as we see the diamond, we also need to want to put it as a gem. So we try to chip out the things that are unnecessary or that hinders it from shining well, no? But anyway, I congratulate Ma'am Jalila on writing this story. This is an important lesson on hygiene, no, and how we teach hygiene using uh, by being good examples or being exemplars of this lesson. Anyway, thank you, Ma'am Jalila. Let's give a virtual clap for Ma'am.
Sir, thank you so much.
Okay po. Okay. So let's go, Ma'am Joy. Let's go to another lesson.
Okay, sir. Next presenter, sir, si Ma'am Heidi.
Okay po. Yes, so the story is in English. I understand, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, I'll read na lang the story from my end. So, okay, the reward of Kiko. Kiko is a farmer. He, su- is, he supported his family through his harvests. Every Saturday, Kiko harvested vegetables and sold to the market. He also planted corn that he is going to harvest every after 3 months. One morning, Kiko went to his farm happily because it is a harvest time for his corn. But he got surprised upon looking at his corn farm, all corn gone. He thought that somebody harvested his corn during nighttime. He went home exasperated. He told his family of what had happened to their corn farm. They were sad then. Kiko told to his family that he will that that, that, that he will that he will be going to plant corn again, or that he is going to plant corn again. But he decided to stay in the farm when it's almost harvest time. Shortly after a month, Kiko planted corn and he also built a small nipa house near his farm. 2 months later, Kiko started to sleep in the farm to watch the corn. So one night, Kiko heard noises coming from his corn farm. He stood up and walked silently to his corn farm. He heard whoopings and he got shocked because there were a troop of monkeys on his farm. He ran back to his small house because some monkeys saw him and ran up. He pretended to be dead because he was so afraid of them. Oh my god, okay. He know, he know, he noticed that they seemed talking. He laid still until he was lifted up by many monkeys. He passed out when he heard something talking. Said, "We'll bring him to a safe place, because this man gave us food to eat." When he woke up, he was all alone and he slowly opened his eyes. He saw that he was laying at the gold bars. He took gold bars, and went home. He became rich. Okay. Wow. Okay. This is a very strange story. Uh, um, okay. Uh, I'll just give a few general comments on this one. Okay. First of all, I would like the writer to be consistent with the verb tenses. Kasi yung present tense, then the sentence became past tense, then past tense, and then past tense, and then became present tense. So, pwede sigurong there was once a farmer named Kiko. Kiko is a farmer who planted corn, who planted vegetables and corn in his field. Yun. Second, there's not too many dialogues here. In fact, there is no dialogue. So remember my lesson on Wednesday, last Wednesday. Dialogues are the soul of a story. It's the really of the characters talking. How to put dialogue. So, uh, well, of course, I also said that actions speak louder than words. But in this case, we also need dialogues because the narration is parang so limited because we are all only seeing what is happening to Kiko. We don't know what is going on in his mind. We don't know why he thinks a certain way. We don't know why or what he plans to do. Parang it's a very static thing. Kiko found out that all his corn was gone. Okay, so another thing to correct on would be the word corn farm. I think what Ma'am Heidi is saying is that he was surprised that upon seeing his cornfield po, FIELD. You're talking about the land where the corn is planted. So field po ito, like rice fields. We don't call them rice farms, but rice fields po. Kasi thought that somebody harvested this corn during the night time. He went home successfully. Ayun, maybe if we could if we could hear Kiko speak through a dialogue or even a monologue. Pero definitely, ano, mabuti pa yung unggoy dito nakapagsalita pero si Kiko hindi. Okay. Can you scroll down, ma'am, a bit? Ayun, no, parang, and also you have to break your paragraph. The paragraph is, parang this is just one big paragraph where everything is happening. Now, normally, the appearance of text indicates how things are going. So, hindi lang sa simpleng word. Sometimes the appearance also gives it a bit of a meaning. So here, when you write or you lump all your sentences into one very long paragraph, what I see here, and especially when you type it, it's like it's course justified, no? So the way I see it, it's like a wall, and it's preventing me from climbing it because it's a wall of text, di ba? Parang haba, 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 haba. And so yeah, as I was saying, yun nga, break the story into parts. Remember, yeah, later on if you add me, i-upload ko po doon, doon sa files folder nitong FB group, yung mga materials. Maybe not immediately, maybe after our webinar, so that you could have it use that to divide the pages into uh, into frames, the 12 to 15 frames, and then what else? I think that I'll be very honest na lang siguro with this. I think the story uh, spent too much time on what Kiko is doing and finding out what the problem is because just the way it was written. Parang I think I wanted the writer to already consider the problem from the very beginning. Parang Kiko had a problem with his farm. Even if he planted a lot of corn, and they all bloom, he would wake up suddenly to a morning where we found all his corn gone. All the ears of corn that were gone. And then maybe he thought there was a thief, and that the thief are the ones responsible for stealing all this corn. No? So maybe he was thinking this was a human thief. So one day he built a house, or he decided to move his family to the farm where they could see well what is happening. But normally farmers live very near their fields. So yun, parang and then one night, as people watched from the darkness of the night, he saw what seemed to be like a troop of creatures with walking on their two legs and speaking like and speaking aloud. he was so shocked because these were monkeys that are speaking this language. Um, and then the monkey said, magsalita na, gawin natin animated the monkey. Uh, the, uh, the tallest monkey there, who seemed to be the leader of the group, said, hurry up, they might see us. And then there goes Kiko, Kiko, who had a chance to, parang masukol ba nila, to catch them, no? He says, stop, what are you doing? Why are you stealing my corn? And then the, the leader monkey tries to run away, but Kiko was able to grab him by the neck. And then, you seem to be the leader of the group. Tell them to stop running away. So the monkey let out a scream like that. Tapos, that made all the monkeys stop. So then he starts asking, why are you stealing my corn? I did not do anything bad to you. Of course, the monkey would defend himself. Let's allow the monkey to talk. And then he was shocked because they were really talking. We are not ordinary monkeys. We are actually maybe spiritual, magical monkeys, or the spirits of your dead ancestors that look like monkeys, but probably you won't agree. So yun na lang. We live from a different place. We speak this because we are magical creatures. Um, and we had a famine in our land, or in our dimension, because they are magical. And suddenly we could no longer grow the food that we need to eat, so we have to steal your corn because that's the only thing we can eat. Sorry for doing that, blah blah blah. In other words, you have to justify why these monkeys are stealing. Hindi lang basta yung nangyari dito. Parang inatake pa ng monkey yung tao, tapos nilagay siya sa bundok. Parang sa akin, what? Parang what moment sa akin, ano? Anyway, so, and I also am not fond, or I'm not happy with the ending where the monkeys, parang sila pa yung mabait, parang sa akin. Let's, let's not harm him, he's a friend, he helped us, blah, blah, blah. Ganun. Parang dating napaka-teachy-preachy ni monkey, samantala magnanakaw siya. Nanakaw sila. So, parang let's just say, yun nga, nag-apologize si monkey because they are forced to do so. And then Kiko, realizing how sincere the monkeys are and serious their situation is. Okay, since you are not ordinary monkeys, it's okay that I forgive you for what you've done, but in return, I'd like to ask you something. Is it okay? Sure, ganun. I need to plant more corn um, because of a reason, maybe because a famine is coming and I need to plant a lot of corn for the rainy days or for the times of trouble. Can you help me plant? Can you help me plant my cornfield so that it could make a lot of corn ears that I can also share with all of you? And then sabi ng mga sure. So yun, so suddenly, nangyari ngayon, parang Kiko started working with the farm with the monkeys. And that the monkeys easily, parang kumbaga, it gave Kiko an easier time to farm because he had the monkeys to share the work with him. So it was a healthy and friendly arrangement between them. And then the result was that when the corn plants grew, the ears of corn were big and shiny and golden, and they were fat, and like there were corn plants that had as many as 10 ears of corn. Ganon. So when the corns ripened, the monkeys, the monkeys helped Kiko harvest them, carry them in sacks and sold them to the market. And Kiko's magical corn, hindi naman magical. Kiko's corn became popular because they were sweeter and they were juicier, and even the animals enjoyed eating the corn even when these corn are dry. Somebody made popcorn from the corn that grew on Kiko's farm, and from that Kiko made money. And at the same time, the monkeys, the magical monkeys, are also happy because um, they are also reaping the benefits of helping Kiko, because now they're no longer even if that there is no longer famine in their kingdom or in their magical land. Uh, they also realize the value of planting their own corn rather than stealing. Ganun. And so sometimes ito yung nakita kong ending. Sometimes the ano the sometimes the monkeys led by their ruler, si Maching, their leader Maching, dropped by the field uh, of Kiko where he is waiting for them, and they are having picnic, where Kiko prepared vegetables, and uh, the magical monkeys are roasting corn. Parang mga ganun, no? Parang ang ending, parang this is a very happy ending for everyone without trying to become punitive, no, or punishing, rather than punish the monkeys for stealing food, or the monkeys feeling guilty so they give him gold. Ano yun eh, Deus Ex Machina po yung gold eh, yung paggamit ng ginto. Kasi ano po siya, parang sa akin, it's a, yun nga, it's a shortcut when you use gold to compensate for what you've stolen. No, you earn, if you get punished or you get if you want to earn the respect of who you stole from, you have to work with him and tell him you have to trust me again, so I'll help you do what you're trying to do. Okay, so that is how I see the story of Ma'am Heidi. Um, there's so much potential in this. It's just that I wanted to see, uh, and because of me, this is me nitpicking, this is me na sinusuyod ko lahat ng detalye. Uh, please put dialogues, please choose a better title, and please cut your paragraphs into smaller paragraphs, like like what the others did. Because what happens is, if a reader, even if it's a kid, and I always put myself in the position of a child, if I see a text that is this thick, mabigat siyang tignan sa mata, it's justified, single space, it's very long. Normally, paragraphs, and this is what Adarna does. No? If they have stories where they have very long paragraphs, what they do is they cut the lines, sentences, especially for grade 1, para pag binasa ng bata, naka-ano na siya, naka-linya-linya siya. If you've seen some of my books, I hope you buy from me some of my books, no? They are available. So yun, parang if you see sometimes, depending on the publisher, but I prefer the style of Adarna in which they don't put them in paragraph form. Parang they put them in in clusters of sentences that are lined from the left aligned. So that ang reason daw doon, according sa kaibigan kong si Ani, who's my publisher in Adarna, is that children read much better the stories kapag they see one sentence after the other and not as part of a paragraph. So here you have to break your paragraphs, this long paragraph, into very short ones. Okay. Okay. So do you have any more questions? Pahabol na comments or suggestions? Mga teachers? or school heads or writers?
And so far, sir, okay lang.
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am Naima. It's nice to have you on board with us today, no? I actually I saw your message and I saw some of the books you've written. I'm very excited to see them. I think we should have like parang dish the works are written in the Maranao and other languages, not just the Maranao but other. We should see them in
Yes,
like a
sir.
public online platform where everyone can read it.
Na-inspired din ako, sir, sa ano mo. Ilang araw na rin na nakikinig sa'yo, sir. So, hopefully, very limited po kasi yung imagination ko because of the fact na we are very much ano po doon sa learning competency lang. We have to develop big books na nasa learning competency. So, medyo ano ako. But when it comes naman sa pag-aano ng culture namin, yun, nai-inject ko siya doon sa mga learning areas katulad nung sa MSEP, sa music, na yung mga instrument namin na mga Maranao, yun po makikita po ninyo doon sa Kalilang, sa Ranao. Oo. Ano na po yun na quality assured na po yun ng division namin. Pero sad to note po, yung language na ginamit ko doon, I mean, the orthography po ng Branao is different from what we have agreed ngayong bago lang na we should be using the schwa sound ng E. So, yun, mga kasama doon sa mga ano namin. So, hopefully, baka I would like to suggest din po kay Ma'am Vicoy yung sinasabi po ninyo na it's much better na meron kaming coordination with the Commission ng Wikang Pambansa para magkaroon ng recognition kung tama ba yung orthography na pag-usapan namin. Oo.
Yes.
Thank you po doon sa suggestion.
Yes, you're welcome, ma'am. If it's okay, ma'am, maybe with the permission then also, uh, uh, the LRM, the mother tongue supervisor, no? If during the seminar, did you come up with like a style book? Alam niyo po yun? Para yung manual na yun, yung manual of proper Maranao writing or para proper Maranao orthography, parang ganun.
Meron po kaming na-download from the LRMDS ng DepEd po. Gunanao sa kapamatia. Let me see po. Mamatiyatano, gunanao sa kipang doon ko ba sa Amranao. This is, ano na po siya sa DepEd po, national po, sa LRMDS namin. So, ano po siya, bali, mga kasama ng mga references ko, yung sa dictionary din po, meron din po kaming Branao Dictionary. Pero sad to note, it was written way back 1919 something. At saka, it was written by an American with a Maranao, ano siya. So, nung napag-usapan po namin during the webinar, dun po nag-agree kami na ito yung gagamitin natin para meron tayong unified orthography, and then yun nga po, na-inspired, magsulat sana kami ng manual. Meron din po akong digital copy ng masinop na pagsulat, manual sa masinop na pagsulat. I tried to give it already to my co-members sa Ranao group namin sa MTBMLE. Yeah, thank you po talaga. Ang dami po naming natutunan sa inyo.
Yes. Thank you very much, ma'am. No? Oo. Actually, ganito po yun. Yun nga po, no? Let's try to share the materials that we have. By the way, I remember that Vibal also published, if you're familiar with this, I think I'll share this with you. Kaya lang, this is commercially sold, no? Vibal developed like a series of what we call Dictionario Katon. Are you familiar with that, ma'am? Dictionario Katon is like, Katon kasi is like a phrase book or something. Naalala niyo nun yung phrase book na, meron yung binibenta sa mga bata na maninipis siya, tapos aso, baso, K, dahil wala pang sinod, K, kaso, parang ganun, tapos nakalagay doon, si Ador ay may aso, ang aso ay mataba. Yung mga ganun. So parang ano po yan, tawag po doon ay katon, no? It's actually an ancient, hindi ba ancient, historical teaching manual na ginamit ng mga praile, ng mga paring Espanyol sa pagtuturo sa mga lalaki noon. So they call it katon. But now, the word katon simply is like a phrase book. And Bibal created what we call like Dictionario Katon, no? And I remember my friend who is the editor of this series, she also included tawag dito like how do you call this? Amaranaw Katon, Dictionario Katon. This is also part of this. I'll ask her if it is still available.
Para may I'll be glad to buy, sir, kung merong available. Kasi po talagang yun ang kulang sa amin. But with our previous po na seminar na katatapos lang namin, actually we were trying to come up with, yun yung sinabi ninyo, sir, na mga phrase cards, sentence cards, and then meron kaming stories sa bawat letra ng aming orthography. So yun yung po yung output namin sa webinar na yon. So hopefully ma-refine po namin yon, and we will be able to come up with basic words po para sa aming mga children sa lower grades. Kasi po pang key stage 1 po ito, kinder to grade 3 lang.
Tama po. Thank you very much, ma'am, no, sa idea, no. Actually I was able to tawag dito, yeah, maybe ano, no, if this is available, I'll ask my friend, and then I think you added me on Facebook already, no? So,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Actually meron nga parang available pa yata yung tumingin ako sa phone ko because I was asking kanina pa yung friend ko na meron ba kayong, kasi nakita ko meron silang ginawa aside from the other, Philippine languages like Bicol, Ilocano, Bisaya, sinubuan ng Bisaya nga yung term nila doon, Iligayno, etc. I also saw Bahasa Suk, which is the Tausug the language of the Tausug, Bahasa Suk, and Maranao. Then in fact, I asked her kung meron kayo ng diksyonaryo, yung malaking diksyonaryo ng Bibal sa Bahasa Suk. Sabi ko, meron ba kayo nung sa Maranao? And then they said, wala kasi nobody has come up with it yet. And normally, and this is my experience, I'm very much interested with language history and ethnolinguistics. No, I'm a fan and advocate of ethnolinguistics. Kadalasan dito sa history, sa case natin sa Philippines, ma'am, alam nyo kung sino ang nagdo-document ng ating language? It's the foreigners.
Foreigners. Yes, sir. Yun ang nakita ko, sir. That is why I wanted to do something about it. Ito yung one way, sir, yung pagsusulat ng big books, kasi parang hindi masyadong kailangan ng maraming kasi basic lang man din yung kailangan, kasi yung sa mga bata lang sa kinder to grade 3. Pero yun nga, sir, we realized that it's not for the children only na kailangan din ng tulong, kailangan din ng mga teachers kasi nahihirapan din silang magturo ng aming language. Especially, nakikita nila na, iba yung spelling ni ganito kaysa sa spelling ko. So, that is why, actually, I learned from my research na it's not mali, no? It's not mali. The truth of the matter is that there are different ways of writing the language. That is why you have to come up within your area ng orthography talaga na sa inyo, kasi iba-iba naman talaga yung languages natin. It differs from community to community. But even if iba-iba kami community within the Division of Lanao del Norte, kailangan pa rin talaga naming magkaroon ng unified orthography para kahit na magkaiba lang ng konti yung mga words, meron pa rin unity among our spelling, among our orthography. And alhamdulillah naman po, nagawa po namin yan last time with our speakers lang naman din sa aming division, na nag-agree kami together na yun. Nagkaroon kami ng 4 lang instead of 5. na vowels, ginawa na lang namin na 4 para hindi na ma-confuse ang mga teachers. Pero hanggang doon lang po sa ngayon, sir. Yung mga naka-attend lang po sa webinar at saka yung mga speakers sa ngayon ang may alam pa. So hindi pa ito nakascale doon sa kwan. That is, I was very happy with your ngayon, platform ngayon kasi nga mas marami yung nakakarinig at nanonood sa inyo ngayon. Kaya so happy po for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I'd like to add on that, no? So, when you said that, because of the variations of the language, remember, we should not think that Maranao is a language spoken by a small minority, because the moment what rose here is that Maranao is spoken differently in different parts, not only in Lanao del Norte, but probably in different towns in Lanao del Norte. And
Sir,
probably,
meron po yan sa Malaysia, sir. Meron po doong place na Maranao din po. Meron silang mga language pareho sa amin, sir. It's because nga po yung location ng Mindanao na dun sa ng Malaysia. Yun po, doon ko nalaman na meron din po palang nagsasalita ng Maranao. Pero it differs din. There are certain words lang na pare-pareho kami.
Yes. And also, yun nga po, we have, tama kayo, no? I also agree that has to be unified. That's why it's really hard to create a dictionary. Alam nyo, even yung Tagalog dictionary, yung pinapakita ko kahapon na UP Dictionary yung Filipino, it took years even for ang laki-laki na ang dami-dami gumagamit ng Filipino, ang laki-laki rin ng effort to produce that, and yet, of course, because of the politics na, yun nga, yung inconsistency with the agreement of whether to use Filipinos or Filipinas, etc. Yun po yung nagiging setback sa atin. Wala tayong masyadong unity kasi there's a tendency of assertion, of which is dominant, etc. So maganda nga po yung i-unify kasi ma'am, alam ko, Maranao is not only spoken in the Lanao provinces, no? I think it can be spoken in the Zamboanga Peninsula where there's a Muslim population. Maybe of the migrants from Lanao, and then there's also Maguindanao. I don't know if they also speak a different form of Paranao. Tama po ba?
Iba din po yung language nila, sir. Merong Tausug, may Maguindanaon.
May Maguindanao. Oo. So parang ganun po. No? So kailangan talaga, parang ang laki ma'am ng atas sa ating mga educators. No?
Oo, sir. Sana po matulungan nyo kami because kahit lang po magawa namin is for a children's dictionary na lang po siguro magagawa namin sa division. Then with the manual for the teachers na pwede nilang gamitin, a guide in using the Maranao orthography.
Yes, ma'am. Opo. I'll try to I'll update you regarding the Dictionaryo Katon, which I think you will find very useful in your policy creation of the standardized orthography, no? Of the teaching Maranao as a mother tongue based language education, no? So ma'am, thank you very much. It's a very fruitful thing, and of course, because of that, it's not only about we discover the language, but we also discover the wisdom of the stories that are being taught us here, no? Because normally, and this is, I think, the tendency of short-sightedness by us here in Manila, who think that we are the empire, that therefore the capital of the empire is the one making policy, So we should. I think this is a good thing. I'll try to coordinate with my friend who is with KWF. If, for example, maybe they could set up with the division. That also includes na rin siguro the ones in the Filipino division, Filipino EPS, si Ma'am Connie, and then even in the English about the policy making of standardized Maranao, and even the Bisaya, kasi ang nangyayari pala, even the Binisaya in Lanao or in many parts of Mindanao are definitely different from the Cebuano of the Imperial Cebu naman or Imperial Davao. Kasi iba, parang nangyari, nagkakaroon ng parang sino ang mas dapat sundin, yung mga taga Cebu ba o mga taga Davao ba o mga taga Cagayan de Oro ba? So parang ano, no, parang dominance ng parang labanan din, no. In fact nga, nakakatawa kasi even sa Tagalog, and this is what I just realized now, no, that now that I am editing Liwayway, which is the oldest literary magazine in the Philippines, no, na ano na sa Davao and Cotabato, they speak Tagalog. Surprisingly, I thought they speak Bisaya in the area, no, because this is Mindanao, and predominantly the migrants, the settlers, the tawag ng friend ko doon is settler, or Colono is the Bisaya. And surprisingly, they use Tagalog, but the Tagalog is very different from the kind of Tagalog that is spoken in Manila. It is peppered with Hiligaynon, peppered with Bisaya. So for example, yung mga natural phrases that occur in Cebuano appear also in their Tagalog. And but the syntax is there, no? Malinaw yung syntax. I suggest, ma'am, that you check out yung website namin, yung liwayway.ph, because we have columns there. We have columns by our experts in literature and our social issues on social, and then we also have an educator, Sir Professor Pat Villafuerte of Philippine Normal University, who is also dedicating a column on effective reading or effective teaching for our teachers. So anyway, oh my God, nag-overtime na naman tayo as always. But ma'am, thank you very much, Ma'am Naima. I think I'll be talking to you more often. I'll be coordinating with you kasi and Ma'am Connie about that idea of, standardizing the Maranao in your division.
Yes, sir.
I'll definitely pass this concern to my friend who is with KWF po. Thank you very much, Mr. Naima.
Thank you din po. Thank you din.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Naima.
Sir Jam, it's your time to shine.
Anyways, thank you so much, Ma'am Naima and Sir Randy, no? Parang naging dalawa yung speaker namin sa araw na ito. Grabe yung natutunan namin. As in, yung nakinig talaga kami. Yung iba hindi na nag-pray sa Friday dahil nakinig talaga, sir. Yung mga Muslim sisters and brothers natin na nakaantabay sa YouTube. So, thank you so much po ulit. So, mamaya po, we will be reading another four more na stories po na i-share sa atin mamaya. So, I think magla-lunch po muna tayo and then balik po tayo mamaya, sir. Okay lang po ba?
Yes po, opo. And hopefully my Microsoft Teams would not fool with me around. Kasi nakaka-stress, kaya lipat-lipat ako tapos mamaya narinig ko pag sinigla ko sa phone, i-echo and all that. So
Kaya
parang nahihilo ko. Anyway po, thank you very much, sir.
Sige pa.
Let's all take our lunches now so that we could come back at around what time, Sir Jam? Connie?
Mga 1 po, sir. Exactly 1 po.
Sige po, opo, para makapag-lunch tayo ng mabilis.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Randy.
I'll just mute my camera, mute my mic.
Happy lunch time!
Happy lunch. Anyway, sa mga viewers po natin from YouTube, please don't forget to log in and fill out the form for your attendance. So that will close mamayang 2:00 po. So please don't forget to fill out the attendance form. So, ayan po. And then for those na hindi pa nakasubmit ng kanilang mga manuscript stories, you still have time to submit po. Ayan. So, later, may mga questions na i-address po natin mamayang hapon. So, happy lunch, everyone. See you this afternoon.
Face in your face. If you with it, drop it.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Before we will start our afternoon session, we'll have to project the animated learning resource from the story of Norjana.
Ready for the afternoon session po, ma'am.
Makita ra, ma'am?
Manood, makinig,
Tatlong unggoy din na siya, ma'am. Tatlong unggoy. Sunod na Norjana.
may ating kwento ng bayan ko.
Ang video na ito ay ginawa para sa mga mag-aaral sa kindergarten. Inaasahan na sa pamamagitan nito, matututunan ng mga mag-aaral ang kahalagahan ng pagkakaroon ng kamalayan sa damdamin ng iba. Ginawa rin ang video na ito upang malinang ang kakayahan ng mga mag-aaral
Sir Miles, di na makita.
Okay, ma'am. Ako
ito, matututunan ng mga mag-aaral ang kahalagahan ng pagkakaroon ng kamalayan sa damdamin ng iba. Ginawa rin ang saging ang dalawang unggoy na sina Amoyong at Miyong. Nanlumo at nilungkot sina Amoyong at Miyong sa pagmula ng unggoy habang tawa
na, ma'am?
sabay takbo
Yes, sir. Salamat kayo.
Naiinis na sigaw ni Miyong sa papalikod
ng bayan ko.
siya ni Amoyong. Ang video na ito ay ginawa para sa mga mag-aaral sa kindergarten. Inaasahan na matututunan ng mga paliwanag ni Amoy. Ng kwento ni Amoyong.
Hayaan mo, Miyong. Kakausapin natin siya na tigilan na ang ganong klaseng biro.
Dagdag paliwanag ni Amoyong sa kaibigan. Umakyat pabalik sa itaas ng puno ang dalawa. Napangiti sila nang malamang hindi naman pala talaga dinala ni Oyong ang ibang
Kaban ng mga kwento ng bayan ko ay mula sa anim ng Bureau of Learning Resources at ng mga Learning Resources Management Section ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon. Manood, makinig, at matuto.
Manood, makinig, matuto. Manood, makinig at matuto. May aral natin ang kwento ng bayan ko.
Ang video na ito ay ginawa para sa mga mag-aaral sa kindergarten. Inaasahan na sa pamamagitan nito, matututunan ng mga mag-aral ang kahalagahan ng pagkakaroon ng kamalayan sa damdamin ng iba. Ginawa rin ang video na ito upang malinang ang kakayahan ng mga mag-aaral sa kindergarten na makinig ng kwento ng may pangunawa. Ito ay pagmamay-ari ng Departamento ng Edukasyon, kaya hindi ito maaaring ibenta. Isang araw, nakakita ang tatlong unggoy na sina Amoyong, Miyong at Oyong ng mga hinog na saging. Kinain nila ang mga ito sa itaas ng puno.
Ang sarap-sarap talagang kainin ng prutas na saging.
Sambit ni Amoyong, nangiting-ngiti sa tuwa.
Oo nga, Amoyong. Maswerte tayo at nakita natin ang mga ito.
Sagot ni Miyong, sabay lambitin sa puno.
Talagang masarap. Kaya akin na itong natitirang saging.
Sambit ni Oyong, sabay biglang tulak kay Amoyong. Nagulat si Miyong sa ginawa ni Oyong kay Amoyong. Kaya, dali-dali siyang bumaba at inakay ito patayo.
Bakit mo yun ginawa, Oyong?
Tanong nito. Hindi sumagot si Oyong. Bagkus, bumaba rin ito ng puno at pinagbabato ng saging ang dalawang unggoy na sina Amoyong at Miyong. Nanlumo at nalungkot sina Amoyong at Miyong sa ginawa ni Oyong, habang tawa naman ito ng tawa, sabay takbo papalayo.
Hoy, Oyong! Bumalik ka rito!
Naiinis na sigaw ni Miyong sa papalayong kaibigan. Nalungkot naman ang nasaktan na si Amoyong. Dahil sa inis, ay pinulot ni Miyong ang mga saging upang batuhin sana si Oyong. Subalit, pinigilan siya ni Amoyong.
Huwag, Miyong. Masama ang gumanti. Labag iyan sa utos ng Diyos. Kailangan marunong tayong magpatawad.
Paliwanag ni Amoyong.
Pero tinulak ka niya, Amoyong.
Giit ni Miyong.
Kilala nating mapagbiro si Oyong. Makikita mo, mamaya lang ay babalik na iyon at hihingi ng tawad.
Saad ni Amoyong.
Hayaan mo, Miyong. Kakausapin natin siya na tigilan na ang ganong klaseng biro.
Dagdag paliwanag ni Amoyong sa kaibigan. Umakyat pabalik sa itaas ng puno ang dalawa. Napangiti sila nang malamang hindi naman pala talaga dinala ni Oyong ang ibang saging.
Ang kaban ng mga kwento ng bayan ko ay mula sa amin ng Bureau of Learning Resources at
Manood, makinig, matuto. Manood, makinig at matuto. May aral natin ang kwento ng bayan ko.
Magandang araw mga bata! Ako nga pala si Teacher Jivan Troy, S. Ascendencia, mula sa Dalama Integrated School ng Schools Division of Lanao del Norte. Ngayong araw, ibabahagi ko ang isang kwentong pambata patungkol sa isang tatay na may katangi-tanging taglay na kasipagan, kabutihan, at higit sa lahat, pagmamalasakit sa kalikasan at tiyak kung ating mapupulutan ng gintong aral. Ito ay isang kwentong pinamagatang Si Tatay Waldo na isinulat ni Teacher Mary Ann M. Gabatan ng Schools Division of Lanao del Norte at iginuhit ni Dan Michael M. Taladwa. Si Tatay Waldo. Handa na ba kayo makinig mga bata? Siya si Tatay Waldo. Tuwing umaga, siya ay naglilinis ng pakuran. Masipag na asawa si Tatay Waldo. Hindi siya namimili ng kahit anong trabaho. Isang araw, nagsibak ng panggatong si Tatay Waldo. Laking gulat niya nang hindi tablan ng itak ang sinibak na kahoy. Mapurol na pala ang itak. Pumunta si Tatay Waldo sa kusina para maghanap ng magamit sa pagsibak. Nagulat siya sa nakitang matalim na palakol. Wane, kanino itong palakol? Tanong ni Tatay Waldo sa asawa na galing sa paglalaba. Bigay yan ni Paring Wani sa iyo. Sagot ni Nanay Waning. Ay, salamat. May bagong palakol na ako. Waning, ipaabot mo kay Paring Wani ang aking pasasalamat sa ibinigay niyang palakol. Sabi ni Tatay Waldo. Oo, Waldo. Sagot ni Nanay Waning. Mabuti at may magagamit na ako sa pagsisibak. Sabi ni Tatay Waldo. Mag-ingat ka sa paggamit ng palakol, Waldo. Sabi naman ni Nanay Waning bago magsampay ng mga nilabhang damit. Huwag kang mag-alala, Waning. Mag-iingat ako. Sabi ni Tatay Waldo. At nagsimula na siyang magsibak ng kahoy para ibenta bilang panggatong. Ilang sandali, dumating sa Aling Marisa. Tatay Waldo, nais kong bumili ng 8 pungkus na panggatong. Sambit ni Aling Marisa. Tamang-tama, Marisa. 8 pungkus na panggatong na itong nasibak ko. Sagot ni Tatay Waldo. Saan mo ba kinuha ang mga kahoy na iyan? Tanong ni Aling Marisa. Diyan lang sa tabi-tabi. Mga malaking sanga ng mga patay na puno ang kinukuha ko araw-araw. Paliwanag ni Tatay Waldo. Bakit ka nagtitiis sa mga patay na puno? Hindi ba maaaring putulin ang mga puno sa iyong bakuran? Tanong ng babae. Marisa, masama magputol ng mga puno. Magiging dahilan iyan ng pagbaka. Sabi ni Tatay Waldo. Nga pala, Tatay Waldo. Hangang-hanga ako sa mga sakit mo para sa ating kalikasan. Nahihiya tuloy ako sa mga sinabi ko. Saan ni Aling Marisa? Walang anuman. Ang mahalaga, alam mo na dapat talagaan ang ating kalikasan. Sagot ni Tatay Waldo. Heto nga pala ang bayad ko sa mga panggatong, Tatay Waldo. Sabi ni Aling Marisa, sabay abot ng pera. Bakit ang laki naman ito? Gulat na tanong ni Tatay Waldo. Masipag po kasi kayo, kaya tulong ko na rin iyang iba sa inyo. Sabi ni Aling Marisa. Tuwang-tuwa si Tatay Waldo sa natanggap na biyaya. Kaya pinuntahan niya ang asawang si Aling Waning na nagluluto sa kusina para ipagmalaki rito ang halagang kinita mula sa kanyang binentang mga panggatong. Mula noon, lalong naging masipag si Tatay Waldo. Pinagpatuloy niya ang pangangalaga sa kalikasan sa pamamagitan ng pagtatanim ng mga puno at halaman. At dito nagtatapos ang ating kwento. Hanggang sa muli, paalam!
Ang kaban ng mga kwento ng bayan ko ay mula sa amin ng Bureau of Learning Resources at ng mga Learning Resources Management Section ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon. Manood, makinig, at matuto.
ng bayan ko.
Magandang buhay! Kumusta ka? Ayos? Dahil ngayon, may bago naman tayong kwento. Ito ay tungkol ng isang tatay na mapagmahal, masipag, at maalaga sa kalikasan. Una sa lahat, ako nga pala si Ginoong Jefferson Hugh Aligsaw, guro sa Talisayan National High School, Division of Misamis Oriental Region 10. Kwentong ito ay isinulat ni Mary Ann M. Gabatan
Manood,
at
makinig, matuto. Manood, makinig at matuto. May aral na sigang kwento ng bayan ko.
Ang kwentong ito ay ginawa para sa unang baitang sa asignaturang Araling Panlipunan. Ito ay maaaring gamitin at gawing batayan ng mga mag-aaral sa pagpapakilala sa kanilang mga sarili at maipagmamalaki ang kanilang katangian. Sa tulong ng material na ito ay mas mawiwili ang mga mag-aaral na tuklasin ang kanilang pagkatao. Ito ay maaaring paramihin o baguhin ang lengguwahe, subalit kinakailangang maitala ang orihinal na pinanggalingan ng material. Ito ay pagmamay-ari ng Departamento ng Edukasyon, kaya hindi ito maaaring gamitin pang-komersyal o di kaya ay ibenta.
Ako si Jana, isang batang Muslima. Ako ay 6 na taong gulang. Noong ika-31 ng Marso, 2010, ako ay ipinanganak sa Maguindanao, Sultanaga de Mapuro, Lanao del Norte. Ang aking mga magulang ay sina Haji Ali at Haja Aliyah. Ako ay nasa unang baitang sa mababang paaralan ng Maguindanao. Nag-aaral ako ng mabuti, kaya lagi akong nangunguna sa klase. Ako ay masayahing bata at may maraming kaibigan. Mahilig akong magbasa ng mga aklat. Tumutulong ako sa paglilinis ng mga gamit sa bahay. Inaalagaan ko rin ang aking bunsong kapatid. Kapag walang pasok, siya ang aking kalaro. 5 beses akong nagdadasal sa loob ng isang araw. Natutunan ko ito mula sa aking mga magulang. Ako si Jana, isang batang Muslima. Ako ay mapagmahal sa aking kapwa at aking pamilya.
Ready na na. Ayun. All right, so I think we are going to start for the afternoon session because we still have four more stories to be read here. So, Mom Joy was the first teacher to present her story. And I think Sir Randy is already in the teams.
Yeah,
Si
hello.
Sir, si Sir Antolin, sir. Si Ma'am Antolin.
All right, let's welcome our first presenter from Kauswagan Central School, Kauswagan District, Ma'am Lizelle Antolin. Ma'am Lizelle.
Yes po. Hello, good afternoon everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon po Sir Randy. Hello po.
Hi, Ma'am Lizelle. Yes,
Yes
we
po.
can hear you po, ma'am.
Yes po.
Go.
Alin po unang babasahin ko po? Yung Visayan version?
Let's ask Sir Randy first, ma'am. Sir Randy.
Hello po, good afternoon ma'am. Ano po yung saan language niyo po ito unang naisulat? Is it in Tagalog or in Visaya?
In Tagalog po. Tapos, translate po in Visayan.
Okay po. Sige po yung Bisaya, yung Tagalog muna kasi yan yung una yung Sige po.
Okay po, basahin
Tagalog.
ko po sa screen. Susundan ko na lang yung scroll ng
Yes po, dahan-dahan lang po kasi binabasa ko na rin from here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Ito po yung kwento. Ako ang una. Ako ang unang maligo. Ako ang unang magsipilyo. Ito ang palaging naririnig ni Nanay Marta sa panganay niyang anak na si Milo. Sina Milo at Mila ang dalawang anak ni Nanay Marta. Sila ay mababait at masunurin na mga bata. Tinutulungan nila ang kanilang ina sa mga gawain sa bahay. Magkasundo ang dalawang magkapatid sa halos lahat ng bagay. Masaya sila habang naglilinis ng bahay. Masaya sila habang nag-aayos ng higaan. Masaya sila habang nagdidilig ng halaman. Masaya si Aling Marta na makitang magkasundo ang dalawa niyang anak. Ngunit, may kakaibang ugali na napansin si Aling Marta kay Milo. Bagamat masipag at masunuring ito, nais niya na siya ang laging nauuna. Ako ang unang magbihis. Ako ang unang kakain. Ako ang unang maglinis. Ganyan ang palaging salita ni Milo. Anak, maaari mo namang gawin ang mga bagay na hindi kailangan ikaw ang laging nauuna. Okay lang yan, anak. Payo ni Nanay Marta. Pero hindi pa rin nagbago ang ugali ni Milo. Naiinis ito kapag nauunahan siya ng kanyang kapatid. Minsan ay umiiyak pa ito sa galit. Isang araw, tinawag ni Nanay Marta ang magkapatid upang buhatin ang dala niyang prutas at gulay galing sa palengke. Sa pagnanais ni Milo na mauna sa paglapit sa ina, dali-dali siyang tumakbo palapit sa ina. Ako ang mauna, sigaw na malakas ni Milo habang mabilis na tumatakbo. Next, sir. Next po.
Ma'am Joy.
Scroll down po. Hindi ko po mabasa.
Wait lang po natin, mukhang naglalag din yung
Okay. question.
Ang presentation. John?
Scroll down po.
Parang nag-freeze yata yung screen ni Ma'am Mary Joy. Ay, Ma'am Lizelle,
Yes po.
ask ko lang, saan folder nakasave itong file na to?
Sa day 4 po, Cebuano, Abisaya.
Day 4, okay po. Stories
Day
presented, ano? Day 4, day 5?
Nag-upload po ako sa day 4.
Sa day 4. Cebuano, Bisaya, ano?
Yes po.
Okay. Ay, wait lang po. Blank po yung nandito sa folder. Saglit lang po. Baka nilagay nila sa day 5.
Okay.
Ako ang una, no? Sige. I'm seeing it from my ano. Tingnan ko kung ma-share from my side po,
Okay
I'll
po.
try from my end po, oo. Kasi baka nag-freeze yung screen. I'll just turn it into... Ay, sobrang laki, sorry. Wait lang. Nakikita na po? Nakikita na po, ma'am? Oo. Sige.
Dito na sa...
Ayan po. Teka lang.
Right po. Right side, hindi
Ayan
po.
po, nakikita na po? Ayan.
Dito na ako medyo ako ang mauna.
Yes po.
Natatakpan ng ano. Pass for up, down na lang po after.
Down na lang? Sige po.
Ayan. So, konti pa. Balik po, konti.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yan. Tama? Okay na po?
Ayan po. So, ako ang mauna. Sigaw na malakas nilot habang mabilis na tumatakbo. Ngunit hindi niya napansin ang balat ng saging na naiwan sa sahig. Naapakan niya ito. At agad siyang nahawakan ng ina. At hindi ito tuluyang bumagsak sa sahig. Kaya hindi ng sa kanyang ikinig. Patawarin niyo po ako, nanay. Nais ko lang na ako ang mauna. Nilo, ngayon alam mo na kung bakit kita pinagsasabihan. Hindi sa lahat ng oras at lugar, dapat ikaw ang mauna. Hayaan mo naman at saan ang pagnanais natin na mauna sa lahat ng buhay ay maaaring masakit sa'yo at sa iba. Wika ng ina. Mula noon, pinagbibigyan na niya ang kanyang kapatid na siya ang mauna sa ibang gawain. Hindi na ito nagagalit o umiiyak kapag nauunahan siya. Yan lang.
Okay po. Okay po, ma'am. Oo. Are you going to read the Tagalog? Ay, the Bisaya? Oo. Bisaya version?
Okay po. Pwede rin po.
Sige po, i-scroll down ko po. Ito po.
Ako ang una. Ako ang una maligo. Ako ang una mag-toothbrush. Mao kini ang kanunay na madungog ni Nanay Marta sa iyang anak nga si Milo. Sila Milo at Mila ang duha ka anak ni Nanay Marta. Mga buutan ug pugihan ng mga bata, sila Milo at ug Mila. Gitabangan nila ang ilang mama sa mga buluhaton sa balay. Next po, sir.
Okay, ay sorry. Sige. Magkasinabot.
Magkasinabot silang duha sa halos tanan nga mga butang. Malipayon sila nga manglimpyo sa balay. Malipayon sila na magbisbis sa mga tanom. Malipayon sila na manghipo sa ilang kama. Malipayon si Nanay Marta nga magtanaw sa duha niya ka anak. Pero adunay lahi nga batasan si Milo na nakita ni Nanay Marta. Gusto niya na siya ang kanunay mauna. Ako ang unang magkilis. Ako ang unang manglipyo. Ako ang unang mukaon. Ing-ana ang kanunay na mga pulong ni Milo. Anak, pwede man na dili sa tanang buluhaton na ikaw ang kinahanglang mauna. Okay lang na anak. Tambag ni Nanay Marta kay Milo. Pero wala gayud na usab ang batasan ni Milo. Masuko siya kung maunahan sa iyang igsuon. Usahay mo hilak pa kini sa iyang kalagot. Usa ka adlaw, nanawala. Scroll gamay, sir.
Ay, sorry.
Sa kaadlaw, gituwag ni Nanay Marta ang managsuon para kuhaon ang mga dala niyang niini na mga utanon o putas. Kay gusto man ni Milo na siya mauna, paspas kini nga mingdagan padulong sa iyang mama. Ako ang una. Gusto mapagsyagit ni Milo. Pero wala na bantayan ni Milo ang usa ka panit sa saging nga anaa sa salog. Iya kining natumban. Maayo na lang nadali siyang nakaptan sa kamot sa iyang mama. Sa iyang kahadlok, iyang gigakus ang iyang mama. Nangayo siya o pasaylo sa iyang liho. Pasaylo ako, ma. Gusto lang ko na mauna. Milo, karon kasabot na ka. Dili sa tanan panahon o lugar na ikaw ang mauna. Usahay ang pagkagusto nato na mauna makahatag og peligro sa imuha o sa uban. Ulong ni Nanay Marta. Tukad ni Adto, dili na siya masuko o muhilak kung dili siya ay wala. Answer ha.
Ay, sorry po.
Kung dili siya ang makauna. Yan lang po.
Okay.
Salamat.
Yes. Okay. Thank you po, ma'am. Okay. I'll turn off the share screen, share button. Okay.
Ito.
Yes. Participants, I want to hear more from you. I want to hear more from what you think of the story. But before I start, before they are start answering or commenting, is there like a lesson or a competency that is being addressed here or being used here, ma'am?
Ano po, kasi po na-observe ko po sa ilang mga bata ko po sa school noon, nung may face-to-face, na yung meron na silang attitude na feeling na gusto nilang mauna. Kahit na hindi naman particular sa klase, no? Kapag nag-uutos ako, nagmamadali sila na sila yung makaunang kumuha ng walis, sila yung ang pumila. Parang nakita ko rin po yan. At sa aking anak din po, napansin ko, ganyan din po siya. So, parang gusto niya siya mauna, maligo, ayun. So, hindi naman siguro competition, pero nasa feeling niya nga, parang mas, siya yung nasa mga bagay-bagay.
Oo. Have you, gusto kong malaman yung proseso, no? Kasi normally, because you are affected by it, I wanted to ask, for example, sabi mo, you observe this from your own child, no? Or from your own students. But now, yung pagkakataon ngayon is, dahil walang klase, so maybe you've asked your, you've asked your students your son or your child, kung bakit gusto niyo mauna. Ano yung sagot niya, ma'am?
Actually, parang naisip ko na nakuha niya yung idea na yun kasi, hindi pa school age yung anak ko na na-observe, 5 years old pa po siya. Kasi sa bahay namin po, naririnig niya kasi, ako na kasi sa husband namin, isa lang po yung bathroom, kaya minsan sabi ko, ako una, kasi both kami ay working po ito. Minsan naman siya na po yung sabi, ako una maligo, ako una magsipilyo, ganun. Parang naririnig niya siguro yon, kaya nakaka-capture ng anak ko na yung idea na, okay, ako yung kapatid din niya, na dapat siya yung mauna, hindi yung kapatid niya. Parang nakuha niya sa aming mag-asawa yun. Word na ako yung mauna.
Ayun. So naman nakita niyo, ma'am, parang I think na-discover natin yung na-discover natin yung rational.
Yes.
Bakit merong ganong attitude yung bata, and probably hindi lang dahil ito natural tendency ng mga estudyante ninyo, kundi parang feeling ko, yun nga, it starts at home din,
yes,
in which they are being treated to unahan, no? So, siguro kasi ang lumalabas, kung sino yung nauuna, at kung sino nagsabing sino ang dapat mauna, siya yung nagiging, siya yung usually person of authority. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Yun. So, so yun yung psychology.
Kasi yung palagi, ako una maligo ako una yung sibilyo, kasi siya yung naunang umalis ng bahay.
Yun, oo. So meron naman dahilan kung ikaw ang nauna, kasi for example, dahil pumapasok ka nga, ikaw ang dapat maunang gumamit sa banyo. Pero ang nangyayari kasi, normally sa mga bata, pag sabay-sabay kayong gumamit, gagamit ng CR, kakain, ang tendency is parang they see it as hindi na nakikita to bilang competition, but they as an assertion of who is in power.
Yes.
So, dahil kay ikaw ang masusunod, ikaw ang mauuna. So yun yung nangyayari. So ang nangyayari ngayon, yung mga bata parang they think na, sige nga, kasi hindi naman ako pwede mauna sa magulang ko kasi magagalit ang nanay ko, magagalit tatay ko, magagalit kuya ko. Lalo na kung bunso sila, so ang tendency ng bata, mag-a-assert yan sa ibang espasyo. Example, sa classroom o sa mga klase. Diba? Yung merong ganun, Example, mama, yung mga kaso ng mga panganay, diba? Yung merong children's book yung kaibigan ko si Hinaro Gohokos, na yung kanyang meron ng tawag sa story niya, bunso. Tapos para ang lamentation ng bunso, bakit si kuya laging bago ang gamit, tapos pag siya luma, bakit pag bago kay kuya, sa akin na yung lumang t-shirt, sa akin na yung lumang shorts. Parang may ganon. So parang parang role of position of power and privilege, no? So magandang ma-analyze mo 'yun, ma'am, pag inedit mo tong storya. Siguro doon mo laruin doon sa idea na siguro ang pinakamaganda niyan, ma'am, and this you can tie up with a competency, no? Yung lesson in math ito about ordinals. Alam mo yung ordinal numbers? Yung first, second, third, fourth. So, yun. Ang nangyari kasi, ma'am, nakikita ko lang na parang masa-stuck yung character mo kapag siya lang yung focus ng pagiging una. Kasi 'di ba sabi niya, una siya nakikipag-unahan siya, pero hindi malinaw kung kanino siya nakikipag-unahan. Parang hindi lang baseless, kaya lang hindi natin ma-sort out bakit ganun yun. Kaya nagtanong ako kung bakit siya nakikipagunahan. So maganda siguro, ma'am, i-situate mo yung si Milo sa isang pamilya kung saan siya yung laging nahuhuli.
Diba?
Sample, pagising sa umaga, nag-uunahan ang lahat ng tao sa banyo. Ako una, sabi ni Kuya, di ba? Sunod ako, sabi ni Ate. Pagkatapos ni Ate ako, sabi ni Dito. Tapos, pagdating kay Milo, bakit ako na naman ang huli? Kailangan kong pumasok ng umaga. Parang ganun, bakit ako na naman ang huli? Sabay, mukmok, parang grudge, parang big grudge. May grudge siya, no? May tampo siya or may himutok siya. Bakit ako na naman ang huli? Tapos pagdating doon, pag siya na maliliit, konti na lang yung tubig. Parang mga ganun. So parang meron siyang frustration na ganun, no? Sa pagkain, sa agahan, ganun din, no? Sabi ni Kuya, ako munang sasandok ng longganisa. Tapos sabi naman ni Ate, ako muna kukuha ng sasandok ng sinangag. Tapos sabi niya, ako muna iinom ng gatas. Tapos sasabihin na naman ni Milo, bakit ako naman nahuhuli? Ganyan. So, gawin mo ganun yung situation, ma'am. Parang ang problem, laging yung frustration ni Milo na nahuhuli siya. Tapos isang umaga, may ibang nangyari sa aming bahay. Parang channeling to, no? Kung familiar ka sa story ni Channeling, may ibang nangyari sa aming bahay. Isang araw, ang ginawa ni Milo, inunahan niya ang gising ng lahat ng tao. So, nung nag-ring yung alarm clock, nagpipila, ako muna, hindi pwede, nasa pinto na, hindi pwede, ako nauna, nasa na ako ng banyo, gano'n. Tapos, tinagalan ni Milo yung paliligo. Tapos, Milo, ano ba? Ang tagal-tagal mong maligo, ano bang ginagawa mo dyan? Ganito. So, yun, nag-aahangalan yung mga bata. Tapos, pagkain, dahil una siyang naligo, siya yung unang umupo sa agahan, no? Tawag dito, siya yung unang nakasandok ng pinakamasarap na scoop ng sinangag, siya yung unang nakakuha ng pinakamalaking longganisa, siya yung nakakuha ng pinakamalaking danggit, o siya rin yung unang nakainom ng bagong bukas na karton ng gatas, ganun. Siya rin yung nakakuha ng pinakamatamis at pinakamasarap na pinakamalaking mangga, mga ganun, no? Maganda yun yung aralan. Tapos ngayon, parang nagunahan sila, tapos parang bakit si Milong nauna? Ganito, so ganun. So yun, parang tapos ang mangyari niyan, parang sa bandang dulo, magkakaroon na lang sila ng compromise, no? Dapat sa ibang araw mauuna si Ate, mauuna si Kuya, pangalawa si Ate, sa susunod na araw si Ate naman. Sa pangatlong araw, si Dico naman. Sa pang-apat na araw, si Diche naman. Yung mga ganun po. Tapos dahil siya si Bunso, sa Friday siya. O kaya gusto nila, mas maganda, paunahin si Bunso. Diba? Paunahin si Bunso. Sige, paunahin na lang natin si Bunso. Basta ni Milo, bilisan ang pagligo, ganun. Sa pagkain, tawag dito, kunin mo yung gusto mo, pero ikaw ang una ring magligpit ng pinagkainan mo, hindi mo pwedeng iwan. Yung ganun parang to teach the kids how to be responsible if they go in first, no? Yun yung nakikita ko na this is a lesson in values education. May enforce yun, no? Na merong bigayan, importante yan yung bigayan sa family. So hindi nag-uunahan. Yun po yung nakikita kong solution, no? How to improve on this one. I think you will agree with me na this is a more entertaining story to write, di ba? Yeah. Kasi ma'am, yung tendency dun sa isa, di ba, nakikipagunahan si Milo, hindi natin alam ba't siya nakikipagunahan. At kung sino yung inuungusan niya, si Mila ba, yung nanay niya, hindi natin alam, no? Yes. Parang hindi natin explain well. Tapos dumating sa punto na para malaman niya yung lesson niya, kailangan muntik na siyang masaktan. Oo. Yun yung iniiwasan natin, mama. Yung ang tawag ko kasi doon, parang karma. Mare, yung sabi ko nga, yung batang ayaw maligo, sabi ng isa ayaw maligo, so ang karma niya, iniwasan siya. So, yung pag ganun po yung tendency, Lalo na, pero yun, medyo mild yun. Ang ayaw ko magparusa yung mga tipong dahil sa katakawan ng bata, binangungot siya, di ba? O kaya, dahil sa pagmamadali niya, siya ay nadulas at nadapa o siya ay nabagok ang ulo. Mga ganun, minsan may mga ganung klase na na endings na maaring lumabas, no? So pag ganun po yung ending, ang tendency, nire-reinforce natin sa mga tao na dahil sa ginawa mo, nakakarma ka. Di ba? Hindi naman sa ano, parang naniniwala rin naman ako sa karma, pero more on the positive karma. Like if you do something good, you will earn good. So better do something good because you will earn good, no? Na walang sapilitan kasi anong nangyayari pag yung lesson nga is nasaktan, ano yung tendency na ginagawa nating ending? Naninermo na yung mature character. Like in this case, the parent. So si nanay sabi, oh ayan, kasi nagmamadali ka eh. Ayan, buti nga sa'yo. So pag ganun, sa reality, nangyayari sa atin yun kasi tao lang naman tayo, ma'am eh. Oh ayan, kasi nakikipag-unan, nadulas tuloy. Alam mo nang gagawin mo susunod ganun tayo, di ba? Pero dito, parang pag ganun yung ending natin, parang ang tendency, ina-reinforce sa bata kasi ibang bata siya eh. Itong character na nakikita niya sa libro, ibang bata din. So ang nakikita niya, parang, ayan, buti nga sa'yo. Kasi bad ka eh, nakikipag-unahan ka lagi eh. So, yan, na-karma ka tuloy. Parang ganun yung suggestion ng ganung klaseng sermon, no? Na kapag may nangyari sa hindi maganda, yun ay dahil na-karma ka. Di ba? So hindi naman healthy yun, sa ating. Tsaka ano yun eh, parang karma is something that cannot be, that can only be proven spiritually rather than physically, no? So parang to blame it on karma, it is unfounded. So, kumbaga, if things happen, pero let's not attribute it na, kaya may bad na nangyari sa'yo kasi pinarusahan ka ng Diyos, kaya ka na karma. Ganon, no? So tanggalin natin yung ganong klaseng tendency to end our story, no? Kaya natuto yung bata kasi natuto siya dahil nanganib ang buhay niya o nasaktan siya. Parang ang tawag doon, lesson learned the hard way.
Yes.
And normally po, ito tinuturo namin sa mga writers workshop. Normally, nag-aano kami, what we call, when we teach lessons to kids, no? Of course, we all teach lessons. Pero, bilang mga children's book writers, hindi namin pinapagalitan kami. Diba? Diba pag ikaw, ma'am, pinapagalitan ka ng magulang mo, ano nararamdaman mo? Naiinis. Minsan pagtalikod ng nanay mo, lalo na kung nanay mo mabunganga, no? Lisel, ikaw na naman ang ginawa mo. Di ba pagtalikod ng nanay mo ng ginagawa mo, nagme-make face ka, gumagano?
Yes.
Diba? Gumaganon ka, nagme-make face ka, di ba? Kasi ayaw mo. So ibig sabihin nun, hindi positive sa'yo yung turo ng nanay mo, hindi ka natututo, lalo kung titigas pa yung ulo mo. Di ba? Kaya yun nga, may mga old ways tayo na nag-work noong unang panahon, pero ngayon hindi na kasi iba na yung circumstances ng panahon ngayon. Ang mga bata ngayon, mas assertive sila. Ang mga bata ngayon, dahil natututo sa school ng human rights, hindi mo pwedeng paluin. Dahil bawal, di ba? Kaya nga sabi, positive reinforcement nga lang daw. So kahit galit na galit ka na doon sa bata, o frustrated ka na sa bata, hindi mo, ni hawakan mo yung himulmul ng damit niya, hindi mo pwedeng gawin. Tama, di ba? So yun, no? Oo, so ako nakikita ko dito, our way of teaching our kids need not be in the form of a sermon or need not be in the form of a wake-up call. Kasi ang wake-up call para sa matatanda yan kasi mas matigas ang ulo ng matatanda kaysa sa mga bata. So totoo lang, no? Mas matigas ang ulo ng matatanda eh. So yun, kaya okay lang sa matanda na maka-experience ng mga buti nga sa'yo at wake up call. Pero sa bata, parang wag muna. Hayaan natin silang ma-experience muna yan at maproseso nila yung consequence of an act na. For example, if you do things this way, ito nangyayari, no? So ganito, no? Pero ano, maganda yung idea, no? Unang-una, pwede ito maging launchpad for lesson in ordinals, no? Una, pangalawa, pangatlo, pang-apat, huli, mga ganun po, no? So, pwedeng i-reverse, no? Yung huling pumasok, siya naman ang unang naligo, mga ganun. Tapos, values din, no? Yung element ng bigayan, element ng pagpapaubaya, di ba? So, ituro natin yun, lalo na dun sa mga characters ng mga kapatid ni Milo, di ba? Kasi parang para matanggal sa sistema ni Milo na laging siya yung nahuhuli dapat, kaya dapat siya makipagunahan, magkakaroon pagpapaubaya. At hindi lamang para kay Milo yung special treatment na yun, ano, o yung preferential treatment na yun, but for everyone. So, minsan si Milo bilang bunso, kailangan niya rin magpaubaya sa ibang kapatid niya, di ba? Kasi kuya, dapat nire-respeto, di ba? So, pag nakiusap si kuya, baka pwedeng mauna ako ngayon kasi ako ay kailangan makarating ng school ng maaga, mga ganun po, no? O yun, pwede rin i-extend nyo yun, no? Yung, 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 yung movement ng story. For example, mula sa pagligo, sa pagkain, sa paglakad, yung tipong, ako munang maunang tatawid sa kalye, papunta sa school. Tapos, bakit ako naman nahuli? Ganyan. So, laging, maganda yan, no? I-echo mo yun, yung repetition ng tendency na yun sa simula. Tapos sa bandang dulo, ang magiging rising climax dyan, yung isang araw biglang si Milo yung nauna sa lahat at na-frustrate sila. So, suddenly, naiintindihan ngayon ng mga kapatid niya kung bakit kailangan magbigayan, kailangan magpaubaya, ganun. So, yun, mas maganda yung ganung arrangement, no? We are teaching our children to act like mature adults. No? Okay. Pero all in all, I am delighted by the idea of, the idea of nilutang yung nakikipag-unahan yung mga bata kasi nga, those actions, when we tend to look at them first as mistakes, we think of children always doing something wrong. Which is why, ang tendency natin, nagagalit tayo. At nakikita, on the other hand, nakikita ng bata na pag nagagalit tayo sa ginagawa nila, iniisip nila, at lalo na kung nire-reinforce to, ano na naman yan, Milo, lagi ikaw na, ganyan, lagi ka nauuna. Ang tendency is that mag-a-assert siya ng sarili niyang defense. Mag-build siya ng sarili niyang defense wall. So, bakit? Ano masama sa ginawa ko? And if you don't process it well, yun nga, nagkakaroon ng defense wall yung bata na, bahala kayo dyan, basta ako mauna ko. So, yun. So, ngayon, pag siya nalalamangan sa bahay, ipoproject niya yan sa ibang spasyo. Which is sa school, which is sa mga kalaro, gano'n. So, yun po, nakikita ko na if you are going to prepare not only the storybook for this one, but also the lesson plan or like the rational, di ba meron kayo dyan yung objectives pag gumagawa kayong lesson plan, ito yung objectives nyo, di ba may ganun, no? So doon nilalagay na, tapos yung iba-ibang components, pwedeng gamitin yung lesson sa math, pwedeng gamitin yung lesson sa math or ordinal numbers, pwedeng gamitin yung lesson about sa values, which is pagpapaubaya, ganun-ganun, no? So this is a very promising thing. I just hope that you will be able to write this into a fully realized book. Katulad nung pinapakita kanina, sino po kaya nagpapalabas nung sa BLR, yung mga storybook, no? Yung iba kasi doon, ma'am, saksi ako sa creative process ng mga ibang libro doon dahil sila ay mga naging dati ko silang estudyante sa pagsulat ng kwentong pambata, tapos nanalo na rin sila sa storybook writing, no? So, sila yung mga una ko na webinar noon, like for example, yung sa Deped Puerto Princesa City, si Daniel, no, nag-grand prize yung isa niyang kwento sa grade 3, no? So, nasaksihan ko po yung story na yun sa yung from the creation to the revision. So, hopefully yun po, magawa rin natin yan sa inyong mga stories, no? Anyway, thank you very much, Miss Lizelle. Before I will give you first a virtual clap, and then I would like to hear from you your reaction to my comment or maybe a justification of the creative process by which you wrote this story. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, sir, sa napaka-constructive na mga na critics, no? Alam ko po malaking bagay po 'yon para ma-develop ko itong stories. Since before kasi gusto ko nang magsulat, pero wala lang talaga akong venue at saka chance na magsulat. So, I think na ngayon baka pwedeng i-develop sa base sa advice niyo po. Maraming salamat po at more ma-inspire pa po ako na pagandahin ang nasimulan ko po at ng mga iba pong nag-attend nito. Yan lang po, sir.
Nakamute ka po, Sir Rand.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before we go to the next story, maybe are there any comments on this particular story? Reactions from the other participants? Wala na po ba?
Sir, yung ano lang sir, hindi consistent yung mga indention every paragraph. Dapat pagka naka-indent lahat na every new paragraph.
Okay po, okay po.
Tapos spacing din sa ano niya, spacing sa dapat after the word there must be no space in between sa punctuation mark.
Okay po.
Sir Randy, pwede lang po.
Panote lang po yung mga yung mga typographical corrections na mention ni Ma'am Joy Camiging. Thank you, Ma'am Joy.
Sir Randy.
Yes po, ma'am.
Ano lang po, Sir Randy, gusto ko pong malaman kung yung kasi po na-imagine ko paano siya illustrate in a book, no. So yung first page, ibig sabihin po ba yung tatlong linyang ito, yung ako ang unang maligo, ako ang unang magsisipilyo, ito ang palaging naririnig ni Nanay Marta sa panganay niyang anak na si Milo. Isang page po yan, di ba? Kung i-illustrate.
Yes
o
po.
Kailangan pong bawat linya isang illustration.
Depende po, ma'am. Kasi for example, if this is written for a much younger audience, syempre kung mas maiksi ang text, less than 100 words, okay lang po, line by line, katulad nung kwento ko, yung maanghang na salita, ma'am. Nakita niyo yung story. Oo, I don't know. Nakita niyo naman po yata nung day one. I'll just get another example. For example, this book, the story is like one line.
Yes.
Kasi maiksi lang talaga siya. And this is because it is meant to be read by somebody very young, no?
Oo. Yes, sir. Kasi po sa amin po, I'm always in the key stage 1 po, kinder to grade 3 po, yung ko kasi forte ko kumbaga. Meron po kasi ako mga illustrator na mga pamangkin. So whenever I have a story, I make sure na yung isang linya ko, kumbaga, is equivalent to 1 page. So when I write the story, ganun po yung ko by page. Pero by looking at the story po na ako ang una, gusto ko po sanang ma-imagine, ganun po ba yon? Yung tatlong linya, pwede po ba yan sa isang page para yung pag-illustrate niya is naman po, kasya naman, kumbaga, yung thought naman is kasya doon sa page na yon. Alam niyo po, nag-gets niyo? Para hindi ko masyadong gusto sabihin.
Like for example, I think what you want to do is how do you divide the story in such a way that each cluster of sentences or paragraphs can already signify a very clear visual imagery or visual narrative for the story. Kaya nga yung pinost ko po na yung pinost ko no Wednesday, which I will share with the FB group later on after our webinar. I will add many of you, no? So I encourage you to add me on Randy Garlitos the second later on, so that you will be able to download that file kasi ngayon po hindi ako maka-access sa ibang browsers, baka mag-freeze na naman yung screen ko, so faithful lang muna ako kay Microsoft Team. Mukhang possessive tong si Microsoft Team sa memory ng laptop ko, so dito lang ako muna. So anyway, ganito po yun. Ganito po yun. For example, if this is written na very short and text, kunwari, concept lang of una, ako ang unang maligo, ako ang unang magsipilyo, ako ang unang magdasal, ako ang unang tutulong, ako ang unang, kunwari, ako si Una. Ako si Una dahil una akong nagigising sa umaga. Yun, pwede yun, no? Hindi pa necessarily the story has to have that, sabi ko nga may mga stories na hindi kinakailangan ng obvious conflict. Meron ng tinatawag nating projection, and this might go also as a form of a possible revision on the part of Ma'am Lisel, no? Ma'am Lisel, makinig ka dito, ha? Example, rather than concentrate on may nangyari kay Una ay yung doon sa si Milo, ako ang pangalan, ako naisip ko isang possible revision dito. Ako si Una. Ako si Una ang pangalan ko. Tuwing umaga, ako ang unang-unang gumigising. Ako rin ang unang-unang naliligo. Ako ang unang-unang kumakain. Ako rin ang unang-unang lumalabas sa aming bahay. Ako ang unang-unang nakakarating sa paaralan. Ako ang unang-unang nagbubukas ng pinto ng aming classroom. Ako ang unang-unang nagtataas ng kamay. Ako ang unang-unang nakakapagpasa ng aking homework. Ako rin ang unang-unang pumupunta sa kantina para kumain ng recess. Tapos, siguro ang pinaka-minor conflict doon. Sa kamamadali, ako rin ang unang-unang nadadapa. Ako ang unang-unang tinatawanan. Napakamot na lang ako ng ulo. Bakit ba laging gusto kong mauna? Ay, ako nga pala si Una. Kaya, ngayon, ako ang unang-unang nagpapaubaya sa aking kaklase. Ako ang unang-unang parang ako ang unang-unang tumutulong kapag may nadadapa. Ako rin ang unang-unang nagbo-volunteer o nagbo-voluntaryo para maglinis ng kwarto. So, from the negative, biglang naging positive yung pagiging una niya. Oo. Ako rin ang unang-unang sumusundo sa kapatid ko bago kami umuwi. At ako rin ang unang-unang nagdarasal bago kami kumain ng hapunan. Mga ganun po. No? Yung ma'am, kung nakita niyo yung ganun klase, ang mangyayari kasi doon, even one sentence, kung pang early learner to, or pang grade 1, the story, the line can already serve as a visual for your own story, no? So, pag ni-render yung akong unang-unang nagigising, so makikita doon, drawing sa kanan, parang nagaganon siya. Tapos makikita doon, meron sigurong sunrise, ganun. Akong unang-unang naliligo. So, yun, makikita doon na siya ay nasa loob ng bathroom, tapos tumutuloy yung tubig sa ulo niya. Akong unang-unang kumakain, tapos siya rin yung napakita doon visually what is being said to, no? Siguro bigyan lang natin ng liway yung illustrator na pwedeng lagyan niya ng konting creativity, no? Kung paano niya i-render yung mga images, no? Pero nevertheless, yun nga po, just try to divide, for example, the sequences. Ang mangyayari niya, ma'am, dito, pag ganito yung possible revision na gusto mo ring i-pursue, Ma'am Lisel, ito yung ang format ng story na to, ang tawag dito, A Day in the Life of. Kasi may time unang gising, unang ligo, unang pasok sa eskwela, unang ganito, unang recess, pagdating ng hapon, unang uuwi, unang magdarasal, unang matutulog. Mga ganun po, parang siya, what happens in a day. So ang tawag sa story, A Day in the Life of. Parang A Day in the Life of. Tapos yun, siguro naisip kong possible name is Una. O si Uno. Ako si Uno. Ang laging nauuna. Parang ganun, no? So, yun. Now, sa tanong ni Ma'am, yun nga po, ni Ma'am Naima, yes, you can also choose to clump together or cluster together sentences that you think can form a concrete imagery, no? So, and another way to improve on the visual appeal of the text, kasi normally, base ito sa kasi ang Adarna, ganitong ginagawa nila. The reason why they don't follow the usual paragraph, kasi in their studies of, for example, yung children's book namin, itong children's book nila, no? Lahat po actually ng mga libro prior to the pandemic po, actually kinikid test po nila ang libro. So I don't know if this will be done by the LRMDS din po in the near future or in the future. What Adarna does and many of the publishers do now is gagawa sila ng advanced copy ng libro, yung parang pang testing lang ba. Tapos ang gagawin nila, dumadayo sila sa school, pupunta sila sa isang public school, pupunta sila sa isang grade level sa private school, tapos from another town, from another province. So, nangyari, magko-conduct sila ng reading session or storytelling. So, for example, ako si storyteller, I will read the story, ganito, kaya ganyan-ganyan ko yung libro. Tapos, normally yan, merong isang taga-document nung session, tapos tatanungin, mga bata, anong nakikita niyo sa libro? Ito po, babasahin ko yung kwento. Meron akong lihim, ayaw ko munang sabihin. Ano yung lihim na yun? Alam niyo ba kung anong lihim na yun? Opo. Ngayon, kunwari may nagtaas, teacher, hindi ko po naintindihan yung ibig sabihin ng sabihin. Ayan, inonote ngayon yan. Sabihin nun, even one student na siya lang ang hindi nakakaintindi, inonote yun kasi pag-aaralan bakit hindi yun maintindihan ng batang yun. Tapos baka mamaya, although siya lang yung nag-iisang nag-comment nun, yung pala yung word hindi nila alam. Example ito. Mahilig ako commending. Syempre, yung kending is a visual action, di ba? Kending, umiikot-ikot yung puwet, di ba? Or gumaganong-ganon. Pero dito, hindi madaling makita. Ang nakikita lang yung halimbawa dito, yung puwet. Di ba? Yung puwet ng bata na nakausli, di ba? So ngayon, teacher, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng commending? Di ko ngayon papaliwanag ka. Ganito yun mga bata. Gayahin nyo ko kending. Tapos, yung, di ba? Sige, magpapatugtog tayong musika, yung spaghetti ng mga sex bomb dancers. Spaghetti. Ang tawag dito, kending to. Kending. Teacher, di naman yan kending eh. Spaghetti yan eh. Ganun po, pinaproseso lahat ng reactions ng bata. Kaya kaya po talaga ang creation of educational materials ay hindi basta-basta. Kasi kailangan talaga yan kinikid test. So for example, teacher, di namin naintindihan yung sabihin ng kending kasi lalo na pinabasa to kunwari sa isang private school kung saan ang mga bata ay purely English speakers. Ganito po. Ako naka-witness na kasi ako ng ganito eh. Sabi ng teacher, kending. Teacher, what is kending? I don't know how to kending. My mother doesn't want to make kending because they say it's bakla or this is gay. Yun. Mga ganun. Point out nyo yun. Kumbaga, pa-process nyo lahat ng reactions ng mga kids. And the moment pag-aral, matapos yung session, for example, nakarating kayo sa punto, tapos you also elicit the reactions. Okay, kids, what do you think about the ending? Is it a good ending? Opo. Pag sabing teacher, okay lang bang commending ang lalaki? Tapos papaliwanag yung storyteller, oo, pwedeng commending. Basta nakaka-kending ka, kaya mo bang commending? Sige nga, mag-kending tayong lahat. Pag nakita nila na yung bata ay nasatisfy yung answer niya, tatanungin siya, Paolo, now you know what kending is. Now, do you like to go kending? Kunwari, English dahil mayaman yung bata eh. Sabihin, okay teacher, I know how to kending. I'll talk to my dad later and we will do kending together. Mga ganun po, no? So, pag-aralan nyo, ma'am, ito, bilang, are you a single woman or a married woman?
Married po.
Married, with children, I presume, tama?
Yes po.
Yes po. Ilang taon ang anak nyo, ma'am?
Isang 4 at saka 2.
Yes, very good. No, yun ang pinakamagandang basahan ng kwento, no? Or kumbaga, ikaw ang mag-kid test ng mga kwento mo sa kanila. So, pag nag-kid test ka, tingnan, basahin mo mabuti yung reaction mula sa paggalaw ng kilay, sa sasabihin nila doon sa story. Yun, actually, yan ang pinakamagandang paraan para malaman mo kung ang story mo ay appropriate for that level. Diba? So, pag nakita mong, ang pinakamahirap kasing isulat na libro, ma'am, yung mga librong para sa mas bata. Diba? Kunwari, na-try mo na ba na magsulat ng kwento para sa mas batang audience? Like, kunwari, sa 4-year-old mo o sa 2-year-old mo?
Hindi pa po. Ito pa po first time.
Ito po yung first, oo. Kasi kung ito yung first mo, yung anak mo, mas marami siyang magiging tanong kesa sagot. Kasi, maano yun? Maano yun? Puro magmamaano yun kasi ibig sabihin mabigat pa yung lesson, mabigat pa yung kwento. O mabigat pa yung words sa kwento. So, kailangan pagaanin. Kailangan mas visual-oriented muna yung words. For example, kung balak mo gawin tong ako si Uno, ang batang nauuna, ako ang unang nagigising sa umaga. Oh. So, paano gumising sa umaga? Kunwari, pangalan ng anak mo, Paulo. Paulo, paano unang gumising sa umaga? Magdo-demonstrate siya, gagano'n siya. Ayan, very good, very good. Tama, correct ka, Paulo. O sige, next naman tayo. Ako ang unang nagsisipilyo. Paano ba magsipilyo? Tanungin mo siya, alam mo ba kung paano magsipilyo? Tapos pag gano'n siya, gaganon siya, no? O sige nga, paano magmumog? Okay. So alam mo na kung paano magsipilyo, o gano'n. So makikita mo, ma'am, na pag unti napaprocess na niya, yung ibig sabihin, tapos mamaya, minsan yung mga difficult questions na nga na mangyayari dito is this, Mami, okay lang bang maging pangalan ang Uno o Una? Oo, kasi may mga bata na ang pangalan ay Uno-Una. Bakit hindi mo ako pinangalan ng Uno o Una? Bakit ganito pa? May mga ganong klase mga, sa tingin mo, tayo matatanda, tingin natin trivial, no? Pero sa totoo lang, ang daming mapupulot sa mga bata na mga bagay na, nga, no, parang ngayon ko lang nakita yung perspective na to, Kasi minsan, pag matanda na tayo, ang tendency natin, parang masyadong dead serious tayo sa buhay, di ba? Siniseryoso natin yung mga bagay na nangyayari sa atin. Pero yung bata, parang parang kumbaga sa pagkain, dahan-dahan niyang minamasticate yung pagkain sa bibig niya, yung niyalasahan niya, dinadama niya yung pandaman niya sa glasa, kung maligas-gas ba sa dila o madulas, o yung mga ganun po, no? So yun, actually ma'am, maganda yan yung, actually the best, speaking from, as a form of motivation. Marami sa mga bata na, marami sa mga children's book writer, ma'am, would you believe hindi sila mahilig sa bata? Si Dr. Seuss, if you're familiar with Dr. Seuss, no? Familiar po kayo kay Dr. Seuss? Ito yung mga libro niya, isa sa mga libro niya. Di ba si Dr. Seuss, sa mga stories niya, puro lang, left foot, right foot, right foot. Feet in the morning, feet at night. Left foot, left foot, left foot, left foot. Wet foot, dry foot, high foot, low foot. Ganyan lang po, pang preschool to, no? Pang early learner pa lang talaga, concept learner pa lang. Yung mga writers na to, hindi sila mahilig sa bata. Hindi ibig sabihin they hate kids, it's just that they are the most sensitive with children. So when they see children, lalo na ini-invite sila to storytell, sila ang ninenervyos. Lalo na kapag ang audience mas bata. Kasi ang katwiran nila, ang pinakamahirap i-please na audience, mga bata. Malalaman mo kapag pag ang kwento mo hindi interesado ang bata kapag kinikwentuhan mo siya, iba na yung ginagawa niya. Ayoko na. Gusto ko na manood ng TV, gusto ko nang mag-ML, gusto ko na maglaro ng computer games, gusto ko na mag-YouTube. Big sabihin na hindi siya interesado sa storya mo. So, this is God telling you, oops, revise your story. Kasi, if the kid doesn't like it, it means they don't really like it. Hindi katulad ng adult, ano po masasabi niyo sa story ni Ma'am Lisa? Sasabihin sa'yo, ang ganda po, ang ganda po, ang ganda po. Pero sa totoo lang, kaya kong sulat yan eh. Diba? Parang aminin natin, adults can be very dishonest. They can be courteous, but it doesn't mean it's being honest, no? They're being polite, but it doesn't mean they're being transparent to you. Kasi di ba minsan, we view transparency as a form of criticism. So, yun po. So, sa akin, And the reason that's why I'm very open giving up what I speak with what's on my mind. No? Kasi sabihin ko talaga, ma'am, kailangan nating i-revise. This is me telling you, you need to revise because I think ayoko rin namang i-abandon mo yung story mo, di ba? And this is, I'm not telling you only to Ma'am Lizelle, but also to everyone who I workshop earlier. If I say that story needs improvement, that I really mean it, no? Parang I need you to revise. The moment I talk a lot about your story and I'm telling you what I think you should do with the story, that's me telling you revise it. Okay? So yun po. Anyway, still, I like the rationale behind the story, and that's the reason why I did those probing questions, like ask you, ilan ang anak mo, anong sabi mo, ganun ang reaction ng anak mo, bakit siya nagmamadali, because of the experience that you tried to explain. No? And now we know what we should do, no? Anyway, thank you very much, Ma'am Lizelle.
Sir.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Lizelle Antolin. Thank
Yes
you.
po.
Thank you so
Okay.
much for sharing with us, and also to Ma'am Naima once again. All right, sir, so shall we proceed to the next presenter?
Yes po, please.
Okay, so we have our next presenter. She is Ma'am Rhea Marie Lapuz. Is she present? Ma'am Rhea, are you with us? Ma'am Mary Joy, is Ma'am Rhea with us? Ma'am
Yes,
Rhea.
we can also
I
ask
think she's
Sir
in
Troy.
YouTube.
All right. So,
Baka ano sa YouTube, oo.
Ma'am Rhea is nasa YouTube siguro.
Opo.
Sir
Ma'am
Troy,
Jo-
kindly monitor na lang the comment of Ma'am Rhea doon sa sa YT live streaming.
Okay. So, Ma'am Joy, can you present the output of Ma'am Rhea?
Yes, Sir Jam. Already presented.
Naka-freeze po, ma'am. It's full black po dito sa screen namin.
yes, same here din po, Miss Joy.
Alright. Tingnan natin kung nandun ba si Ma'am Rhea sa YouTube. Okay. Ang galing ni Sir Randy. Basahin na lang natin ang comments.
Sige po, baka Ayun po, angkop po sa kindergarten. Yung story kanina, Ma'am Lizelle, yes po. Ako, I see the story as parang one-liner per one-liner lang po, di ba? Parang one sentence each page. Parang
Ma'am Joy. Ma'am Joy, nag-present na po ba kayo, Ma'am Joy?
We'll proceed to the next na lang siguro yung story.
Yes, sir.
We will wait for Ma'am Rhea to be to be responsive before we'll present her output.
Ma'am Joy, ano po ba yung pangalan ng storya? Kasi parang I want to try from my end. Ano yung pamagat ng storya or ano yung pamagat ng yung name ng file po? Tsaka anong folder? Oo. Ako ma'am, I'll just say something, no? Napansin ko po, whenever I open so many apps, the tendency of Teams is nagfo-freeze. So ngayon, when I restarted kanina, parang I noticed that
Isa kita, yok na. Chat down sa, kini kami taong.
Okay. Okay. As I was saying yun po, siguro kailangan mag-close ng other files. Baka na out of memory yung computer at malakas ang the way I see it, mukhang malakas ang kain sa memory nitong Microsoft Teams.
Malakas po
Lalo
talaga,
na,
sir.
Oo, yun na yung na-observe ko. Kasi napansin ko, like kanina, parang it took me a while. And then sabi ko, sige nga, restart ko. And hindi ko rin pwedeng madaliin siya na mag-open na parang isang pindot, magre-respond siya. Parang it takes 5 to 10 minutes for it to react. Kahit na nakailang click na ako dun sa ano. Tapos pag inulit-ulit ko yung click, parang naaano siya, parang nakukulitan siguro siya sa akin. Kaya nagpo-freeze siya. Ngayon hindi ko siya kinukulit. May mga feelings din pala tong mga software na to. Charing lang.
Okay na po, Sir Jam? Sir Jam?
Wala pa rin, Ma'am
Sir
Joy.
Jam?
Ma'am Joy,
Opo, Ma'am Joy.
Wala pa rin po.
Ito na.
Shall we
The
proceed?
Legend of
Ano po? The Legend of?
by Ria Marie L. Lapus.
English Day 5 po. Saglit lang po Rhea Marie L. Lapus ba, ma'am?
Opo, sir.
Opo. Alin po dito? Yung ang owner ay si Ma'am Timiko or si Ma'am Lapus? Alin po yung open natin? Yung
Si
sa
Ma'am
inyo, ma'am?
Lapus, sir. Si Ma'am Lapus.
Lapos
po,
sir Randy.
Okay po. Sige. Ako na lang magpo-project. Try ko kung makikita ninyo, ha. Total, hindi ako masyadong... Okay po. The Legend of Lala, tama po ba to? Ay, may drawing. Wait lang ho Nakikita nyo na po?
Wala pa ho, sir.
Oo, may drawing. Meron siyang illustration. Baka mabigat. Hindi kayo mabigat ang ano nito. Mabigat yung file. Kaya hindi naglo-load agad. Merong illustrations po
Sir Jam, nandyan na si Ma'am Lapus.
Opo. Isa pa ha, tatry ko po uli. Nakikita na po?
Yes, Sir Randy.
Kita na.
Ayun, okay, good.
Yes,
Kita na
sir.
po, kita na.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll stay on this page. Ayun po. The Legend of Lala. Okay. Sige, ako na po magbabasa para The Legend of Lala, written and illustrated by Rhea Marie L. Lapus of Lala Proper Integrated School. Long ago, there was a vast and fertile land that would have been a perfect place to live, except for one thing. It is ruled by an evil sorcerer with an aid snake called Serpente. But the sorcerer and Serpente inflicted the town with torture, greed, and violence. Whenever they would go around, children ran to hide in their houses, and those left outside would bend their knees and lower their head to the ground. People have been laid captive to the sorcerer that they longed for and prayed for a miracle, for someone brave enough to fight and free them from pain and suffering. Days, months, and years have passed, they waited, until one day, a brave, handsome, and young hunter named Kellogg from a distant village came to the town. While he was exploring the forest, he came across a river and saw a beautiful maiden fetching water. He was instantly mesmerized by her beauty and secretly watched her for days. At last, he could no longer help himself, but approached and introduced himself. He discovered that her name was Marikit. He was hesitant to talk to him at first, but soon found herself liking the handsome young hunter. Marikit listened as the hunter talked about the village where he came from. She imagined herself living in that village, but said nothing to the hunter. He talked about many things, laughed, and spent time together for days. As they were walking along the banks of the river said, "Come with me. Come and be my wife. I will love you with all my life." Poor Marikit, although she had fallen in love with the hunter, she knew that the evil sorcerer would not release her. She could no longer bear the longing in her heart that she decided to run away with the hunter. Just as they were at the edge of the village, the dreaded snake Serpente coiled Marikit toward her tail. Kellogg gathered his strength and fought Serpente, very careful not to be bitten by the snake, for it would surely kill him. With a strong thrust, he cut Serpente's tail, releasing Marikit. The snake was enraged and launched a vicious attack to Kellogg. With one final and mighty blow, Kellogg struck his sword in the snake's head. Along with Serpente's death, the evil sorcerer also vanished and had never been seen since then. The whole village rejoiced and celebrated. Kellogg and Marikit married and lived happily ever after. Up to this day, this place has been a sanctuary of numerous snakes. Poisonous in our local dialect is lala. This was probably the reason why this place is called Lala. Um, okay. Uh, are there any comments about the legend of Lala? Are there any comments?
Sir, consistency lang siguro sa tenses of the verb.
Yes po. Okay, yeah. I also noticed that, no, parang since the story is set as a legend, or it should always be in the past tense, or at the very least, parang with the exceptions of, um, for example, if the sentence is meant as a statement of fact that exists up to the present, we can use that the simple present tense. Pero the flow of the story should otherwise be in the past tense. Thank you for noticing, Ma'am Joy. Are there other comments? Ma'am Naima, is she here?
Yes, sir. Nandito po.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have anything to comment or say about the story?
Actually, I was refraining kasi sa mother tongue ako. But anyway, ano po sir, aside from the consistency of the grammar, ano po, tanong ko lang po, yung Legend of Lala po ba that is the well-known po na story dyan sa kanila or gawa-gawa lang po niya? Kasi,
Yes po. Okay,
yeah, kasi kung yun po ang bali, katulad po nung nangyari sa akin sa story ko na parang sabi niyo po if it's a folk tale that was ano to, may nakakapagkwento na o kaya meron ng baka kailangan hindi siya written but retold ang mangyayari. So siguro ganun lang po yung tanong ko.
Yes po, opo. I think Ma'am Rhea is ay sabi kasi dito, wait, I saw her name flashed on the meeting chat. Yeah, Ma'am Rhea, are you around? Because we are discussing your story. Ma'am Rhea Marilapus. Kindly unmute so we can hear from you. Is she around?
Yes po, she is around po. Nag-comment po siya sa chat box. Sabi niya po, originally written. Nako na Ma'am Naima. Originally written po daw niya.
Yeah. Okay. So, Ma'am Rhea, if I may ask, if this is originally written, wala naman pong legend about the history of Lala, or maybe like a folk tale going around na iba dito sa version ninyo, no? Chat lang daw pwedeng mag-reply si ano, baka mahinang internet connectivity niya.
Yes po.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, my question is that parang is there another version of this origin story of Lala that might be different in interpretation?
Waiting po tayo sa reply ni Ma'am Rhea. Kasi ang alam ko po, sir, is Lala is known for Alimango Festival.
Lala pala, hindi Lala.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Pero in Visaya po, the venom in Visaya is Lala, i-pronounce siya. Pero the place is read as Lala. Yes po.
Lala. Okay po. Yes. Oh, so okay. So there is a different origin story, no, or for the name of Lala, or yung Lala. Is it barangay po ba yan? Barangay or municipality po ba ito?
Municipality, sir. Municipality of Lala.
Okay, yeah. That's interesting to know, you know, sometimes why we name our towns or the places where we live in. It's interesting to learn why they are named that way, no? Wait lang po. I'll just actually this is interesting because yesterday when I'm gathering, I'm pulling out another of my books that I can explain. I can find it here. The public is really a lot. But anyway, actually, the phenomenon of, for example, Ma'am Naima, who wrote a very, very beautiful story that almost read like parang like a legend. I think it's these are samples of what we call contemporary myths or contemporary legends, no? And there are books actually, there are publishers, for example, Lampara, and its owner, who is also a writer, si Jun Matias, he wrote modern legends, tawag nito mga modernong alamat, no, or modern legends, in which these are not based on folk tales, kaya hindi niya retelling, kundi rather original creations of that person in such a way that parang he was fascinated why things, yung tawag doon yung mga pourquoi story. Let me type it down here.
Ayan, sir, nag-comment si ma'am. Sabi niya, I have already passed a copy to the municipality mayor which he already approved.
Okay. So, official po ito, Ma'am Rhea, na official po ito, Rhea, na the town was named Lala because the place originally, before probably humans settled there, it is parang teeming with snakes, with poisonous snakes po ba? No? Opo. So, yun. Itong legend stories, ang tawag po dito, pourquoi o pourquoi. Pag sabing pourquoi, ibig sabihin kung bakit ganito. So, example, bakit ganito ang pangalan ng bayan ng Lala? So, because of that. Okay. Wow, okay, Ma'am Rhea, that's you're already making you're already writing the history of your municipality because if that is true and it's talagang historically proven siya na there were poisonous snakes there before, then probably your legend already has the meat and the bone, no, to stand on its own. Siguro ang ayusin lang natin siguro, ma'am, I'd like to see the story refined in terms of the narration, siguro ano po yung parang pagandahin yung pagkakasulat. Let's add a little more dialogue. Kasi here, we have characters like the sorcerer and the serpente, and Kellogg, and this, ano pangalan ng babae? Let me check again. Parang, what's the name of that girl that bathes in the river? Marikit, no? Marikit, no? So, I think there are very few dialogues. For example, the only dialogue I saw here, not really a dialogue, more of a monologue, because it was only Kellogg who wrote, "Come with me," who said, "Come with me, come and be my wife. I will love you with all my life." But Marikit did not say anything, no? Parang it was always the narrator. And even the serpent and the sorcerer, anong pangalan ni sorcerer? O walang pangalan si sorcerer. Siguro ma'am, if you can invent a name for the sorcerer, kahit ano na yung medyo, kasi parang Christian naman ito eh. Christian story na ba ito or pre-Hispanic, pre-Christian levels ang time po nito? Ano po? Wala pong name si sorcerer. Okay. If this is original, ma'am, you can try giving it a name. Parang Voldemort. Wag natin siyang iwanan, wag natin siyang, very good ma'am, yes sir. Yeah, wag natin siyang, he who must not be named. Hindi siya si Voldemort. Kasi may pangalan yung ahas, bakit wala yung yung sorcerer? Tapos ma'am, another question, since you're reacting on the chat, I'd like to know, why the sorcerer has this serpent as an agent? Parang sidekick niya ba? Parang bakit sidekick niya si Serpente? Tsaka bakit Serpente yung name niya? Is this because he's a serpent? Or is there a special reason why he is named Serpente? Kasi I'm looking at the story, yun nga, meron siyang may name yung serpent pero yung tao wala, no? So, para ma-justify lang natin in case a kid asks or another adult asks, bakit bakit name nung ahas ay serpente? And then ano po yung relationship? Yes, opo. Serpente is snake. Tama po. Okay lang po 'yun. Another question would be ano yung relationship nitong si Serpente tsaka nung sorcerer? Parang utusan lang ba or was it actually the serpent who is controlling the sorcerer? Parang magkaroon siya ng human face. Parang in other words, this snake is actually the monster. Or is actually the one controlling the human in that no? Parang parang katakutan na ng tao yung tao kasi mas madaling ma-understand na katakutan yung tao kaysa yung katakutan yung halimaw. So ano lang po yun ma'am, this is just me thinking out loud, no? Nakalimutan ko na i-on yung camera ko. Ayan, so another thing is about Kellogg, kasi the way I see it here, Kellogg is not a vulnerable character. Para siyang hero. Pero that hero, in order for it to fully realize his potential as a hero, has to have a vulnerability. So for example, maybe one vulnerability of Kellogg is that he might be a very brave and very handsome guy, but he is afraid of snakes. Yes po Ma'am Rhea. Lagyan natin ng vulnerability si Kellogg. Parang maybe he's afraid of snakes because of the way the snake's eyes are shaped. The snakes are frightening to him because of the way they look and because of the frightening sound of their hiss, yung parang na ganun, no? Or maybe the body of the snake itself, which looks like a coil, and maybe there is a past a backstory in which maybe one of the siblings or the loved ones of Kellogg is killed by a snake. That's why he is afraid of the snake. So parang lalabas niyan, Kellogg overcomes his fear of the snake, so to be able to destroy not only a snake but also um, that magical snake, because that magical snake, the serpente, represents a bigger evil, a bigger tawag ko na, a bigger evil that exists for that town. And also, prior to that, that because that the land was named Lala, prior to that there was no name. So yeah, I get it. Okay. So ang tanong ko ngayon, saan galing town si Kellogg? Kasi sabi, came from a distant village. So saan? Maganda siguro man since this is your angel idea, meaning it's an original idea, you can also name the town. Kahit na hindi siya kahit non-existing siya. Maybe the old name of Lala or some other barangay or sitio or barrio in your municipality that can assume the name of the distant village. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I will have Carol's origin. Yes po. Basta remember ma'am ha, wag nating i-distract yung lesson ng Lala doon sa origin story ni Kellogg. Ibang kwento na po siya. Parang lang bahagyang kwento lang na maybe for example just to describe the vulnerability. Okay, what else was this? Marikit din ma'am, medyo I'm a bit bitin or left hanging by the story of Marikit. Is Marikit here a woman that was loved by the serpente or by the sorcerer, but the sorcerer is rejected? Maybe he's ugly. Maybe he is cruel person. Of course, sorcerer. Ano nga siya, parang oppressor nga sa tao nitong si sorcerer, no? So maybe that's the reason, no? So medyo laliman lang natin ng counting yung kwento ni Marikit. Parang so Marikit was this lady that she liked, so the sorcerer imprisoned or held her in captive, no? This young lady, young pretty lady, no? So parang her job or parang her role in the eyes of the sorcerer is to serve him, 'di ba? The old times kasi ganun yung lesson eh. Sandali lang po nag-text editor ko. Yes, okay. So I was saying, I'll have that plot twist. Sabi ni ma'am, okay, that's very interesting. Gusto ko po mabasa yan. Okay, so, but all in all, because this is a legend story, I want to request for more dialogues or conversation. So for example, Kellogg saw that beautiful lady and the lady was singing something like a folk song, di ba? Like, that is probably in Maranao language. No? Tapos, and then suddenly, but as she was singing, she saw the man peeking from the bushes. What are you doing? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I was mesmerized by your song. My name is Kellogg. And then he tried to extend his hand for a handshake, or probably because all times to, the legend yung traditional na pag-greet, maaaring paghawak sa puso, sabay bow, ganun. Kasi di ba that's an Asian thing, yung bowing, ganun. Tapos, Marikit would say, yeah, I am Marikit and I live in this province. I live in this town. Maybe can you help us? Why? What do you mean I need to help you? You need to help my entire town. We are being held hostage or held captive by a powerful sorcerer with a snake. Tapos, is there something you can do to us? Tapos narinig ni who's this guy? Ni Kellogg, yung name ng snake, narinig niya yung word na snake. Sabi, oh my God, snakes. Diyan ako takot. Ganon. Oh my God, Pero sa sobrang pagmamahal niya kay sa sobrang nabighani siya sa beauty nitong si Marikit. Marikit nga naman yung name niya. Nabighani siya sa beauty ni Marikit. He dared and he let his romantic feelings rule him. Sabi niya, "Come with me, live with me and escape this town. And I will give you a peaceful life and you will have a family and children." But ayun nga, tuloy-tuloy na. But as they were about to cross to the forest at the edge of the town, or the sorcerer appeared along with the snake, and the snake immediately grabbed and wrapped itself around Marikit's body. Parang ganon, no? So yun, mga ganon naman po mga So at least, no, parang help, Kellogg, help me. Tapos Kellogg probably parang deals with it, and then probably the snake, because this is a magical snake. This is not just an ordinary snake, no? Maybe the snake starts to hiss as if saying, "You cannot have Marikit. He is ours." Hiss. Ganun. Or kunwari, kung nahit na siya nung natagpas yung tail niya, parang merong a loud, painful shriek came from the mouth of the snake, parang which as if saying, "My tail, my beautiful tail! How dare you cut my beautiful tail?" Ganon, ganon pa. Ano pa? Ano pa? Yan, so tapos ito lang naman, this is me just imagining it, no? How do I what's the big reveal here that I am thinking, no? If Ma'am Rhea has wants to show a plot, wants to reveal a plot twist, I'm also thinking of a plot twist. What if upon cutting the snake disappears and suddenly blood oozes out from the back of the sorcerer? It turns out that the snake and the sorcerer are one. Parang they are like twins and they are an extension of each other. So when the snake was decapitated or killed, the snake's tail was removed, parang it revealed the true nature of the sorcerer, that he was actually a snake, that nagkakatawang tao, or he's the human brother of this snake creature, no? "Then you killed my other half. How dare you? You will suffer a curse," blah, 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 blah. But before he was able to utter out a charm or a curse to hurl at Kellogg, parang tutulong si Marikit, hit his head. That is his most vulnerable spot. So, even if he... tapos yun palang strongest trait nitong si Sorcerer is he also has snake eyes like his brother. So pag tinignan siya, may hypnotize daw tong ang pangalan nito? Si Kellogg. So Kellogg would almost fall into a trance. But then he realized, no, na parang I need to get out of this trance. So with one final thing, he cut his arm so that he would awake from the trance. And in one final swoop, he hit the sword of Kellogg, hits the neck, or separates the head of the snake from its body. Separates the neck of the sorcerer from his body, and the head rolls down on the ground. Tapos, then suddenly, all the negative feeling that enveloped the town suddenly lifted. Ganun po. But this is me thinking, no? I'm enjoying and engaging the text, no? So yun po, this is a very interesting thing, ano? And I also encourage many of you, if you are not capable of writing a story based on competencies or those learning concepts for school, you can try learning creative writing about the history of your towns. For example, ano ba yung mga pangalan ng mga towns ninyo? I was listening to that roll call by Ma'am Joy in the morning yesterday. Parang there was Salvador, there was Kulambugan, there was Tubo, there is Kauswagan. That's very those the names of your towns are very very ano no very I think they are steep in history why they are called Kauswagan or Kolambugan or Salvador or there was another one I think named after a sultan something something I cannot remember. Ayun po no or ano bang capital is Iligan ba the capital of Iligan ba is the capital of Lanao del Norte or is there another town that's the capital of Lanao del Norte?
It's Tubod po, sir. Tubod.
Okay. So Tubod is a municipality but it's also the provincial capital.
Yes po.
Okay, sir. Thank you po sa information. So yan. That's the thing. Parang try to develop or try to look back and if there's no origin story, okay lang naman no kung may origin story you retell it no kasi from based from what I have heard from earlier and I think there are not too many people doing it. It's the teachers who are also writers that can be used as a basis for that. So the story is actually based on the history of Lala proper. Okay. So meron pala siyang pinaganuhan. Meron pala siyang pinaghugutan na story. Pero this is Ma'am Rhea, this is different. This is a different story from the history of Lala proper which is I think the barangay of your one of the barangays in your municipality, no? Dali na po inom na ako ng tubig. So, from what I understand on our chat, that this is an original story that is based on another history, a chronicle of one of the barangays of the town, but this is an original concept by Ma'am Rhea, no? Any other comments?
Sir Randy?
Yes po, ma'am.
Kung ito po ay isang story na that was recognized by their municipality because Lala is a municipality of Lanao del Norte. So if this is actually approved and recognized by the municipal mayor, I think this will become they will be adopting this as their legend of their municipality, no? So official
Yes,
talaga siya. Oo.
Yes po, oo. So we already have a historian here, Ma'am Rhea. The official historian of
Ang galing, sir. Sana meron din kaming ganyan, sir. Sir, matanong lang. Kasi parang ma-inspired na talaga ako na gumawa din, no? Meron po kasi meron po kasi ako napansin sa mga namin while reading po ng mga folk tales po ng mga ganito or yung mga folklore po namin na Maranao. Wala po kasing specific talaga sa place namin. If ever po ba na, hindi ko naman sinasabi na sa history namin yung kasi hindi naman ako talaga I grew up in a Christian community so hindi po ako masyadong sa history po talaga ng I only have it through readings and through research. Anyway po, gusto ko lang po magkaroon din po kasi yung mga bata ng ganyan po na story. Okay lang po ba gumawa? Katulad po nung ginawa ko na kasi if I was actually asking kung meron po si Sir Abdullah ba yun, sir? O Abubakar yung nag-ano sa akin kahapon? Dun sa story ko?
Yes, si Sir Abubakar po.
Si Sir Abubakar. Actually, I was asking kasi kung meron po siyang narinig na ganoon na story from others, I hope that he can tell me or any document kung sino po yung nakikinig, baka meron po silang document na nabasa, ipaalam po sa akin so that I can change my to retold by. Pero as of now po kasi wala po talaga akong nabasa or narinig na nakapagkwento ng ganoong kwento sa akin. So if it's, kung wala naman pong ano, okay lang po ba sa inyo na gawaan ko yun siya ng, I mean, kasi actually it's already my first step in making a storybook para sa, big book po, para sa ano namin, ano to, para sa K1 to 3 lang siya.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Naima.
Yes.
Ma'am Naima.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Joy.
Yeah, I had read stories, more likely kapare-pareho sa ang story sa yung The Honest Gardener.
Yes, Ma'am Joy.
Na pinakita kahapon. But the title is not The Honest Gardener, but the moral lesson are just the same. And then the story is still about the seed that were boiled before they were given to the children or to the people in the community who attended the the request of the king. But the title is The King's Seed. It's not the gardener's the honest gardener, it's the king's seed. And there is also another one, the emperor's ano ba title doon? Basta parang ganon, i-share ko na lang sa iyo personally sa PNP ko na lang, ha?
Thank you po, Ma'am Joy.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sir Randy, ang question ko po sa inyo, pag mayroon pong ganoon, sir, paano po yung story ko? Bali, anong mangyayari doon sa story? Magiging retold po ba siya?
Okay po. If, for example, anybody, not only Sir Abubakar, but also probably, this is the reason why we have to exert due diligence in conducting research, no? For example po, maybe there is an existing book, although that book may be, tawag ko doon, extant na siya, hindi na siya madaling mahanap. Maybe it occurs only in one library somewhere in one of the towns of Lanao, or maybe if you could find a copy in MSU Iligan or in MSU Marawi, if you could seek help in research. That's why I think, ma'am, for the time being, it's the safe way is unless somebody disproves it, parang kayo po talaga kung sa tingin niyo in the honesty and the goodness of your heart, this is an original story that came out of from your head, and it just happened that there is a similar story that can be disproven, you could probably say this is an original story that this is written by. Pero if you think that this might have been told to you as a kid, because you know, oral naman ng literature, di ba? That's the reason why it's hard to parang. This is the challenge now for all those for all the languages that do not have a written history. So this is for example, somebody has proven, or I have proof that is actually there's already a folktale like that appears in the thesis. For example, usually this is what happens. This appears in the documentation of other people because this was their thesis. So, and because this was their thesis, it's not really publicly available. It's only available probably as one copy in the university where it is served as a thesis, no? Or offered as a thesis by that student, no? So, yung mga ganun po, parang if you will have the time, go to the major universities in your area or major colleges. And I think in this case, you have Mindanao State University Iligan and Mindanao State University of Marawi, no? And go to the Filipiniana section or the parang yung ethnological center or archaeological center, and or look for the graduate thesis collection of your school, of that school, and look for that, or maybe coordinate with other writers, maybe historians in not only in Lanao but Lanao del Norte, but also in Lanao del Sur or in Iligan, because most probably there might have existed one person.
Yes, sir. katulad po ng sinabi ni Ma'am Joy na meron po siyang nabasa na story na more or less pareho niya pero magkaiba lang yung parang kumbaga yung pinaka main point is parang pareho lang nung sa akin. So para po safe sa akin, ano po yung pinakamainam na gawin ko? Should I i-disregard ko na po yung story or pwede ko ba siyang i-change ng retold by? Or pwede ko ba siyang sabihing rewritten? Yung mga ganun po, ano yung pinaka ma-advise ninyo sa akin when it comes to that? Kasi po, like kanina po, yung kay Ma'am Rhea, meron na po kasi akong ding mga nababasa na mga folklore na mga ano namin sa Maranao, which is written in English po. I would like to write something na ganun nga, pareho kay Ma'am Rhea, kumbaga. Pero, ano po yung magiging tono nung ano ko? Magiging rewritten ba siya? Or retold by, kumbaga?
Oo. Ako, ang nakikita ko dito, ma'am, is ano nga, to be safe, no? Hindi, ganito yan, ma'am. Kaya ang hirap ko ring sagutin kasi if in the goodness of your heart you really believe this is a story that came out of you and because it was narrated so beautifully, it's almost impossible to believe. You have to stand for it, no? Kung talagang sinulat mo siya.
Actually, talagang sinulat ko po siya, sir. Pero it was brought from an idea that I have came across of na yung hindi siya tumutubo, na yung seed. Yung ganun po, I have came across with ano na ganun po. But then, ni-change ko siya sa culture namin kasi nga, yung sa culture namin, makikita nyo po kasi sa story, I put there yung naghahanap siya ng husband para sa anak niyang babae because he was already ill. So, natatakot siya na baka pumasok yung family niya sa ano nila, tapos mawawala sa kanya yung right ng kanyang anak as an heir kasi nga babae, so kailangan niyang maghanap ng husband para sa anak niya. Actually, yun po, doon po nag-ano yung culture namin sa Maranao na ano, yun yung interjection doon sa, or integration ba yun ang tawag doon, sir? Yung ganun po.
Okay. Okay. That is, I get it now. Kasi ganito yan. Because it is a custom. What happens is, you base your story in a custom, tama po ba? That you have to scrutinize very well, especially if the heir is a woman or an only child, tama po ba?
Sir. Sa culture kasi namin, sir, ganyan siya. So pag hindi siya, so ang maghahanap talaga ng partner ng anak mo is yung ibang family na pag wala na siyang parents. So he would like to make sure na merong ibang makakapalit sa kanya as the sultan, as the dato of that place. O yun po siya, sir.
Yes, I get it now. Kaya meron din si Kais tuloy, parang I think the reason why Sir Abubakar thought that maybe this was a folktale that originally existed before you claim that it was written. It's because the custom is that that's the reason why I don't know if this is still happening. For the Mindanao nobility, especially the Muslim nobility, they are the sons and daughters of Datu or sultans or any person of nobility, parang lady siya, no? Parang hinahanapan siya ng right partner. That's why they arrange marriages for them so that the riches of the family will be conserved. Hindi siya maangkin ng iba. For example, what if they made the wrong move of marrying their daughter because they are the rich one, they're marrying their daughter to a poorer family, and what happens is the poorer family claims, or what if they made that evil decision of having her assassinated, and because they are already married, parang all the riches automatically go to the husband according to the law. I get it now because it's a custom. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now I know how to answer that. Kasi akala ko this was based on a hearsay. Meaning, folktales is a form of hearsay passed down from generation to generation. Now, if you're talking about a custom, customs cannot be copyrighted. Customs cannot be attributed because it is a common, like for example, batas. sabihin natin, batas on marrying more than one women. Hindi pwedeng angkinin yan ng, ng isang local government. Nasasabi, or hindi siya pwedeng angkinin ng isang lawmaker saying, I made that law. Diba? Or if this is a king, you cannot say this is the king's law because it's a custom. Parang everyone does it. So everyone can claim it. Parang batas yan. Hindi yan pwedeng angkinin ng lahat. Ang batas ay para sa lahat. Diba? So hindi pwedeng, kaya nga batas, ibig sabihin yung batas will not favor anyone. It will not cater to anyone or any interest. Kasi ang batas ay para sa lahat. So the same thing. So I think, ma'am, unless it is proven of the same vein, sabihin natin parehong, imbis na anak sa babae, anak sa lalaki, you can say this is written, but you can also create or write a preface on the story as a form of a disclaimer. Naalala niyo po yung binasa kong kwento, yung Papa's House, Mama's House? Narinig niyo po yung nung days before?
Yes, sir.
Yes po. Di ba this is an original story? And then, what happened is, even if it's an original story, the writer made like a note from the writer, a note from the author. Parang may ganon. Pwede po kayong gumawa ng ganon. Kasi ganito in the likely event that maybe something of this is published pero of a different characters, instead of a male, it's a female. You can always say that parang based on my collective experience, which I gathered from my own culture, in which noble families cannot arrange marriages for their children so that their riches and all their worldly properties cannot be easily removed from the family or from the clan by the husband or the person marrying into the family. Tama po ba?
Tama po, sir. Tama po.
Oo, yun na lang po ang gawin niyo, ma'am. A note from the writer saying that this is based on the collective narrations or experiences from my own family or from the stories of my grandfather, which they no longer could attribute to, saying this is a custom, blah, 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 this and this and that and that. So another one is another paragraph is to make a disclaimer. Ano po yung disclaimer? In the likely event that this story has semblance, di ba meron ganun mga disclaimers sa mga copyright, no? Any semblance to the story in any form or matter is purely coincidental.
Okay,
Yung nabasa kayo ng gano'n, sa mga shows o movies, di ba, gano'n. Pero any similar to characters, names of places, dates, etc., are not intentional but purely coincidental. Parang try to look for that kind of disclaimer in Google. You will find so many things. So, yan, payo ko sa'yo, if you think this is original and based on the customs, I mean, anyone can write a story about any custom. For example, the Chinese can always write. There are so many thousands of stories, children's stories, other adult stories about the prearranged marriages of Chinese people into other people, di ba? Parang or Chinese people into like family, one clan marrying into another clan. Parang ganun po, di ba? And especially this in Mindanao where there are noble families, this exists. For example, yung mga noble families example sa Mindanao, ano yung mga noble, mga Dimaporo, mga ganyan po. Di ba mga ano yan mga nobility yan Dimaporo marrying into the what's that Maguindanao family? The one that got killed in the yung they were backhoed. Ang pangalan nun, yung naging governor ng Maguindanao, sino yun? Pumalit kay Ampatuan.
Mangudadato.
Mangudadato. Mga ganun po. Example po, Mangudadato family marrying into tawag dito, Mangudadato marrying into Dimaporo, mga ganun. Kasi ano yun noble family So, but nobody says, you cannot write that story because it's exclusive to the Dimaporo or exclusive to the Mangudadato family or to the Ampatuan. Kasi that is a custom.
So yun po, maganda na lang yan to be safe. You make those kinds of and better yet, put it into the copyright page if you plan to publish it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And I also am learning from what you have given to Ma'am Rhea. Marami po yung inputs ninyo. So, God willing, baka ma-refine ko din po yung story ko. More na lang
Yes.
siguro doon sa culture na ko. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am. Then, okay, Ma'am Rhea already explained something, no? Excerpts from the history of Lala. I get it now. I think Ma'am Rhea made an original story. That's why she used the serpente. But she actually based it on the idea that when, for example, when they interview, di ba meron tayong origin stories na, for example, bakit ang pangalan ng town ay Lala? So isang araw, yung mga Espanyol habang dumadaan sa isang town, tinatanong ko anong ginagawa nila. Di ba ganun yung stories dati? So they saw the natives, for example, they killed a snake and that they were trying they're trying to catch a snake and they were trying not to get bitten, ganon, no? Tapos the Spaniard is asked parang, ¿por qué? Why? ¿Por qué? Kaya yung pourquoi? ¿Por qué? Why are you doing that? Tapos because the native is confused. Ano yung sinasabi nitong Spanyol na to, di ba? So inisip niya, they were asking what is the name of the what is happening. So pero actually the Spaniards are asking what's the name of the place. So sagot nila, Lala, Lala, Lala. They were pointing to the snake that they were holding. Lala, poison, poison. Okay. So the name of the town is Lala. Ayun, or Lala. Oh, 'di ba? Another way, 'di ba? Pag sabi nating Lala, sabi ni Ma'am Kaliging, o nga naman naglalala, no? Weaving, no? So another thing or ayun. Okay, nag-mentions nag-names yan ng mga definitions. In fact, this is the reason why and probably this is one thing we should be doing because there are words that have the same, they are all homonyms. Diba? They're all homophones or homonyms, no? Same words, different meaning, no? So they are homophones. So but they're not exactly homophones because each of these words have different accents. For example, lala with ano yun, yung pakopya, which is like from left to right, upwards downwards na parang sign on the top. Wait, let me check what you call that in the character gen. Saglit lang po. I have a character generator kasi that I use for studying. Ayun. It's the Latin small letter A with the grave, yung parang pababa. So lala, ganon, no? That means probably something. And then homonyms, words with the same spelling but different pronunciation and meaning. Yeah, these are homonyms. Thank you, ma'am. Lala, lala is weaving, not waving, ma'am. Weaving, parang basket weave. Wait lang, let me type it. W-E-A-V-E. Yon. Weave, yan. Weaving yon. So, weaving. So, lala yon. Naglalala ng banig, naglalala ng basket, naglalala ng sisid, ng tawag dito, yung sisidlan ng bunga, mga ganon. And then, yeah. So, yun, parang, because usually those are the porqua stories, no? Nami-misinterpret daw ng mga Spanish yung mga pangalan ng mga lugar. So when they were asking the natives, for example, what they are what the place is, what place is this? Kasi naririting nila yung mga settlements the most of the time the natives misinterpret. They thought the Spanish were asking what they are doing, so they say lala, or yeah. And then there's another one, lala, another Visayan term for drinking. So there are so many things. So anyway, but I think the definition offered by Ma'am Rhea, which is that this is a place full of snakes, that's why it's called poison. Maybe this is called Poison Town nung unang panahon. That's why we call it Lala. So, but still, yeah, this is a very good exercise, no, for those of you who want to discover the origins of your place, why they were named such, di ba? For example, when I went to General Santos City, um, I became curious kasi I know that this was named after a general. So, because si General Paulino J. Santos was like one of the generals of um, Manuel Quezon, who went to southern Mindanao and then established a settlement for colonos or the settlers, no? And so the settlers. So uh, I think the former name of General Santos or Jensen is the Jangas. So that's why yung si Boy Navarrete, that famous boxer of long time ago, he was called the bad boy from the Jangas. And then, wait lang. Let's see. Mm-mm. Okay, so yun po, no? And then I found out that the name of, but before it was named General Santos, the name it was the Jangas, and that Jangas was a tree that grew a lot in the city, in the town, no? And that so usually that is how we associate the place. The city or the town was named after a tree that commonly grew there. Oo. The Jangas is actually like a Christ thorn, para siyang matinik na crown of thorns that they put on the head of Jesus Christ. So, yun pa yung pangalan ng ano. Tapos nakakita ko nung tumutubo ito sa isang parang events place in a mountain. Nasa mountain siya and then it grew widely there, but now it's an endangered species. In fact, Manila is the origin of Manila comes from the word Maynilad. Maynilad. And nilad is like a water plant that grows on the banks of the river. That's why we call parang so um, when the Spaniards first came and asked the natives um, what is the name of the place, and the common story or the origin story is that they said there is Maynila dyan. Oh, so where are we going? Maynila dyan. So Maynila. So dito Manila, Manila. Oh, yun. So that's why Manila. So ganun po, no? And maybe I don't know why Iligan is named Iligan and why I don't know the name of Cagayan de Oro, pero I think Cagayan, according to the stories of people I know who live in Cagayan de Oro, it was named after like a big kawa or karayan, tama ba? Kaya karayan daw yun, karayan daw. And because many people thought because it was parang northern Mindanao, maybe there was gold that thrived in that area a long time ago. So when the Spanish came and thought that this was the town that had so much gold in their hands. Let's remember the golden tara was found in Butuan, no? Which is there are many mining towns. There are many mining areas in the northern part of Mindanao. That's why they say the name of Cagayan de Oro was named after the Karayan, which is like a big kawa or like cooking parang bowl, not bowl, parang metallic siyang kaldero. O kawa nga tapos or Karayan, and then de Oro, parang Karayan de Oro, parang it's like a big bowl of gold because they thought Cagayan de Oro was a gold mine at that time. So mga ganun po, so yeah, try to discover the names of your origins of your places. And not only that po, if you are very fastidious historians because you're at loss, no, especially let's all acknowledge the fact that long time ago Mindanao, especially the areas that are contested by the Muslims and the settlers, no, there was syempre a period of unrest and a period of parang there was no peace in those areas, so it's understandable why people, parang the history gets threatened or gets threatened na mawala or ma-forget because people migrate. So it's very good that many of you will take the effort to discover the origin of your place, because you will be the only people to know. Now, one tip there is for you to conduct like a history workshop, for example, or a history workshop in which you yourself will document. This is my advice to Ma'am Naima. If she is going to continue this or pursuing this, try to ask the oldest people existing in your town, and prior to that, if there are any recordings of any customs, because usually it's the old people who know the history of the place, and people who were able to document what they have said can actually attest that, oh yeah, that's the reason why the town is named like that, and the history of the town. There's also a legend why our town is named like this, and all that, no? So yun po. Inshallah. So, yes, thank you, ma'am. Yes, opo. You are parang you have so many things on your hands, Ma'am Naima. Okay po. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Ma'am Rhea for her very original legend. Okay, of the town of Lala.
Thank you so much,
Sir,
Ma'am Rhea.
So, Sir Jam, let's go to the next story.
All right, so shall we move on to our next story presenter? She is no other than Ma'am Emily Batingulo. Ma'am Emily.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon po,
Sir,
ma'am.
naririnig
Good
po?
afternoon, ma'am.
Yes po,
Yes,
naririnig ka
sir.
namin.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, wait lang, sir. Hello, sir. Okay
So
na po?
paki-zoom po, especially the text part, yung ang cellphone ni Monera, para makita po namin ng mas malaki. Thank you po.
Okay po. I'm going to start na po.
Yes po. Wait lang, before you start, ma'am, Ma'am Joy, pa-zoom
Start
po
na, ma'am.
to... yes po, okay. Thank you.
Hello, Ma'am Joy. Mag-start na po ba ako?
Yes, Ma'am Emily.
Okay, sige po. Okay. Ang ginawa kong story is about MTB Grade 1. Okay, ang title, Ang Cellphone ni Monera. Si Monera, usa ka batang mahiligon sa pagdula og cellphone. Sayo sa buntag, paingon sa kagapion, magsigi og dula sa iyang cellphone. Usa ka adlaw, gitawag siya sa iyang mama. Anak, undani na ang imong pagdula sa cellphone. Ari na og mamahaw na ta. Tigon sa iyang mama. Apan nagpadayon gihapon siya og dula nga nagpabungol-bungol sa iyang mama. Milabay ang isa ka oras, misakit ang tiyan ni Monera. Ma, tabangi ko. Sakit akong tiyan. Ang syagit niya nga nagabaguod sa kasakit sa iyang tiyan. Dali-dali siyang giduol sa iyang mama o gitabangan. Anak, kapila na ta ka gibadlong nga dili mag-abusar sa paggamit sa imong cellphone. Makadaot kini sa imong lawas. Ang dugay na pag-atubang sa mga gadgets, makadaot sa kahimsog. Sulti sa iyang mama. Napasaran ka na sa kagutom, hinungdan sa pagsakit sa imong tiyan. Padayon nga sulti sa iyang mama sa iyaha. Gikakos ni Monera iyang mama ug nangayo kini og pasaylo. Nakaamgo si Monera sa iyang sayop nga nabuhat. Sukad ni adto, wala na siya magdula og cellphone ug malipayon siyang mitabang sa mga buluhaton sa balay. Hello po. Sir, i-proceed ko na po yung translation in Tagalog.
Yes po, ma'am. Sige po.
Okay, sige po. Ang cellphone ni Monera.
Saglit lang po. Pa-scroll natin pababa kay Ma'am Joy yung yung Tagalog.
Okay. Ma'am Emily.
Yes po. Naog daw sa kwarto.
Hello.
Yes po. Ano? Okay na po. Parang hindi po yata nagsa-scroll down, ma'am.
Ang Joy, sa translation na po sa Filipino.
Opo. Pakibaba lang po yung sa Filipino.
Okay na po na.
Ay, ma'am, nag-freeze po uli ang screen nyo. Hindi po bumababa yung hindi pa po bumababa.
Okay po.
Mm-mm.
Okay, sandali lang po.
Sige po.
Yung nakita na po, Ma'am Emily.
Negative, ma'am. Negative. Okay po.
Ayan, oo.
Okay. Sandali lang ha, isusom ko.
Sige, para wala tayong dead air. Ma'am, the way I understand it, the story is about a kid who always takes to the cell phone. Parang, tama po ba? Parang ang batang mahilig mag-cellphone ba to? Mahilig gumawak ng cellphone?
Sir. Opo, sir.
Yes, okay. As we wait for the Tagalog translation, medyo may grasp na ako of the idea. What was the idea behind writing this as a story?
Based on my experience po, dun sa anak ko po.
Okay. Because you have a son o kaya meron kang anak na lalaki o babae na
Babae
na medyo babae na mahilig hindi mabitawan halos yung cellphone.
Opo, yes po.
Opo. What do you think, ma'am? What is the reason behind not only your kid but also many kids who could not detach themselves from their cell phone?
Mas karamihan po, sir, sa nakikita ko, yung mga bata ngayon masyadong attached na po sa cellphone. Tapos kung kahit yung pagkain, nakakalimutan na nila.
Yeah, actually, hindi kayo nag-iisa, ma'am. I have a daughter. She now turned 17, and I think as far as when she first got hold of a cell phone or a tablet, hindi rin po na parang it's always like a constant source of friction kasi parang she could not hindi mo mautusan kasi hawak ang phone, ipapagawa ka kasi hawak ang phone, hindi ka magawa, tapos hindi magigising ng maaga kasi puyat mag-phone, maaaring naglalaro, maaaring hindi ko alam kung nakikipag-chat sa boyfriend, hindi natin alam, no? So there are so many rationals. So, pero in other words, the reality is that we have children who find the cell phone like an extension of them. Di ba? Parang, kaya hindi mo matanggal kasi sa kanilang pakiwari, ang cellphone ay bahagi na ng kanilang katawan. Tama, no?
Opo, sir.
Yes, and that's the reason, and the reason why they're so attached to it, it's because this is like a lifeline for them. Well, for example, they call to friends, kailangan nila ng kausap because they could not easily warm up to the family. Lalo na kapag si nanay o si tatay ay ang hilig manermon. That's why hanggat maaari ay wag daw tayo magse-sermon ng sobrang kasi nakaka-desensitize daw yung pagiging paninermon, So yun, no? So parang extension of the self. And in fact, even adults can also be guilty of being addicted to cell phones. So for example, meron tayong mga kilala na makikipagkita sa atin pero kapag kausap natin, ang laging kaharap, cellphone, tama?
Tama po. Relate much.
Relate much, di ba? Parang, ano ba, bakit tayo nagkita pa? Ako nakikipag-cellphone ko na rin lang. Tapos, wait lang kasi chat ako meron akong ka-phone pal na Amerikano, yung parang nakikipagmabutihan na sa cellphone yung barkada mo, no? Mga ganon, no? Pero ayun nga, I think this is a phenomenon that needs to be addressed. Pero the problem is, but not because it is an object that is already part of our lives, diba? Parang, for example, ma'am, marami sa atin hindi nabubuhay nang hindi nakakalkal ang Facebook nila tuwing umaga.
So true.
Oo, tapos yun nga, sabi pa ni Ma'am Joy, my cell phone loves to use cell phone many hours in a day, but she used it to read online videos and do video editing. Yeah, the same thing, no? I have my daughter would spend her hours creating TikTok videos or Snapchat videos, and then sometimes I would catch her, parang, kunwari, I would pass by her room and then I would see her parang dancing all by herself, parang ganun, and then she would, parang, this is a form of expression, so, and that's the reason why many children get addicted to cell phones, not just because of the games, but because the cell phone gives them that kind of a mirror by which they see themselves and nobody would judge them. Kasi people are judgmental. Example, when she danced, matigas ang katawan. Parehong kaliwa ang paha. Pero kung nagti-TikTok lang naman siya, and she's still the same person na parehong kaliwa ang paha o matigas ang katawan pa nagsasayaw, she still enjoys it because she would not hear the ridicule, or at least she could block off people who says bad things about her. So, kumbaga parang this is her territory, this is her space. That's why we cannot remove it, no? Now, I think payo ko ma'am sa inyo dito, if you want to, this story, the way I see it, as a story to tell the bad effects of cell phone or the adverse effect of cell phone, wala na tayong babaguhin. It's just that how you probably lay out the story, in the sense that, for example, okay, this is sa page 1, page 2 and 3, ito yung itsura sa page 4 and 5, itong paragraph na to, etc., etc., until you reach the 15th frame or the 15th spread, no, in which yun yung last part, probably the conclusion of the story. If you're going to tell this as a reality story, the only thing I'd like to ask is to tone down the sermon.
Okay
po. Parang yung example ng sermon, anak, ilang beses na kitang pinagsabihan na huwag abusuin ng paggamit ng cellphone. Nakakaisira ito sa iyong katawan. Ang matagal na paggamit ng mga gadgets ay nakakasira sa kalusugan. Ang sabi ni nanay, napasma ka na sa gutom na naging blah 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 blah. Okay. Looking back at that other story earlier, I can't memory gap. Maybe I'm experiencing Alzheimer's. There was this another story earlier in which yung si Una, di ba? Nay, tulungan mo po ako. Di ba naalala nyo? There's this other story about the kid that almost fell on the floor kasi lagi nakikipag-unahan. Parang ganito po siya, no? Let's try to parang napansin niyo ma'am yung template ng mga stories ng mga batang may mga problema sa kanilang. For example, isang batang mahilig makipag-unahan. Ito naman, isang batang mahilig makipag-unahan sa cellphone. Ano yung naging common template, ma'am? May problema si bata, may resistance si bata sa pangaral, tapos ang game changer is makaka-experience siya ng isang masamang pakaranasan. O yung tinatawag kong bad karma. Tapos manenermon, ihahayag yung lesson ng story. O ayan kasi, kaya sumakit ang tiyan mo, hindi ka kumakain, ganito. In fact, meron nga akong story nilalabas sa Liwayway. Story siya ng isang story ng teacher to, no, na sinulat niya for probably for DepEd din, but I appreciated the story, I published it. Tungkol sa dalawang magkaibang bata who does not eat, pero magkaiba ng circumstance. The other one, it's all uses her iPad too many times. So iPad naman siya. Yung batang laging gamit ng iPad. Yung isa naman, the opposite of her, ang batang hindi kumain kasi nalipasan ng gutom. So extreme poverty naman. And then they were both held captive by a monster na ang pangalan ay si Pirocho. Na yung halimaw na may daladalang kaldero na nangyari, they were kidnapped and they were put in that caldero, and that the parents would no longer be able to see them. Parang ano to parang panakot ba sa mga bata? O yan, kasi ayaw mong kumain. Ito yung author, this is the author C. Ayaw mong kumain ng pagkain mo, inuuna mo yung pagsi-cellphone mo. Ayan, kinuha ka tuloy ng Pirocho. Ito naman isang bata, no choice siya, they're suffering in poverty, kakaunti yung food sa table, so pinakain niya sa younger siblings niya. Kaya itong si younger siblings, kaya siya, ginutom, natulog siya, binangungot siya, kinuha siya ni Pirocho. So parang ganoon po, napansin natin, no? Meron tendencies, wait lang mama, saglit lang. Yeah, nutusan ko lang yung daughter ko to bring me some water. Yun. Napansin nyo ma'am, nagiging easy formula yung kailangan dumaan sa bad experience yung bata para matuto siya. Oo, so yun na lang po yung iwasan natin, no? Let's try to think of an ending in which hindi kailangan pasakitin natin yung tiyan niya or madulas siya at madapa at mabagok ang ulo. Hindi natin kailangan bigyan ng ganong klaseng i-subject to treatment yung character. Kasi parang sa akin, we are conditioning the mind of the reader na pag siya ay mahilig mag-cellphone, ito mangyayari sa kanya. Gano'n, no? So probably, let's say, what if ganito po? Mahilig mag-cellphone yung anak niyo, si Monera. Tapos one day, hindi na sumindi yung cellphone. Which is a reality. Kakalaro niya, siguro napundi yung screen o nalaglag niya yung phone dahil kakapindot niya tapos nabasag yung parang dahil doon parang nabasag niya yung phone, nag-crack yung screen tapos ayaw na mag-open. Tapos yung bata, imbis na umiyak, patay kasi siya nakahulog eh. So hindi niya pwedeng isisi kay nanay na nalaglag yung phone niya, no? So, tapos nakaramdam siya ng gutom biglang. Mama, baka pwedeng ipaghain mo ko ng pagkain. Sandali lang anak kasi tapos mangyari si nanay, parang anak saglit lang ha kasi nanonood ako sa YouTube ng paborito kong drama eh. Ganon. So, okay lang. So naghanap ng pagkain si bata. Mama, alin ditong pwede kong kainin? Mamaya mo na ako istorbohin kasi nakikipag-chat ako sa tita mo eh. O, tapos tuloy-tuloy siya si nanay. Tapos mamaya parang Mama, nandyan yung, kunwari may tao sa labas, hinahanap ko, sasabihin ko, sabihin mo wala ako kasi tawag dito, naglalaro ako ng paborito kong game sa cellphone. So ngayon yung bata, yung maiinis sa nanay niya kasi parang lalabas, si nanay ngayon, kunwari lang naman to, pwedeng this is a pretending na parang si nanay ngayon nire-resbakan yung bata. O ito yung ganito ginagawa mo. O sige, pakita ko sa iyo yung sample ng ginagawa mo. So yung bata, tama na mag-cellphone, nagugutom na ako. Tapos sabi, sige mamaya na. mamaya na kasi, tawag dito eh. Tinatapos ko yung pinapanood ko, tapos ang gagawin ng bata, tama na yan, ma. Siya naman yung tama na yan, ma. Tapos siya yung magsasabi na, sorry ha, kung lagi ako nakahawak sa cellphone, ganyan-ganyan. Tapos ngingiti lang si nanay, sabi niya, hindi niya kailangan sabihin, yan, ganito, kita mo, ginawa ko sa'yo, di na-experience mo a bitter dose of your own medicine, di ba? Parang, pero hindi kailangan sabihin ni nanay yun. Ngingiti lang si nanay, sabi niya, nagugutom ka na ba? Total, patapos yung pinapanood ko, pagsasandok na kita. Tapos, ikwento mo sa akin. Tapos, ang ending, parang nagkwentuhan sila mag-ina. So, yun po, ito nakikita ko, no? Let's try to think of a situation in which hindi yung bata yung dadanas ng suffering, pero rather, ma-process niya yung lesson na what if ginagawa to ng ibang tao at siya ang hindi napagsilbihan. Example, nakaramdam siyang gutom, tapos sabi niya, dahil nabasag yung phone, naku, patay, nalaglag yung phone ko, o wala nang na-dead bat na siya. Kain muna ako. So sabihin, mama, nagugutom na ako. Anong pagkain natin? Mamaya na, kasi nag-webinar ako eh. Mama, ganito. Ay, sandali, kasi nagchat-chat ako eh, nag-video call kami ni tita mo. Sabi mo, hi tita, ganyan. Ganito. Ay, Arista, tubig ha? So yun. So yun yung yung another, parang nakita ko na parang way of teaching a lesson without making the kid cry or making the kid make a decision. Kasi doon sa sinasuggest ko, na-experience ng bata, so she decides, tama na yan. Hindi maganda yung ginagawa mo. Tapos ngingiti lang yung nanay, tapos marirealize ng bata, parang, diba? I told you, ginagawa mo yan. Tapos, magsisorry yung bata, sorry ha, kung minsan mas inuuna ko yung cellphone. Tapos, gutom ka. Imbis na sabihin natin, kasi masama sa health mo yung pagsa-cellphone, nakakasama sa kalusugan mo. Parang wala yan eh, sermon yan eh. Rather, instead, sabihin na lang sa bata, gutom ka na ba? Sige, paghahain na kita ha? Magsa-cellphone ka pa ba? Hindi na po. Magkwentuhan na lang tayo, nanay. Yun. Tapos yun ang ending. Period, no? Parang happy ending, happy si ma'am, happy si bata. Di po ba, ma'am?
Sir.
Yes po.
Siguro na ko sa point na ito na kasi ang inaano ko dito yung sa milk po na nakapaglalarawan ng iba't ibang gawain na maaring makasama o makabuti sa kalusugan. Siguro yun ang ko na nakafocus ako doon sa pag-sample na magsakit yung tiyan ng bata. Ganun lang din po, sir.
Oo. Kaya lang, ma'am, ang magiging question naman dyan is how can you directly relate the effects of cellphone? For example, dahil ba sa pagsa-cellphone sumakit ang tiyan niya o dahil hindi siya kumain, kaya hindi natin ma-relate kasi kung sumakit ang tiyan niya dahil hindi siya kumain, hindi kasalanan ni cellphone 'yun. Kasalanan yun ni bata na hindi kumain, 'di ba? Para sabihin, di sir, kasi di ba kasi dahil ang oras iginugol sa cellphone, pero mako-question ka diyan ng isang health expert kasi you cannot relate the health advantage. Ang pwede mo lang gawin is that what if nagkasakit yung bata, which is napaka-highly improbable eh. Paano pwede nating kaya yung mga magulang na, kaka-cellphone mo, kaya ka nagkakasakit. Hindi sila nagkakasakit dahil sa pagsa-cellphone. Nagkakasakit sila kasi nagpupuwi sila. Nagkakasakit sila kasi hindi sila kumakain. So, hindi yung kasalanan ng phone, kasalanan actually yun ng bata. So, one thing, if you want to relate this to a health story, siguro ma'am, yung pagkain ng chichirya. Example, ang anak ko, ang hilig-hilig kumain ng mga french fries, ganun, or mahilig kumain ng chichirya, or mahilig kumain sa matatamis, nakakasira ng ngipin, so sumakit ang ngipin, mas plausible po yun, di ba?
Yes, sir.
So yun yung nakikita ko, ma'am. If you want to turn this into a story to satisfy, kaya yung sinasabi ko, if we try to inuuna natin yung, kunwari, nasa inyo to, ma'am, if you write a story based on the milk, you have to think of parang you have to do your research. Kasi tulad yan, hindi ako a health expert, pero pag tinanong kita, paano natin i-relate yung ganitong health issue to the cellphone use? Siguro naman pwede pa natin gawin is yung kung kunwari, kaka-cellphone ng bata, na kuryente siya. Kasi kahit nakasaksak, ayan, nakuryente siya, na-ground siya, no? Biglang, aray, ma, na-ground ako, nakuryente ako. O, tapos sasabihin natin, ano nangyari? Kasi naglalaro ako habang nakasaksak yung phone, charge ko kasi malolobat na. Tapos sasabihin ni nanay, naku, patay, nasira nasira na yung phone mo, papagawa pa natin. Tapos yung bata ngayon, parang magsisisi siya kasi bakit niya sinaksak? Bakit niya china-charge nilalaro niya habang china-charge niya? Nasunog tuloy yung phone. O yun, pwedeng hazardous sa health niya yun. O anak, nakuryente ka ba? Oo. O. Tapos sasabihin ng bata, ma, hindi pala pwedeng habang naglalaro ako, nakasaksak yung cellphone sa outlet. O yan, wag mo nang uling gagawin, anak, para maiwasan. Tsaka nakakatakot, baka mamaya magliyab ang cordon ng charger at magliyab ang bahay. So saan tayo titira? Yun. So ngayon, papagawa muna natin yung cellphone mo. Kung hindi na magagawa, tiis ka muna, mag-iipon muna si nanay ng pambili ng bagong mong cellphone. Mga ganon. So yun, parang yun, siguro nakikita ko pinaka-closest thing na health-related thing, na makuryente yung bata kasi nag-charge, and actually na-experience ng daughter ko to, no? Na yung cellphone niya, parang she was always, iPhone pa naman yung phone niya noon, pero na old phone, na old model. When she was using her iPhone, napansin niya the battery, parang tumataba yung phone niya, tapos lumulobo yung battery. Which means the battery is already getting damaged. Tapos, napansin na lang niya nung biglang something smelled from parang the smell of burning plastic, which is yung plastic ng wire or the outlet, no, na parang nasusunog na yung charger. So yun na pala yung danger. So pero hindi naman talaga health related. Pero yun yung danger, no, that it might cause yung defective yung unhealthy habit of charging while using it is actually dangerous for the house, not only for that but also for the house because of the possible fire hazards, etc. So yun po. Anyway, ma'am, ano sa tingin niyo yung pwede natin gawin sa story niyo?
Maganda din yung suggestion mo, sir, na kung kain gano'n.
Ako naman nakikita ko gumawa ka ng dalawang storya, dalawang possible versions. One is yun nga, if you want it milk related or the competency related about the hazards of it being a health problem, yun nga, yung kuryente. The other would be you create something of tawag dito, of a parable or parang for example, may isang bata or yung anak ko naging zombie. Alam niyo po yun, yung merong story na ganun si Dr. Luis Gatmaitan ang kuya kong zombie. Tapos kwento to ng isang bata na hindi na niya makalaro yung kuya niya kasi yung kuya niya laging nasa computer shop. Tapos tambay doon. Tapos naging zombie yung kuya niya, wala na nakita yung kuya niya. Parang blanco yung pag umuwi sa bahay, blanco yung mata niya. Kasi parang pagod na siya sa kakalaro ng computer games. Tapos isang gabi, isang gabi biglang nag-brown out, no? Nawala ng kuryente. Tapos bigla daw naglabasan yung mga zombie sa computer shop, sabi ng bata. Tapos nakita niya doon yung kanyang kuya na parang naglalakad na parang zombie, na parang yung kinakaladkad yung sarili, ganun. Tapos nung lalapitan niya, kuya, ano nangyari sa iyo? Bakit ka naging zombie? Ganyan. Tapos ang nangyari, si kuya dumiretso sa kama tsaka natulog. Tapos pagising niya, wala pang kuryente, parang biglang naisip ng kuya na gawin yung dati nilang ginagawa ng kapatid niya. So ang ending, itong si kapatid niya ngayon, parang ano po, naging, tawag dito, nagkaroon sila ng time ulit ng kapatid niya na maging, ano, na mag-bond, ganun. Hindi pa, although, I think there's also that open ending in the story in which the kid parang, it does not say na hindi na siya uli naging computer game addict, pero it just said nagkaroon sila ng time because of the brownout, nagkaroon sila ng time mag-bond with each other. Parang ganun po, ma'am, no? You could probably relate yung or create a new story about, for example, Monera doing something more positive, no? Maybe may oras ng pag-ano sa cellphone, may oras ng paglalaro, oras ng tulong sa bahay, may oras ng ano ba? Pagtulong sa nanay, ganun. Mga ganun po. Pero nasa sa inyo po yung kwento, nasa sa inyo pong kamay ang kwento kung kayo po ay saan kayo pinaka most comfortable. But this a story by itself, ano na to, ma'am, eh. Pwede na eh. Although yun nga, ang suggestion ko lang is that to reinforce it positively rather than make the kid end up na sumakit ang tiyan, tulungan mo ako. Kasi parang nag-suffer siya because of what she's doing. Let's try to dispel the notion. Yes po?
Bali, ang ano sa story, sir, okay na siya. Pero yung part na sinabi mo is pwede ko pa siyang i-revise.
Yes po, ma'am. Opo.
Okay. Okay, sir. No problem po.
Kasi okay naman yung premise, okay yung flow. Tanggalin lang, bawasan, ma'am, yung or eliminate natin yung sermon part, yung ilang beses na kinagabihan, gano'n. Oo, parang maganda rather than at parang gawin na lang ni nanay yung, kunwari, inasikaso niya yung anak niya, tapos si nanay, iniwanan din yung pagpo-phone niya, saglit para alalayan yung anak. So makikita, para ma-realize ni Monera yung value na parang may time para mag-cellphone. Hindi masamang mag-cellphone, pero may time na para sa paggamit ng cellphone. So kailangan magpahinga din para magkaroon ng time na mapagpahinga yung katawan. So yun lang po, very minor po. Oo. I think meron. Ayan po. Thank you, ma'am, sa inyong story. Virtual clap po. Saglit lang. Tawa pa lang yung cup ko.
Congratulations, Ma'am Emily. Thank you din po sa share na inyong story.
Thank you. Salamat.
Alright. Do you have any other mga comments? Baka may gustong dumagdagdag ng kanilang mga gustong sabihin. Baka may napuna or napansin.
May comment si Ma'am Justina Sanchez. Yan ang common problem ng mga magulang sa panahon ngayon.
Tama,
actually,
sir.
hindi lang po ito problema sa mga bata. Actually, mas malala pa nga ito sa mga matatanda. Kasi yun nga, extension ng ating sarili. Like example ngayon, tayo mga teachers, no? Kailangan nakita yung nakaharap sa cellphone. Kasi nagkakaso tayo. Tapos, meron pa tayong inaatin ng webinar tulad nito. So, hindi na tayo mai-separate sa ating mga sa ating mga monitors and ating mga cellphone. Oo.
Tama po.
Thank you.
Netflix. Thank you, ma'am.
Ayan, thank you. I think, okay lang po ba mag-proceed na tayo sa next na presenter, sir?
Yes, sir, John.
Okay, so we still have two more. Okay, so our second but not the least. Ayan po. We have Ma'am Mary Ann Gabatan. Is Ma'am Mary Ann in our teams? Ma'am Mary Ann? Nandito po ba si Ma'am Mary Ann Gabatan?
Pakibasa na lang. O sino ang bumasa? Ikaw, Troy, or si Sir Jam? Okay. Kayong dalawa. Sige.
Okay.
Ano pong pamagat ng storya?
Anong title ng pamagat nito, ma'am?
Kasi parang picture lang nakikita ko, parang worm, picture of a worm.
Si Winnie Wati po. Si Winnie Wati.
Si Winnie
Okay.
Wati.
Okay po.
Okay, Ma'am Joy, paki-scroll lang po. Si Winnie Wati. Gisulat ni Mary Ann M. Gabatan. Kini si Winnie, usa siya ka wati. Paborito niya ang magdula sa ilalom sa mga tanom. Sa kaadlaw, nanangid siya sa iyang nanay, nga mulaag ug pakigdula sa iyang mga higalang wati. Nay, pwede ba akong mulaag sa gawas ug magdula? Oo, anak. Pero, ayaw paglaag sa layo kay basi makitaan ka sa manok. Ang manok ang kasagaraang mukaon sa sama kanatong mga wati. Pahimangno ni nanay kang Winnie. Salamat, nay, ug timan-an nako ang imong gisulti. Malipayong tubag ni Winnie. Migawas na si Winnie sa ilang balay ug nakigdula sa ubang wati. Nalingaw sila og dula ug wala nila nabantayi ang usa ka manok nga naghinay-hinay pagduol kanila. Sa kalit lang, gitukob sa manok ang usa nila kakauban ug nangahadlok silang tanan. Nagkatibulaag ang mga wati. Si Winnie abti kaayong mitago sa ilalom sa dakong dahon. Nagkurog siya ug naghilak sa kahadlok. Pagkataod-taod, nilakaw na ang manok kay wala na siya nakita nga wati. Paglakaw sa manok, midali pag-uli si Winnie. Pag-abot sa balay, migako si Winnie sa iyang nanay ug miingon. Nay, dili na ko maglaag kay mahadlok ko makaon sa manok. Maayo pa mutabang ko nimo sa mga buluhaton diri sa balay. Salamat anak, tubag ni nanay. Ayan. Okay, Filipino version na po tayo.
Sige po. Ang cute-cute magbasa ni Sir Jam. Okay, okay
Sir,
po.
Sir Troy? Would you like to read the Filipino version? Please do the honors. Go,
Ito,
sir.
sir.
Si Winning Uod, isinulat ni Mary Ann M. Gabatan. Si Winnie ay isang uod. Paborito niya ang maglaro sa ilalim ng mga halaman. Isang araw, nagpaalam siya sa kanyang nanay. Inay, pwede ba akong mamasyal sa labas at makipaglaro sa mga kaibigan kong uod? Oo anak, ngunit huwag kang pumunta sa malayo. Baka makita ka ng isang manok. Alam mo na ang mga manok ay kadalasang kakain ng mga uod na katulad natin. Paalala ni Nanay Weni. Salamat inay, at tatandaan ko po ang iyong sinabi. Masayang sagot ni Weni. Lumabas na ang bahay ni Weni at nakipaglaro sa ibang uod. Aliw na aliw sila sa paglalaro. Hindi nila namalayan na may isang manok na dahan-dahang lumapit sa kanila. Sa isang iglap, tinuka ng manok ang isang nilang kasama at natakot silang lahat. Dali-daling nagsialisan ang mga uod. Maliksing nagtatago si Winnie sa ilalim ng malaking dahon. Nanginginig at umiiyak siya sa takot. Pagkalipas ng ilang sandali, umalis na ang mga manok nang wala nang makitang uod. Pag-alis ng manok, mabilis na umuwi si Winnie. Pagdating sa bahay, niyakap ni Winnie ang kanyang nanay sabay sabi, Inay, mula ngayon hindi na ako aalis ng bahay kasi takot akong makain ng manok. Tutulong na lang ako sa inyong mga gawaing bahay. Salamat anak, nakangiting sagot ni nanay. Simula noon, tumutulong na palagi si Winnie sa kaniyang nanay. May manok background.
Oh.
Relating manok.
Opo. Okay, actually natuwa ako dun sa title in the Bisaya kasi ano siya, parang meron siyang rhyme and then makiliti yung pronunciation, parang Winnie Wati. So Wati pala is uod in is it Bisaya po ba or in a different language po?
Bisaya, sir.
Saya. So what?
Bisaya
Okay.
for work.
Okay po. Oo. So ano po? First of all, comments po. Any comments about the story? It's a very simple story, I think. Um, and ano siya? This is hindi siya very super problematic story. So what can you comment about the story?
Simple siya nga story. Madaling maintindihan ng mga bata.
Okay, opo.
Yes, there is no complication with the story. The presentation is clear. The issue is the tawag doon, yung content niya klarong-klaro. I-discuss lang kung anong mangyari pag lumabas. Sino ang kaaway ng wati. Yun lang. Tapos, when it comes to sir, yung alignment sa pagkasulat, hindi nagkaka-align. Siguro, nagmamadali lang. Tapos, yung sabi ko, pareho pa din kanina na there must be no space in between the word and then the punctuation mark. The punctuation mark must be placed after the last letter of the word. Hindi pwedeng may space in between. Tapos, yung sabi doon, oo, anak. Dapat nakama siguro is in the oo before anak, not after anak. Tapos, there was a line there na dapat sana continuation pero hindi na continue. Nagiging another line na pwede siyang i-continue. Like sa Tagalog, yung sa inay na part. Then, instead of period, ang nilagay kama. Like, yung sa may uod na part. Tapos, hindi ko din alam ha, kasi ako din, hindi naman ako magaling sa Tagalog, sir, sa Filipino. Parang feeling ko lang, yung lumabas na part, lumabas na nang. Inchi kasi yung nang doon, ewan ko kung tama yung pagkaintindi ko, dapat siguro in-ing ba? Lumabas na ng bahay, kasi nakalagay itong ing. Feeling ko lang, in-ing dapat siguro. Yung word and then the other word na malaki yung space in between. Dapat single space lang. Yun lang, minor lang talaga, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you po, Ma'am Joy. Any more comments, Sir Jam? Ano po masasabi ninyo?
Actually, sir, wala naman masyado. Na-feel ko lang talaga yung basahin yung story.
Hello, Sir Randy.
Yes po, ma'am.
Before we proceed po sa we'll have the further evaluation of the story. Meron lang po akong ipapaabot na concern kasi when the story of Ma'am Emily on ang cellphone ni Monera was presented and was evaluated, another teacher sent to me a copy of her story na similar po doon. At hindi po yun natin ano po yung stand natin, sir, kasi po we cannot just charge a teacher with plagiarism kasi katulad ngayon pareho sila ng parang concept, iba lang yung character. Yung kay Ma'am Emily is babae kasi Monera, tapos yung nag-send sa akin ngayon ng story, yung ganun din, cellphone, tapos ang napakakaiba lang is yung sa story niya nasa English, tapos parang laging top the class yung bata, lalaki yung bata, tapos niregaluhan ng cellphone. Since then, lagi na naglalaro ng cellphone yung bata hanggang sa sumakit ang tiyan, tapos dinanas sa doktor at yun sinabihan ng doktor. Parang most likely parang similar sila. So, ano po yung stand natin, sir, sa mga case na mga ganun po? Kasi hindi po talaga maiiwasan na mayroon talagang mga story na kahit sariling gawa natin without our knowledge, meron din palang existing story na same with content sa ginawa natin. Ano po yung pwede nating natin diyan, sir?
Okay po.
Para maklaro lang natin, sir.
Opo. Kaya nga po kaya po the story na sinabit ni Ma'am Emily kanina should not be considered yet final. That's the reason that was what I was explaining earlier, because the situation, if this is a realistic story and if this is meant only to to emphasize the health, that's why we have to question. Kasi for example, if we do not question yung
sir?
tips ng writer,
Ang concern po, sir, is yung story po ni Ma'am Emily is about cellphone, tapos sumakit yung tiyan ng karakter. Tapos may isa pong teacher po na participant natin ngayon na gumawa din pala ng story in English. Pareho po sila ng sitwasyon, sobrang gamit din ng cellphone, tapos sumakit din yung tiyan. So, paano po yun, sir? Kung yung parang ko dito, paano natin kung sino yung original? Kasi hindi naman sila nagkukopyahan. Para yung original yung mga story. Pero in case na nangyayari yun, ano po ang pwede natin gawin kung yun po ang sitwasyon, sir?
If it were me, ma'am, I don't think naman there is intention by Ma'am Emily to infringe or copy a story. I think this came from her, and nagkataon lang that the other one, kasi ma'am, ang nangyayari, ito yung nangyayari kapag pareho yung premise ng storya, because they are basing it on a competency. Parang ganito yan, ma'am, parang example.
Balik po,
yung sitwasyon.
Sir Randy, balik po, Sir Randy, ang wala pong problema doon kay Ma'am Emily, yung teacher po no isa na hindi na-present ang story, siya po ang may concern na baka ma-charge siya, takot siya na baka ma-charge siya ng plagiarism or nangupya siya kasi yung story din niya same with Ma'am Emily. Yun po yung, pero hindi po niya, kaya pinadala po niya right away yung story niya just to prove na the story was written during sa workshop na ito.
Hindi, ma'am, kasi ito yung as I was saying earlier, ma'am, ang nangyayari kasi, ma'am, the story of Ma'am Emily and the story of, di ba napansin niyo rin, meron yung isa yung si Una din na yung bata, meron silang mga natural tendencies na nagiging uncomfortable yung matanda, tapos ang nangyari, may mangyayaring masama sa bata, tapos sasabihan ng magulang yung bata o ng elder yung bata, ayan, kasi ikaw blah 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 blah. Tapos magmula ngayon, even itong si Winnie Wati, ganyan din ito yung nakikita ko na tendency. Iwasan po natin, kaya napansin nyo, ma'am, nagko-comment ako sa isang storya, parang to the point na ako na yung gustong magsulat. Kasi ang nangyayari, ma'am, lahat ng story na nakikita natin, wala siyang problema, pero they come from the same cookie cutter, they come from the same pattern. One kid, meron siyang ganitong problema or may ganitong condition siya, na hindi natin mabago kasi matigas ulo niya, tapos sa kabila ng warning gagawin niya yon, ang ending masasaktan siya. Tapos yung bata sasabihin ng magulang, o yan, ikaw kasi ganito ganyan ganito. Tapos sasabihin ng bata, mama, pangako ko magmula ngayon hindi na ako gagawa, hindi na ako gaganito, hindi na ako gaganyan. So napansin niyo, ma'am, yung trending ng ganung story? Pag ganun tayong magsulat lahat, kasi yun yung pinakamadaling formula Gawa natin ng problema yung bata. Pag nasaktan na yung bata, kasi total story naman siya, wala namang batang mamamatay Pero sabi ko nga, kailangan palitan natin yung ganung klaseng mindset kasi ang tawag po doon, ma'am, cookie cutter pattern. Para tayong nagluluto ng tinapay, pag hinugis natin siya, paglabas sa horno, pare-pareho sila ng itsura. So, that's the reason why iniisipan ko ng paraan yung mga kwento nila. Sinasabi ko nga, for example, yung kwento nito na mahilig sa cellphone, kailangan baguhin niya yung paraan ng pagnanarrate niya. Na ito si Winnie, ganito, isa siyang uod, laro siya ng laro sa labas. So, isang araw, mama, lalaro ako sa labas. O baka makain ka ng manok. Hindi po yan, na, kaya ko yan. Hinabol siya ng manok. Takot na takot siya. O di ba? O pwedeng siguro, worst thing, si Winnie Wati ay kinagat na natuka ng manok ang kanyang buntot at muntik na itong naputol. Di ba? Tapos sabi ni Winnie, mama, tama ka nga, dapat hindi na ako mula ngayon, hindi na ako lalabas. O di ba, ma'am, napansin niyo yung trend ng ganon? So kahit na anong gawin, sabihin ng mga teacher na baka ma-accuse ng plagiarism, hindi talaga siya hindi naman ma-accuse ng plagiarism. Pero people will question the originality all the time. Na ang problema pa naman, ang problema pa naman, kunwari unang na-publish yung kay Ma'am Emily, parang magda-doubt yung teacher na sinabi ninyo sa authenticity ng ginawa niya. Pero sa totoo lang, wala naman siyang kinopya. Pero ang problema kasi, ma'am, pare-pareho ng padron. Parang kumbaga, puro sila lahat padron ng isang manika. Itong manikang to, pinilitan mo lang yung palda niya ng shorts, pero ganun pa rin yung ending niya. So yun ang problema, na kaya nagkakapareho yung story. That is the reason why may comment si ma'am na whoever submitted the story, ma'am, ano po yan, nagiging contentious yan. For example, what if may isang original story na publish earlier, pero na-discover much later na merong unpublished manuscript at much later siyang na-publish. Pero the certainty of the date of the manuscript is much older. For example, pinento ito ni Mrs. De La Cruz noong 1956, kaya lang ngayon lang na-discover nung namatay na siya, nung kinalkal ng mga anak yung diary niya, pinablish yung story niya, mga ganun po, no? Ang iwasan na lang po natin dito, and this is the reason why even after the workshop, I am very much willing to parang help the division in vetting for the original, vetting for the quality. Gusto kong tulungan kayo, ma'am, kasi nakita ko ang daming, unang-una yung division nyo enjoys the privilege of writing in 4 languages. You have English, Filipino, Bisaya, and Maranao, no? And probably there are other languages there na pwede nyo pang isulat, no? There will be stories na, let's try to identify which stories have the same cookie cutter pattern. So katulad nun, yung cellphone na story, kaya ako lang masusunod, ma'am, kung ito ay gagawin talagang children's book, kaya binabago ko, ma'am, ganito na lang gawin natin. Di ba nakikita nyo sa discussion earlier, ma'am, ganito na lang gawin natin. Rather than it being sumakit ang tiyan, bakit hindi na lang sumakit, na deadbat yung phone, tapos yung bata, na-start na siyang magutom, naghanap siya ng pagkain, ganito. Para maiwasan yung cookie cutter pattern. No? Ito yung sumunod naman na sabi niyo, yung teacher na he wrote it in English, you're not guilty of anything. It's just that you are writing in a cookie cutter pattern na parang pare-pareho kayo ng sinubmit. And nobody says that you might, do not doubt the authenticity, rather you should be challenged to revise your story in such a way that it would sound original. Now, how do you make your stories original? Do not use the same cookie cutter names. Juan, Maria, Oliver, Pepe, Pilar, wag na yung mga gano'n. Ano mas maganda mga pangalan? Gumamit kayo ng localized names. For example, yun nga, I see so many beautiful names here. Nasiba, Omaira, Naima, Abu Bakar, ganun po. Kasi locality nyo ito eh. So promote the names of your locality. Why name your characters Princess, Prince, di ba? Kaya si Pacquiao hindi ko ang baba na sa akin baka fan kayo ni Manny Pacquiao. Ang baba ng taste level ni Pacquiao. Ang mga pangalan ng anak niya, pinangalan niya sa mga hari at reyna na hindi naman related sa kanya. Di ba? Bakit pangalan ng mga anak niya? Princess Diana, Queen Elizabeth, di ba? So kumbaga ganito yan, mama. Paano kung namatay si Queen Elizabeth? Di sabihin, patay na si Queen Elizabeth Pacquiao. Di ba? Parang
correct.
Di ba? Kunwari, pangalan ng anak niya Prince Charles, tapos turns out Prince Charles is one of the worst kings of England. Di ba? Ang pangit, parang gusto mong maging royalty yung anak mo kasi you came from poor origins, pero parang ako say bakit hindi mo pangalanan ng unique yung anak mo, di ba? For example, bakit hindi mo siya pangalang parang for example, yung mga kung napansin niyo, ma'am, yung mga artist, kung may mga kilala kayong artist, ano yung mga pangalan ng mga anak ng artist? Usually very creative. Example, meron akong, yung isang very famous sculptor sa Mindanao, di ba? Ang pangalan niya ay si Kublai Millan. Diba? Sikat na sculptor to, yung artwork niya is being exhibited all over Mindanao, no? Pero yung pangalan niya Kublai, parang it was named after a very famous conqueror. Mga ganun po, yung mga Prince Elizabeth, Queen ano. Ako mas maganda yung something close to origin, no? Yung, kunwari, this is, of course, Lanao and Lanao is very much predominantly Muslim. So why not name your characters after Muslims? For example, yun nga ako mama, hindi ako Muslim pero pinili ko mga pangalan ng character ko, Faisal, Farida, 'di ba? So saan ko hinanap yun? Nagtanong-tanong ako and I wanted like parang alliteration, no? Gusto ko FF, no? Eh naalala ko yung pangalan ng pangalan ng kapatid ng kaklase ko na Muslim noon, no? So pangalan ng kuya niya ay Faisal, which is, it turns out he was named after the King of Saudi. And then the other one was named after, I don't know, like parang Farida kasi parang it was a feminine form of Farid, parang ganun. So okay, so I love the sound of the names. Ginamit ko siya, but also I search for the history. So yun po, no? Tawag dito. Para maiwasan po, this is just a reinforcement of what we have realized now. Let's try avoiding to write cookie cutter stories, no? For example, di ba meron tayo alam mo yung example ng cookie cutter pattern, yung Romeo and Juliet, ma'am, di ba? Ano ba yung story ng Romeo and Juliet? Si girl mayaman, si boy mahirap. Ayaw ng pamilya ni girl kay boy kasi kalaban sila. Ayaw ng pamilya ni boy kay girl kasi kalaban yung pamilya. Tapos yung dalawang pamilya naglaban-laban. Tapos, ano yung ending? Nagpakamatay si girl. Tapos, nung nalaman patay si girl, nasaktan si boy, pinatay niya yung sarili niya. So, ang ending, patay silang dalawa. Tapos, tsaka lang nagkaroon ng pagbabago sa puso yung dalawang pamilya nung patay ng dalawang anak nila. Which is what? Parang nasa huli ang pagsisisi ng gusto nating matutuhan. Sinong unang gumawa nun? Si Shakespeare. Kung buhay si Shakespeare, dinidimanda na tayong lahat. Ang problema, yung work ni Shakespeare, public domain na. Ibig sabihin po nun, hindi na makaka-claim hindi na tayo pwedeng idemanda ni Shakespeare kasi patay na siya. At pangalawa, kung meron man siyang mga kamag-anak na gustong i-claim, hindi pwede kasi pang publiko na yung gamit, yung prop, yung mga sinulat niya. Ibig sabihin nun, wala nang may-aring buhay. Diba? Yun ang ibig sabihin nun, pag public domain. Example, ang Quran, hindi siya pwedeng i-copyright. Diba? Kasi ang Quran sinulat noong 500 years ago, 1,500 years ago, diba? O yung Bible, kailan nasulat ito? More than 1,000 years ago or 1,500 or 2,000 years ago. We cannot, parang anyone who is from the Bible cannot sue us because they're already dead. Diba? Yun po yun, So, anything that's public domain. So, that's the reason why yung kaninang concern ni Ma'am Naima na baka daw ma-accuse siya o plagiarism or copyright infringement, hindi po. Kaya nga, when I asked her kung wala pong makapag-prove, habang wala pang proof na meron ng ganong similar story, which is, I told earlier, di ba yung Star Wife, ang daming versions ng folktale na yun, iba-ibang lugar, iba-iba lang ang pangalan. Tungkol sa lalaki na dinaya niya yung isang babaeng mahal niya, dinakaw niya yung pakpak para maging asawa niya, tapos ang ending, nung na-discover ni babae, umalis siya, pinahula ng father-in-law niya, sino dyan ang asawa mo? Ang daming version nun, ma'am, no? So yun, I encourage everyone here who is listening, especially Ma'am Emmy, there's no yung story mo is not parang it's not unoriginal, hindi siya fake, hindi siya it's just that, or even the English teacher, siya, cookie cutter pattern. Parang pandesal o yung cookie, kaya cookie cutter, di ba? Pag nagawa tayo ng cookies, gusto nating star shape ng mga cookies natin, iuhugis natin dun sa mga bakal na lalagyan, tapos pag hinango natin sa oven, pare-pareho sila ng shape. Kasi cookie cutter pattern, no? So, magkakaiban man ng oras ang pagkakaluto, iisa ng hulma. Yun yung term, hulma.
So lumabas tayo dun sa mga hulma na ito. Kasi pag ganito yung paraan natin ng paghulma ng storya, we will be accused of being uncreative. Hindi tayo nagiging malikhain. Baguhin natin ng konti, no? Yung tendencies. Example, yung uod pa, sige, palitan. Kunwari, itong sinulat ni Mary Ann, Ma'am Mary Ann, si Winnie Wati. Palitan natin ng pangalan. Pwede yung pangalan niya ay kunwari lang, biro-biro lang to, si Jamal Andor. Diba? Si Jamal Andor ay mahilig maglaro sa ilalim ng puno. Isang araw nagpaalam siya, Nay, maglalaro po ako. Sabi ng nanay ni Jamal, anak, hindi pwede, baka madagit ka ng agila. O baka masubo ka ng baka dagitin ka ng aswang sa gabi. Sabi natin, hindi na araw, baka gabi na nangyari. Pero the same din, di ba? Yun lang, napapalit-palit lang ng pangalan. Paano tayong paano kung merong masira ulo sa atin? Oy, ako unang sumulat niyan. Pero sa totoo lang, cookie cutter pattern po yun, no? So yun, I always challenge you whenever I critique the stories, if you think, sabi ko nga kanina, if you think I am talking too much about your story, it means revise. It means think the way I think. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, I don't like the idea of me being accused of unoriginality. That's why if I write my stories po, and this is probably one of the last lessons I will be imparting to you, how I write my stories. Paano po ito? I always write about family. Of course, but sir, we also write about family. Yeah, I write about family, which is something close to my experience. Di ba ganun po yun? So for example, that's why the more original stories are the ones that are written because kasi parang or more authentic because they're the ones that relate to your experience as a family. So ako, nakikita ko, I always look around and I do diligent research. Sa totoo lang po, hindi po madaling magsulat ng kwento. For example, yung isang kwento ko na nanalo sa Palangka, and I'll show this to you, itong Lawan. Nanalo po ito ng Palangka Awards 2012, second prize, and then they turned it into a book. This was part of a project in my writing group in which we all wrote about the same subject. Parang we wrote about Mount Makiling, what happens inside Mount Makiling, the forest there, the ecosystem there. And each of us wrote almost the same tungkol sa isang bahay. So maybe one friend also writing the same story. So what I did was do research. So I did the research, talagang kalkal lang sa internet, nagpunta pa ako sa iPhone, baka meron silang database ng mga puno, tapos naghingi-hingi pa ako ng picture ng mga itong buto na to, nakuha ko ng sample. Ganun po, sobrang fastidious. Ay, saglit lang po, mama, si Hilda. So, yun, as I was saying always try to be original in terms of name, in terms of situation in your story, because many of the stories, they all revolve around probably the same values. For example, they all talk about love, they all talk about protection, they all talk about how they all talk about lessons being learned, mga ganun po, So, yun po, that's the reason. Actually, ma'am, regarding the idea of cellphone, this is just my opinion, talamak na talaga yung problema ng cellphone. So for us to address this is already too late. We are already guilty of it. Di po ba? Tama po ako, di ba? Parang hindi na natin masosolve yan. Sa totoo lang po, wala na pong solution dyan. I think the only thing that will kill the cellphone is the loss of electricity all over the world. Because all mobile phones, all gadgets, they run on electricity. So what if there's something worse than COVID? Biglang mawalan tayo ng electricity sa lahat ng bahagi ng mundo. Parang mabalot tayo sa dilim, mabalot tayo ng the lack of electricidad.
Diba? Na wala ng kuryente. So yun, no? Parang, yun yung magandang sulat na storya. What will happen if we live in a world where there is no electricity? We will probably go back to the 1500s in which there was no electricity. Kung saan, babalik tayo sa pagbasa ng libro. Paano ginagawa ang libro? Imbis na ini-imprenta ng makina na pinatatakbo ng kuryente, malamang inuukit natin sa bakal. Yung una, yung Gutenberg press, alam niyo yun? O, tinatatak natin doon yung mga libro. So pag nakakita kayo ng libro ng 500 years ago, maluloka kayo kasi ang lalaki, ang bibigat, tapos ang kakapal ng papel. Na ngayon, maglulutuhan na, pero nung pinabis siguro yun, ang kakapal ng papel, no? That's the only thing that will change us. Pero sa ngayon, yung parang yan, marketing solution in offer natin pag gumawa tayong story about the cellphone. Pero for example, ma'am, if this is written, for example, as a lesson, parang lesson lang, I don't have a problem with the story of Ma'am Emily. Okay? And what I also don't have a problem with that other teacher saying, sir, yung story ko, parang ganun din. Lalaki nga lang yung character. Tapos, isa sumakit ang tiyan, sumakit naman ang ulo niya. Pero, it is also just for a lesson lang. Pero for example, pagtuturo natin sa story, we're going to read a story about, cellphone ni Modena, tapos isa naman ang cellphone ni Ibrahim. Ibrahim. Naisip natin, alin yung una kumakwento, malas ng pangalawa. Diba? So, ako nakikita ko, ma'am, ganito. May suggestion si Ma'am Jocelyn. Ilagay na lang lahat ng bad effects of constant cellphone para may pagkakaiba ng budget. Depende rin paano ko sinusulat ng writer. Example, prior to this, tapos dumating sa point na depressed na siya, ayaw na niyang pumasok, which is what happens in real life. Pag nilitan mo yun, it's not already region. And that's the difference of literature and real life. In real life, things happen to people, like logical, but they happen. Pero sa literature, the truths of fiction or the truths of literature should be stricter than what happens in real life. Meaning, if somebody asks me, is this story original? No, because it's the same thing as another. So people will not consider this quality. Yun lang magiging problema. Hindi na usapin ng originality but quality. Diba? This may be original, but this is not quality. So, what does good or quality literature, how does good and quality literature differ from the others? Good and quality literature, a literature that you cannot, you can read only from this work, but at the same time they mirror universal values. Example, nung sinulat ko yung Cheneyin, yung tungkol sa kasambahay, wala kang nag-publish, wala nakaisip, diba? Na gawing funny yung story tungkol sa isang bata na ini-imagine yung kanyang yaya, ini-imagine niya yung kanilang kasambahay na isang magical na tao. So, ending, wala makapagsulat ng katulad ng akin. So, ako pa lang siguro ang isa sa kakaunting tao na nakapagsulat nun. Yung ang bonggang-bonggang batang Betty, gano'n din po, no? Parang, sinulat ko yung kwento ng isang batang mahilig kumanta ng parang DJ, marami siyang mga kaibigang tulad niya, natakot siya sa ipis, isang araw, binuli siya ng kanyang mga pinsan, no? Pero, despite that, she is very proud of who she is, wala makagaya doon kay Adele na ang bonggang-bonggang batang Becky kasi unang-una title pa lang di ba? Naisip na namin ng editor ko, kailangan ang title ko walang katulad, no? Kasi gusto nilang i-project international yung libro, no? Tapos, so yun. So parang nangyari, nobody can accuse me of saying, this is the only one. Kaya nga nangyari yung buko na, and always think of the out of the box characters. Let's not create characters from ordinary children or from ordinary people. Example, if I may be, for example, this one, I wrote a character about a turtle. But not just a turtle, but a turtle who is a mother who is about to lay eggs. So based dito sa scientific study, no, na I wrote the reproductive pattern sa turtle. Pero hindi ako nagturo ng lesson. Ang nabasa ko sa lesson, ang turtle, kapag mangingitlog na siya, or magpo-produce na siya ng babies, bumabalik siya sa isla kung saan siya nag-isa. Which means, kahit nandun na nasa kabilang ibayo siya ng mundo, nasa kabilang side na siya ng mundo, pipilitin niyang bumalik. No, aabusin siya ng dagat. Pupuntahan niya yung, susundan niya yung current ng tubig kung saan dadalhin siya dun sa kanyang sinilangang isla, pinagpisang isla. Tapos, paano niya maalala yun? Kasi yung turtle, base sa research ko, ay may matalas na pangamoy. So, yung unang naamoy niya, nung nabuhay siya sa mundo, nung napisa siya sa itlog, maaalala niya sa buong buhay niya. At yun yung gagamitin niya para hanapin uli yung lugar kung saan siya napisa. Tapos doon sa lugar na yun siya nung mangingitlog, at aalis na uli siya, babalik na uli siya sa dagat. Tapos ganun ang anak niya. Pag sila naman lumaki, babalik din sila sa isla na yun, para doon din mangitlog. Ganun po yun, always think out of the box po, no? Sa mga, diba sabi ko sa characters, always make sure that the characters are something that they cannot say, may ganyan ng character. So, ganito po yung sulat ko, sinulat ko, ito lang, ganito rin po, no? Kwento ng Kaya parang sa, the challenge to the writers is for you to publish very quickly. Unahan mo na yung pwede maglabas ng story mo. Kasi the moment na copyright yan, na-publish siya, automatic copyrighted yan, basta na-publish. Diba? Tapos ginawa na-commercially sold pa, no? So nobody can write anything about a book of turtles in the Philippines na katulad ng, meron mga books about turtles on my, in children's literature in the Philippines, pero nobody can say that this book is a copy of somebody else kasi it's a different situation. This book, there are many books about trees in the Philippines, but nobody can say, this book is copied from something else. Because I based it on reality and then I embellished it with fictional elements. For example, nobody will say that this book is a copy of a non-fiction book about trees or about the Lawan tree. Kasi yung akin, fantastic. Nobody can say that this is patterned from a fantastic character. Kasi binis yung character from the past. And I just added fictional elements. Because nobody will believe that a tree could talk or a tree could think like a human. Ganun po yun, no? The same thing, generally, may higante, no? Yung higante sa aming bahay, when I wrote that story, who was my pattern? It was not anyone else but my father. Diba? And this from my experience in life, I patterned the giant, I made using other people. For example, my uncle, who is a doctor, was 6 feet. And then, my mentor in writing, Joanna, was a very in a very characteristic way. No? So, I always want to make my characters original and all the situations in my story original. Yun po. So, as for the insecurity, sir, kasi baka ang tendency nga, paano naman kayo makahiyaan nyo yung pagiging creative kasi sasabihin, kailangan ko palang double check. Huwag niyo po muna isipin yung pagdo-double check. Sulat niyo po muna yung burador niyo or draft niyo. Sa ganyang paraan, balikan niyo yung sinulat, no? Kasi syempre, ano po yan parang writing is also a process of parang brewing or cooking, di ba? When sometimes the best meals are the ones that are cooked for a very long time, di ba? Kasi lutong-luto yung karne. Ganun din po yung kwento. Kapag ang kwento niyo ay dahan-dahan yung ihinanda, dahan-dahan din po yung sinulat, makikita niyo po yung video ng pagkakasulat. Pero ito po, sa tingin ko, ang pinakamalaking tutulong po sa inyo. And I think this is something, and I know I'd like to ask, no? How many children's books have you read before you started writing? Normally, actually, tinatanong ko yan pag meron akong mga napapamentor sa akin eh. Ilang libro nang nabasa mo? So, minsan sa akin, sige, ano yung mga librong nabasa mo na? Sinong favorite mong writers? Kasi normal, yung una mong binasa, doon ka magpapadron, doon ka magpapattern ng iyong sariling estilo, no? Ng pagsusulat. Halimbawa, gusto mo yung mag-ulit-ulit ng words kasi nakita mo, nabasa mo yung work ng isang writer, si Ongkong Remigio, yung bruha, ha, 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 ha. Bruha, ganun siya sa bruha, ha, bruhihi. Sabi naman niya sa kwento niya, Papilgriha, ang nanay ko, ang inis-inis. Kapag may nakita siyang dumikis walis dito, walis doon. Pag may nakita siyang pupo ng aso, punas dito, punas doon. Kapag may natabig na tubig na baso sa lamesa at kumalat sa sahig, parang punas dito, punas doon. Parang ganun po yung mga ganun klaseng mga, tawag dito, yung repetitive patterns, yun ang nagiging signature ng writer, no? At pag nag-work yun, marami rin gagaya sa'yo. There should always be an effort from all of us to read not only writers from our locality, but also published books. For example, I asked Ma'am Connie, if meron po ba kayong library hub dito sa DepEd Lanao? I'm sure meron po kayo, no?
Yes, sir. Meron po, sir.
Opo. Kaya lang po, yung mga teachers po ba, is this easily accessible to them? Like, for example, can they borrow the books and read them?
Yes, sir.
Sir. Oh, yes po.
Yes po. For example, may mga pinakita kong books sa inyo. Like, yun nga ang tawag dito, yung mga big books na nakikita nyo na pinapakita ko. Meron din po ba kayo nung sa Basa Pilipinas? Binigyan din po ba kayo ng copy nun, yung Basa Pilipinas? Kasi yung Basa Pilipinas, project yun ng USA with DepEd na parang literacy project yun. Isa sa mga libro.
Yes, sir. I remember may binigay po yung Basa Pilipinas, but it was directly forwarded to the kay Dr. Munisa yata, yung sa Filipino supervisor namin, and then the said reading materials are given to the schools directly, so parang wala kaming copy sa library hub sa mga books na binigay ng Basa Pilipinas po.
Oo, so yun pala, no, dapat
Pero as Ma'am Joy, kasi si Ma'am Joy po yung nasa division librarian natin, baka lang nakapanood na po. Joy, do you have copies of books provided by Basa Pilipinas?
Yes, sir. Are we referring that legal reader books? In the our division, the division of Labrador Norte was a recipient of Basa Pilipinas. There were plenty of nakapack kasi siya sa transparent envelope. And they were all distributed to the school. So therefore, every school has a copy of that legal reader in English and Filipino. So here in our division LR Center, we have also a copy of that legal reader materials. But I only got one copy for every type of for every pack because they are all allocated for the schools. Yes. And example,
Saglit lang po I'll search. For example, ito po, bakit kung nakikita niyo, ito po, isa sa mga libro ko na kasama sa Basa Pilipinas, ito po, no? Yung original ito Tagalog, ang bago kong kalaro, pero nung ginawa nila sa Basa Pilipinas, may tatak dito. Basa Pilipinas, USA. Yan po. May tatak dito. Na iba-iba po, no, parang for example, meron pang English, may pang mother tongue, may pang Filipino. So example po ito ng mga pinili po ito ng mismong Basa Pilipinas. And I think magkakaroon yata ng pangalawa. Another ma'am, kung nakarating na sa inyo last year, yung Room to Read. Pangalan naman ng book project is Room to Read.
What are the materials that contains that room to read, sir?
Opo, 20 books po iyon. Kasi ang naalala ko, we conducted an online launching for BARM, B-A-R-M-M. Tapos ang nangyari, sa launching noon, all the teachers were present and then they were introduced on how these books to be used. These are books for early readers. So, ganito po yung size niya, parang 9 by 12 yung libro, parang 9 by 12 ba ito? Parang ganito po kalaki. Yung po siya size. Opo po, ano po size. Tapos ngayon po, iba-iba ang publisher, kasi ma'am, tulad ng nung sa Basa Pilipinas, hindi DepEd ang nag-distribute ng copies. Ang nag-distribute is yung mismo Room to Read. I think they coordinated with certain divisions or regional offices rather than with DepEd Central kasi nung nakausap namin yung DepEd Central, ang sabi nila, sir, yung problem namin dito is if you distribute the books yourselves, you will be assured na makakarating sa inyo. Kasi sa amin, sir, sabi nung taga-DepEd Central to, taga-BLR sila, Bureau of Learning Resources, ang sabi nila, so hindi po namin mag-distribute on our own end, from our own end, kasi pag binigyan nyo kami ng book, magpapabid kami ng courier, i-fidgets namin. Kumbaga, ipo-procurement law pa yung pagpapa-courier. Tapos, minsan, tapos yung bidder, di tatagal na naman, pupuspon hanggang sa yung libro man nabulok na doon sa DepEd Central. Kaya sila mismo nagsabi sila, sir, pwede bang kayo na lang mag-distribute? So medyo na-shock yung Room to Read, no? International organization to, sila na nga yung nag-print, sila pa yung magdodonate. Tapos, even the coordination, ayaw sagutin ni DepEd Central because of the tediousness of the procurement na parang, kasi sir, hindi pwede sisilipin kami ni Kowa, sisilipin kami ni gano'n. So parang, alam mo, nakita ko yung mukha yung taga-Room to Read na international, parang, what kind of, parang yung narinig namin reaction sa kanya, what kind of country is your country? In which donors are being made to parang suffer the consequences of bad governance. Yun tuloy yung reputation natin, that we are being played by bureaucratic red tape, that supposedly the gatekeepers of against corruption and red tape are the ones promoting that. So, baka may mga matamaan na naman akong, alam niyo na, parang example kami itong libro ito, when I created this book, yes po ma'am? Yes,
sir. Actually, sir, wala po kaming natanggap ng A3 size na mga storybooks from whatever agencies or NGOs or whatsoever. But we will be happy if we will be given some more books to add to collections para mas marami yung magagamit, mahihiram, reference on writing stories, and also for our children, especially pag mag-click tayo face-to-face.
Yes po ma'am, oo. Yun nga, hindi po yun nga yung, hindi pa pala narinig. Ibig sabihin nun ma'am, nataka po na naisip na yung BARM yung kanina. Pero,
wala akong balita rin sa ibang region kung nakatanggap na rin sila ng mga ang nangyari, these are commercial editions. The ones that are supposedly to be distributed for community libraries of Guntuli, which is actually the schools, no? Is ano po, parang special curriculum na nakalagay na for sale at the stories here, for example, these stories just deal with, medyo, for example, parang iba-ibang topics, so 20 books ito na na-publish namin. And these are all quality, the top 4 children's book publishers of the Philippines. In my case, I was published along with this by Anvil Publishing, which is one of the biggest commercial Philippine publishers. So, mga ganun po. Another thing, ewan ko po, kung long time po nakareceive po kayo, alam niyo po yung yung sa McDonald's Philippines, na meron silang book project din. Narinig niyo po yun?
Yes po, parang recipe po yung depende lang sa libro nila, sir. Paunta-unta. Sila.
Yung sa McDonald's, sir.
Narinig niyo na po yun?
Yes po.
Opo. Kasi yung Chen and Chen, doon nila una nabasa. Opo. Yes po, ma'am.
Yung sa McDonald's po, sir, nagbigay ng mga books ang McDonald's, but it was given to the social mobilization education program special. May mga recipient na kasi identify na yung recipients books of that McDonald's.
Opo. So ganun po nangyari. Parang select po yung pinili nila, no? Oo, kasi nangyari, ma'am. Opo, nangyari, ma'am. Kung sino siguro yung may contact sa kanila, yung binigyan. Siyempre, kumbaga, reliable yung nanghingit. Reliable yung nag-connect sa kanila.
Nangyari po, sir, is the division office po, who recommended the number of schools na magiging will be recipient of the storybooks. Pero, parang may criteria po yata pina-follow, like, yung pastoral schools, parang may criteria po in selecting schools to become recipient of these storybooks po.
Opo, oo. Yun po. Anyway, naku, Ma'am Connie, we should have our own conference with Ella. As much as I would like to do this, and I'd like to have your division because I know that there are so many stories that the children should be able to read. Of course, there was also the DepEd Library Hub, the project of Brother Armin. Naka-receive kayo for sure yung mga books na nakalagay sila sa mga orasan.
Yes po.
Oo, yun po, no? Kasi kasama yung mga libro ko doon sa library hub na yun na project Kaya alam niyo yung na-shelf lang yun dahil doon sa Napoles scandal, yung Napoles scam. Kaya kasi nangyari sobrang naghigpit si COA sa DepEd. Kasi I think nagagamit din kasi minsan ng mga agencies natin ng mga unscrupulous individuals So anyway, before I'll make a quick assessment of the stories here. Wait lang po ha. Na-unmute daw ako, wait lang po. Means, hello ba't ako? Wait lang. Okay, narinig na po ako, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Yeah, okay. Very quick, quick comment on this is because I want Ma'am Jamina Radia for her story to be brought into the So ito, very quick lang po para kay Ma'am Mary Ann because I think she's from the YouTube platform. Ma'am Mary Ann, ayun po, yung una iwasan natin yung cookie cutter pattern, na Although ang cute ng title, no, si Winnie Wati, no, yung Winnie Uod. Siguro, ma'am, let's talk about another way in which the Uod should not be the victim of or the possible victim of predators. Kasi dito, parang karma, parang yun yung destiny niya. Because she's an uod, she will automatically become an automatic food choice. Parang food choice siya lagi ng manok, no? So let's try to think of another way for the uod to become to be told in a different way, not just because it is a kid na in danger of getting eaten because she is being stubborn. That's the same cookie cutter pattern. But if you write a science story about Winnie Uod, for example, what is the importance of earth? They are talking about earthworms here, diba? So earthworms, you can talk about probably, Winnie Uod as a contributor to making the soil rich. So Winnie Uod is like a farmer, but instead of a farmer that grows crops on land, he makes the soil rich so that he could eat better peanuts, he could make tastier potatoes, or probably eat crunchier kamote or sweet potatoes. Mas ganun po, para mas naisip ko, instead of the cookie cutter pattern of kid, parent, na parang what if si Winnie Wati ay isang magsasaka siya who likes to plant, who likes to grow food. For example, because uod siya, so most of his crops are root crops, di ba? So root crops, for example, kamote, gabi, in which earthworms are known to burrow into land. So parang yun ang paraan ni uod, no, to what do you call this? Paraan ni uod para mag-alaga ng halaman. Hindi siya nagdidilig ng halaman. No? So, tumutulong siya. So, anong ginagawa? No? So, minsan, ginagawa nitong si Uod para he creates those waterways, yung hose, gamit yung katawan niya, para makarating yung tubig doon sa roots ng kanyang pinatutulong mga root crops, no? So, yun. No? Tapos ang ending, parang sa pagtsatsaga ni Uod, parang a day in the life of, no? Walang external conflict. Pagdating ng harvest time, nagbunga yung pagpapagod ni Winnie Wati na napakaraming tumubo ng mga kamote, mga patatas, ng mga gabi, ng mga mani, ano pa ba yung mga tumutubo sa ilalim, sibuyas, bawang, mga ganun, and then nung hinarvest niya yun, and then nagluto siya kunwari, no? Kasi syempre fantasy naman ito, nagluto siya ng isang napakasarap na sopas na in-enjoy niya habang umuulan sa labas ng tinitirahan niya bahay. The bahay is under the soil of under the root of a tree, no, na kanyang tinitirahan. Parang ganun po yung nakikita kong nito, possible way to make this story very original. Okay? So congratulations, Ma'am Mary Ann. So, Ma'am Joy, let's flash the story very quickly. We will not read it out loud now. I'll go with it.
Okay, so for the last presenter, we have Ma'am Janima Radya of Dilibayan. Janima Radya. Ma'am Joy, please present the output of Ma'am Janima.
Mary Joy. Hindi, baka nag-freeze yung screen. Nag-freeze yung screen. Ay, sorry. I just saw this all now. Just the same with the honest guard, the king seats, the emperor seats. Okay. I'll just ask siguro, maybe if if this is in YouTube, is it possible for those who, for example, na-miss nila yung isang araw because they were also doing other things. Is it possible for them to watch it back on the YouTube channel where it was presented?
Yes, sir.
po, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes po, Sir Randy.
Pwede po paulit-ulit nilang panoorin, sir.
Yes po, sir. Actually, it's my personal UIT channel po kasi wala po akong makakuha na ibang channel.
Na-project na po yung kay Ma'am Geneva. Ako ay nag-freeze na rin ang aking screen. Wait lang po ah. Ano ang pangalan ng story na to?
Ma'am Jenny Maradi, are you with us? Ma'am Jenny na? Check ko natin baka. Kasi kanina po na-mention ni Ma'am Jenny na uuwi po si Ma'am Jenny kasi tapos pag uwi niya, mawawala yung signal niya. Kaya ganun ulit nandito po si Ma'am Jenny na.
Hindi po ba? Joy?
Yes, sir.
Ako lang po yung hindi nakakarinig. Ay, sorry po ah. Na-project na po ba? Hindi ma-project.
Ulit po ako, sir.
Kaya
po ako. Sige, sir.
Okay. Okay, napapawag po. Wait lang po ako naman ang na-mute dito. Kasi my Bluetooth speaker is...
Loud and clear ka, sir. Loud and clear.
Oo nga eh. Ang stressful ha. Ang problema, mag-ano ako dito, mag-Bluetooth ako. Mag-disconnect ako sa Bluetooth. Hindi, isa na din. Mag-disconnect muna ako dito sa laptop. Under to, kaya lang nakakonekta nga ako sa isa. Wait lang po.
Take your time, sir.
Hello po, narinig po ako?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Nag-connect ako sa ibang Bluetooth speaker. Buti na lang meron akong backup. Okay, the story is called The New Normal for Mokindi. At the house of Mokindi, there are piles of unanswered self-learning modules displayed in the table. Mokindi is a grade 6 learner. He does not read nor answer regularly these modules. He spends most of his time in playing certain games in his cellular phone. His mother advises Mokindi to read carefully and answer it. However, Mokindi barely listens to, I'll check. Is this in in English po ba, day 5?
Yes po, in English po.
Ano po yung name ng file? Sorry po. Hi.
Jenny M. Radia, SDMIS.
Okay, parang wala siya sa English. I'll look for it in Filipino. Janina. Anong folder po ito? Parang wala po sa English, sa day 5. Hindi ko po kasi nababasa yung nasa screen eh. Ganito na po siya ka-explain, Ma'am Joy?
Sir, nasa day 3 po ata yung sa kanya. Day 3 output kasi nakalagay dito.
Okay. Thank you for that. Day 3 pala, kaya pala. Wait lang po.
Okay, kung ganito kaikli yung kay Ma'am Janina, Jani Maradia, okay, ito ka na. Jani Maradia. Please open. Okay. Hala, sumusuko na rin yata yun. Okay. Ma'am Joy, hanggang doon lang ba yung ending no? Nung sinulat ni Ma'am Janina? Sorry, ang tagal mag-load sa akin eh. O yun, no? Iba yung inopen niya. Kahit yun yung pinindot ko. Wait lang. Okay. Okay. Nakita ko na. Okay. One morning, Makindi's blah, 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 blah. Okay. I can already make critics for this one. Okay. In the story, I think the main contention here is that the story is about a kid who is not complying with the new normal in education in such a way that parang kumbaga, parang there is an effort, there is so much effort for the mom or for the mom of the kid na of Mukindi for him to study hard because he's simply not interested in learning, no? Again, the story of the son being addicted to computer games or being so too attached to the mobile phone. Makindi's phone has run out of electronic load and internet has been disconnected. Hindi, you have to know the value of Oo. Okay. Ma'am, I think this is this is for Ma'am Janina, no? I think this story is not written for a kid but rather for an adult. The story of the new normal for Mukindi is like parang I cannot hear myself kasi, sorry.
Ma'am Joy, please turn off your mic, Ma'am Joy.
Yes, as I was saying, ayun nga, parang this is a story that is not really written for a student, but rather, or for a young reader, but rather this is a story that is written for your fellow teachers. Or for a teenage learner, ganun. At the very least, a teenage learner. Kasi this is, parang, I don't know if this is written for a younger reader, no? The way I see it, this is, parang, I don't see anything wrong with the story except the fact that this is not appropriate for a young reader. And that it tackles issues that are actually best read or addressed to by adults, meaning the parents of Mukindi, the teacher of Mukindi, and probably the situation is mirrored by many of your experiences as teachers na meron kayong mga estudyante na tawag dito? Yung mga estudyante kayo na parang hindi sila nakakope well sa pag-aaral kasi mas masarap maglaro ng cellphone eh. Totoo naman, sa totoo lang, aminin natin, mga anak nga natin, di ba? Pag-aaral ka mabuti, tapos makikita mo, laro ng puyat ng puyat. Pero pag pinaggawa mo ng homework, hindi makagawa ng maayos, hindi marunong mag-research, di ba? Hindi marunong maghanap. So yun po, no? Parang it's the same dilemma. So,
Is this fit for LRMDS? Probably not for elementary, not for early readers. This is more for high school grades. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yun yung masasabi ko. So I see, but if if Ma'am Janima wants to write for younger readers, this is not how you write this is not how you write through this kind of English level or language level. Kasi ano siya parang very essay ang dating niya, para siyang sanaysay, parang essay. And yung bata hindi pa nakakaintindi ng sanaysay, no? Lalo na kung grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Pwede siguro grade 4, pero the subject matter is something beyond the reach of, beyond the solving tendencies of any kid. Paano siya magiging competent in solving the problems of the government? Like for example, the new normal, no? Or how can this kid solve the sociological issues behind the addiction to cell phones? Hindi mo solve, hindi mo process. Hindi mo naman pwedeng sabihin, wala lang sir, para for exposure. Kaya lang parang you are just making the student, parang tinuturuan mo siya paano maging jaded sa mundo, maging jaded sa gobyerno. No? So let's try to, this is best for a lesson plan setting, but as a book, I don't see it getting parang mileage kasi unang-una the datedness of the new modules. What if one day we no longer have COVID, balik tayo, this lesson will become moot and academic. Because probably because of the bad experiences we had with this blended learning na may modules, parang teachers getting laughed at for grammar errors, teachers who actually openly mock the government by yun nga, katulad nun yung anong pangalan nun, yung naalala niyo yung commercial mo, yung module na prinodo sa Pampanga, tapos lumabas dun yung ang pagkan, yung bad word, yung 6-letter word sa Tagalog for lovemaking, di ba? Yung bad word na yon. So yun, no? Parang syempre ang hirap. I don't want, if it were me, I don't want the teachers to suffer that kind of problem, no? Yung being assigned to do lessons that they are not really prepared to write. Of course, not all teachers, and of course, let's recognize the idea that not all teachers are fully equipped to create modules, no? So yun, this is a problem that should be solved by adults. This is a story that should be read by adults, not by children. They cannot solve this. They cannot process this very easily because this is a system. Parang the system of creation of this new normal of education is best addressed by adults, not by kids. Hindi katulad nung kanina bullying, yes, it can be addressed by kids. You teach them how to face violence against them or to defend violence against their own life and person. Pero that is how I see it, no? I'm sorry, Ma'am Janima, if I hope you don't I hope you get the way I think now. Maybe you can write something else, but if you are writing this as a part of that kind of module, part of that required lesson for competency, you have to prepare a lesson plan for it, and you better be able to explain to your students why Mukindi acted that way. For example, if you do it as a springboard for discussion, sabihin niyo sa teacher, okay kids, sino sa inyo dito ang katulad ni Mukindi? Walang aamin. Di ba? Walang aamin. Di ma, nag-aaral ako mabuti. Tapos yung ina-address niyo, yung taong ina-address niyo yung concern, yung taong ina-address niyo yung concern, hindi they're not there. They're simply not there. They're not interested. So why would they engage in the online learning or in the module learning? And learning sucks. Aminin natin, di ba? The situation now, the pandemic, discourages us from learning. Sa totoo lang. Even if all of us in DepEd or all of us educators would band together and create a big mantra to change their heart, it won't be enough. The situation for us is very difficult, especially if, for example, you don't eat. You don't eat kasi you have to buy a cell phone para makapagklase ka, or you have to stay at home and do only nothing but answer modules. And also think there are also some teachers who are so burdened by the creation of modules that when they implement these modules to the kids, sasabihin nila, oh, I'll give you these modules for the week, answeran mo yan, then give me the answers. Syempre, that is not really a healthy way of teaching and learning, no? Kasi I'm not saying all the teachers are doing that. It's just that there will be teachers, because they are being loaded with so much work, they will unload the modules and unload the burden of learning to the kid. Kasi he has too many things to do with her hands, no? So, yun po ang nakita ko dito. It is a problematic situation that not anyone can solve. Not anyone can solve. The only thing that we will be able to solve, that all of us will be able to solve, and one by one, is to make the learning process enjoyable to our kids, no? Kasi yun lang po yung pwede nating gawin. For example, sir, ang hirap gumawa ng module. Actually, madali lang po yan. For example, ganito po. I can teach my kid by sharing a book. And by doing so, I should spend more time with him. Disengage muna ako sa social media, disengage muna ako sa ano. So, pagkatapos magklase online, pagkatapos mag-check ng 30 minutes sa Facebook, ng email, no? Bitawan ko, mag-disconnect muna ako sa online world, sa internet, and then I spend more time with my kid. And then by reading her stories, for example, kahit kanta-kanta lang tayo ng folk tales, tapos, nanay, bakit walang ang palaya sa bahay kubo? And then, okay, I have a story for that. Oh, ganyan. And ako, so yun, Ma'am Janina, I hope what I said to you or addressed in this is that it's not your fault that you have to create a lesson like this, but rather I encourage you to every one of you to become creative in the mind. I encourage you to write more, even if wala itong monetary na bayad or wala itong parang this is done out of work. Actually, ako, in my case, I write even if sometimes it's not monetary, it's not financially rewarding for me, but I still I find ways to earn income. But essentially, I buy books. Would you believe I have more than 5,000 books at home? I own more than 5,000 books at home. And I've read probably, let's say, only 30% of these. But I'm proud to say I've read all my children's books. Even the novels, even the non-fiction. I've read all of them. Why? Because that's a career I chose to make. I write children's books. So therefore, I write about things that I can easily process. And for me, in my opinion, I am better at writing children's books than writing novels or children's storybooks. So that's why and now that my work has been recognized and being read by so many children and so many adults, no, and they find value in my work. In fact, my newest book, an NGO that promotes against verbal violence against women and children, bought 200 copies of my book, and yung mga anghang na salita, this one, Would you believe, even before it got published in the Philippines, it was already published in Vietnam and in Cambodia. Meron na tong Cambodian version, tsaka Vietnamese version na published na po. So, the books that I wrote, of course, I wrote them with the intention of making money, pero beyond making money, I also enjoy writing it. So, it's financially rewarding, but at the same time, the better reward is when somebody tells me, "Sir, I read your work, and that book, actually, that your book changed my life." When I was a student in Masbate, I was a big fan already. So when I met you, it gave me the drive to write more, to write. And you know what? That teacher in Antipolo has won awards and has published his own book. And the only frustration I have is even if he is a fan of my work, he has never written a short story for children. So I told him I'm still not satisfied because I consider you as my mentee, my apprentice. He was a finalist already for the Lasallian Scholarum Award for Journalism. His work got recognized for his journalism, no? And yet I tell him, because I'm so close to him sabi ko, Ryan, I'm still not satisfied. You should write a book about children because that's how I encourage you, diba? You said my work encouraged you, so write a children's story. Write a children's story that's better than what I have written. And I am in closing po, no, because we don't have enough time. I'll just share. I started writing very early. Would you believe, ma'am? And sometimes it was my family who discouraged me from writing. And that is the most painful thing, when the family discourages you to pursue what you're doing best. They want you to become a businessman, they want you to become a doctor, they want you to become a lawyer, they don't want you to become a writer. Because they say writing is not financially rewarding compared to these other vocations or careers. If I obediently told what I was told, meaning I pursued another career other from writing, maybe I would have been financially more rewarded, but I am no longer happy. My soul is no longer there. And probably it's already a cold and cruel person who is greedier than ever. I have classmates who are richer than me. I studied in a Catholic school for boys that is known as an elite school in the Philippines. No, I studied in La Salle Green Hills. I studied there as a poor student, as a scholar. 25, 30 years later, they're still rich. I am still poor. But what they envy about me is that I was the only one who pursued my dreams as a writer. I was the only one who became a writer. I became a journalist, no? And being a journalist, being a writer is the most painful thing. It's not pinakamasakit siyang gawin. I cried many times doing many things that are related to writing. My mom always blames me. You are always our problem. Whenever we move house, it's your things that are hard to move. Ang hirap daw ako daw ang laging problema kasi lahat ng gamit ko puro libro, bit ang libro, lipat kami ng bahay, lipat kami ng libro. You bit kami, I'm always carrying shelves, I'm always carrying books. Kasi nga naman, what do you do with 5,000 books around you? And some of them already got destroyed by the weather, kinakain ng anay, nabasa ng ulan. And I regret, and sometimes it makes me regret na sana hindi na lang ako nangolekta ng libro. But it turns out, I always go back to the books that I have read, I have books that I have written, and I hope that it also encourages you because at the end of it, aside from creating a rich treasury of literature, not only for your town, not only for your school, not only for your division, not only for your province, not only for your culture, not only for your race, but also probably discover the stories of your own lives, no? Yung mga buhay ninyo mismo, na ang buhay nyo pala ay pwedeng isang maging libro, no? Na pwede makapag-inspire sa iba.
na kapag naisulat lang ng tama at maayos at malikhain, maaring ma-appreciate ito ng iba at maging bilhin, magsulat pa kayo ng iba, makilala kayo bilang manunulat. Of course, magiging teacher kayo sa tanang buhay ninyo kasi ako nga hindi ko kinukonsider ang sarili ko as teacher pero I have mentored so many writers in my life. One of the best writers in the industry now, the most prolific Hinaro Gohokus, was my student, a personal student. He was older than me. He was already 22 and I was 20 and I was the one teaching him how to write. He was the one learning after me. And until now, even if parang we already consider each other as friends, sometimes he still asks me some of the smallest things like, can you ask, anong ibig sabihin nito ganun? And I also mentor my other friends who are better writers than me. Na parang sinasabi ko sa parang, ikaw ang mas maalam nito. Di ako naman, sige, obliged din ako. Parang I answer whatever I know. Parang that's the only thing I can do to answer their questions, no? So yun, parang all of us will forever be mentors. Whether I don't have the license, you have the license, but I am mentoring to so many writers now, and hopefully through the webinar I would be able to see kahit isa sa inyo o dalawa sa inyo na makakapag-publish ng libro at ako naman ang magpapa-autograph sa inyo. And that, my dears, is how I conclude our 5-day session. Do you have any more questions? And
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes po. Sorry ho, napahaba ang sermon ko.
Thank you, sir. What a finale po.
Anyway po, sir, before we formally close, no, may magbibigay po sana ng impression from...
Yes, ma'am. Okay lang po. Okay lang po.
Okay, so I think nandito sa teams natin si Ma'am Tita R. Gawat, Master Teacher 1 of Tugar Elementary School of Kaoswagan District. So let's give her a virtual clap to give her impression to Sir Randy and of course sa ating training for the past 5 days. No?
Good afternoon po. Marinig po ako. Good afternoon to all of us. In behalf of Kaoswagan District participants, I would like to give the short impression to the 5-day virtual training of storybook writing from July 26 to 30, 2021. The training was very informative. The venue, the MS team and the YouTube are very conducive, accommodating, and very safe for us in times of pandemic crisis. The speaker, Sir Randy Garlitos. Wow, we are very thankful to God for the gift of knowledge given to you for sharing us a lot. Output-based, more on workshop, constructive criticism, transparency, value-oriented ka, sir. Then, holistic intimacy involves behavioral, emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical. Okay, not only grammar or sentence construction, but focus on the concept of the story that gives impact to the learner. Sir, you are focused on the most important is the source, the resources, and the user. So the source is the writer, the resources, the story, and the user, which is the reader. To the critic also, Ma'am Naima Tamano, thank you so much. Si Ma'am Emborong, Ma'am Joy Camiging, sir, thank you so much. Then to the participants, cooperative, submissive, creative, and resourceful. Sir, kanang dili lang ko mag-regret, wala gyud na apil ang ako ang story sa ko nakapila na pero kanang ang ako lang iko answer nga I am happy nga kanang
Kadi kasabot si sir.
ha?
Tinagalog, kadi kasabot si sir.
Okay po. Oh, sige po. Talagang napakagaling, napakahusay mo, sir. Talagang walang parang hindi mabibili ng pera ang yung ibinigay para sa amin. So sa participants, ulitin ko, nakita ko na cooperative. Then if kung mag-critic po kayo, sir, talagang nakita namin na talagang masayang-masaya sila kasi sila ang gumawa ng story. Okay po. That's all. God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Tita Argawat from Tugar Elementary School of Kauswagan District po. Okay, so meron pa po tayong pangalawang magbibigay ng impression. So, she is no other than Ma'am Renely Ortega of Kulambugan District. Ma'am Renely? Ma'am Renely?
Okay, hi sir. Hi sir. Good. Unsa naman ron? Ay ano na ba to? Gabi na. Parang malapit nang gumabi.
Good afternoon po, alas 5.
Naisabi na po lahat ni Ma'am Tita yung impression namin sa inyo. Hindi po namin ma-describe kung gaano kami kasaya sa business na i-share nyo sa amin. You're very knowledgeable. Kanang you put emotions in your critics. So, lahat po yun, marami pong salamat. Actually po, hindi po, kung sa multiple intelligence, lowest point ko po yung art and literacy. Pero dahil po sa inyo, parang, ay gusto ko na rin. Gusto ko na rin magsulat. Pero gusto ko nga makritik nyo yung gawa ko. Pero alam kong mas marami rin gustong pumila na gustong makritik yung ginawa nila. So, marami pong salamat po sir sa lahat. Hindi po namin ma-put into words lahat ng, in one word, lahat ng natutunan namin sa inyo. So, yun po, napakalaki pong pasalamat po rin sa division headed by Sir SDS, no? At kang Ma'am Connie, our division LRMS coordinator. Ma'am, thank you for creating this training workshop for us. It's kanang importante po sa amin to, especially for me as a kindergarten teacher. Nauubusan po kami ng story. Alam niyo naman po yung mga bata, malikot. Diba? Nature po sa kanila yun. Pag mag-storytelling ka na, uupo yan sila lahat sa inyo, nakaikot sa iyo at nakanganga na yan. Naghihintay ng story mo. So, mauubusan ka talaga ng story everyday. Ganun po ang ginagawa. So, mauubusan ka. So, thank you, sir, for your kanang very inspiring po na story. Thank you, everything, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Nakakataba po ng puso ang inyong shinare, no? It gives me the drive to write more, actually po.
Okay, so sir, would you like to give some message, short message na lang po, or ikaw depende sa inyo, sir?
Okay, sige po. This is just para ano na lang po. I'll just reprise what I told earlier, no. Parang sometimes we feel that parang this would have become like a very too long engagement and endeavor. Parang ano ba mapapala ako to 5 days, all parang ang dating, no, parang ganun sa atin when we started this. And ako din naman naisip ko, what will I teach this in 5 days? Mabaya matuyuan ako ng ideas. And suddenly it occurred to me that because I have to read the work of some of the writers in the teacher writers here, and then I realized that I haven't written so many things yet, no, and that there are so many things that many of you there are still waiting to discover to write, no. So that's why I always tend to tawag dito, how do I say this? I always tend to be generous in terms of giving our writers the benefit of the doubt, no? Na parang sige, okay lang po 'yun. Hindi po kayo nangopya. And that the story is original kasi remember this is still an exercise in discovery pa lang po, mode pa lang po tayo eh. Later on, as you do this, you may be writing for DepEd, but also probably you will be writing more. And I hope that you will follow the footsteps of some of my other mentees in writing. Like I mentioned some of the people before, no? And in the workshops that I conduct, I actually conduct a writer's workshop every month, no? And sometimes I feel parang I'm getting tired of doing this because I'm telling the same things over and over and all that. Pero at the same time, if I stop, baka mamaya I also stagnate. So sabi ko, marami pa ako natututuhan. And the 5 days that I was with you, I gained so much more. It's like I stumbled upon a treasure na in fact um, I have imagined so many stories that I could write that probably you haven't seen yet, that haven't discovered yet for your own, no? Kasi nakita niyo ma'am, no? The way I react to one story, I'm already creating a story from the work of all of you, no? Para bang, and then because I'm totally impressed, no? Because it just shows that I always tell this to every seminar, that we have not yet uncovered 100% of all the knowledge in the world. Natungkab pa lang natin is probably 1%. And it will never go beyond 1% simply because every experience, every moment is special and unique by itself. No? And the only thing you need to do is for you to write it, discover it, let it brew if it feels raw and unrefined. Don't be disheartened kasi in the end, if you find that these stories really matter, kayo mismo will become its own sculptor. Parang you will be the one molding it to perfection. And when you mold it into perfection, you will find it out if it works well because the kids who will be saying, just look at the reaction. You tell this story to your children, you tell this story to your nieces, and when you see that their attention is already drawn to the story, you have already succeeded. Okay? So continue writing, mga ma'am, mga sir ng DepEd Lanao del Sur.
Lanao del Norte, sir.
I will
Norte po, sir. Lanao Norte po, sir.
Lanao Norte.
Sorry. Oo nga, bakit ba? Saan ka galing sa Lanao del Sur na yan? I mean, in fact, the reason why I'm fond, because one of my very first writing workshops when I was younger was the Iligan National Writers Workshop, no? Although it's a different division yung Iligan, no? And I'm friends with some of the Iligan writers like Dr. Christine Ortega, Herman Hervasio, who are some of the best writers in Northern Mindanao. Diba? So, and I engage with their activities and with many other Mindanao writers. No, I'm supportive of allowing the arts and culture scene and literary scene in Mindanao to flourish. No, and that's why I'm publishing the works of Mindanao writers, no, in my magazine. So yun po. Parang last minute plugging na lang po. If you want to read some of my books, you can always PM me. Please add me on Facebook, my second account with the black and white picture. I'll also form a Facebook group wherein I will put in there in the folders, in the media folder section, yung mga, for example, I will share with you some books. I will share with you videos, storytelling videos that you might find very useful in your lessons. Or will also encourage you to write your very own stories. And the webinar does not end our engagement. This is just the beginning of the rest of a beautiful partnership with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
and
so
God
much,
bless.
sir. Okay, so
Thank you
before
very
anything else, sir, we would like to present to you your virtual certificate of recognition. Okay po, so let me read po the citation. Nakikita po ba?
Yes po, nakikita ko na po yung ano, napaproject na po.
Okay po, sir. The Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 10, Northern Mindanao, Schools Division of Lanao del Norte, Governor Arsenio Quebranza, Provincial Government Compound, Pigkarangan Tubod, Lanao del Norte. Certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Raymond Magno Garlitos in grateful recognition of his outstanding expertise and tireless efforts as a resource speaker that contributed to the successful conduct of the division training workshop on storybook writing on July 26 to 30, 2021, given this 30th day of July 2021 at Division Office, Pigkarangan Tubod, Lanao del Norte. Signed, Edelberto L. Oplinaria, CESO 5, Schools Division Superintendent of the Division of Lanao del Norte. So what about a virtual club, everyone? Please turn on your cameras. Ayan po. So palakpakan po natin si Sir.
Palakpakan po si Sir. Thank you, Sir.
Thank you po.
Ayan. So, Sir, I think Ma'am Connie would like to give a short message, a final message po niya. Ma'am Connie.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon once again. Okay, ko nagtablig-tablig yung gusto ko itong adlaw. Anyway, once again, I would like to say thank you to Sir Randy. Finally, sir, at least na-realize na rin yung plano natin to conduct a webinar for our teachers in Lanao del Norte. At
Yes,
dumaan po kami sa butas ng karayom just to push through with this activity, kung alam nyo lang. Anyway, sir, salamat kaayo. No? Thank you very much for being so generous in sharing your expertise to us. And then I believe with the help of this webinar, our teachers in Lanao are now inspired to write more stories for our Lanao children. And then I'd like to announce good news for everyone. I hope it's a good news for everybody. All participants of this webinar are automatic become the members of the division evaluation team. No, so you have heard, you were already trained by Sir Randy on how to critique stories. So kayo na rin po yung magiging evaluators natin, no? Especially yung you will be headed by your lead administrator in the different learning areas, language subject like MTB, English and Filipino. So yun po, I hope good news po yun para sa lahat, no? And then I just want to reiterate also kasi na-struck ako dun sa statement ni Sir Randy kanina when he asked how many stories have you nabasa nyo na. Now I think we need to read storybooks, no, for us to write well, for us to be able to write good stories also. And I'd like to encourage everyone connect to Sir Randy because he knows what are those storybooks that are yung parang pangbata talaga na who can help which can help us in making our own stories also. So please connect with Sir Randy, no? And then Sir Randy, salamat ulit, and I'd like to grab this opportunity to thank the participants, no? Yung talagang hindi tayo iniwan hanggang huli, lalo na yung members of the technical working group who really work hard for this, no? Who really provided their assistance just to make this activity a successful one. Kasi kung kami-kami lang, kung ako lang, hindi ko ito talaga kaya. No, so I would like to made a special mention sa mga members of the technical working group. I hope mabanggit ko lahat ng mga lead administrators ng Filipino, English, and Filipino. No, sila Ma'am Caro, sila yung mga consistent sa attendance na laging naka-on yung camera, si Ma'am Marfe Rondes, sino pa ba yung iba, yung taga Baroy, na sila Ma'am Justina Sanchez, no? Sina Ma'am Mary Joy Taimico, yung in charge sa output natin, si Sir Jam, na moderator natin, no, na minsan kahit hindi niya schedule, pag walang naka online na moderator, laging handa to fill the gap, no, sa ano. And then Ma'am Miles, Inday, si Ma'am Joy Camiging, no? So, sino pa ba? Baka meron ako hindi mabanggit, sumama yung loob at ito pa yung maging dahilan na ma-block yung kuha natin, yung channel natin. No, si Ma'am Naima, si Ma'am, lahat po, no, ng si Ma'am Heidi, sino pa ba yung mga active participants natin dito? Si Ma'am Carol, sino pa ba yung iba? Baka may nakalimutan ako dyan. Tulungan mo ko dyan. Si Ma'am Tintin, ba?
Lahat po, ma'am. Lahat.
The pressure na tuloy ako. si Sir Troy, no? Si Sir Troy, na siya yung in charge sa live streaming. Kahit birthday ng mama niya, he did not skip the day, no? That he is always there. Okay, so I can see here now, Ma'am Aragon, sino pa ba? Basta sa lahat po, pasailua kung di mabanggit na ko tanan ang mga ngalan ha. Kay tiguang na. Okay? So again, salamat kaayo sa tanan. Ayaw mo katagam. If you notice, our resource speaker is not that time conscious. Kahit malugi siya sa oras niya, okay lang talaga. Magkano lang ba yung binigay natin kay Sir Randy to help us? Pero lahat binigay talaga niya. Kung pwede lang 24 hours, no? 24 hours siya magsasalita. But then, tayo lang parang nauubusan na lang din ng energy. Anyway, so para po sa lahat, you can make a review po sa recorded po to sa channel natin, sa channel ko. You can make a review kasi nga I would like to challenge everyone to please master, no, yung mga strategies, yung pag-critic ng mga stories, kasi gaya nga ng sabi ko, you will become automatic members of the pool of evaluators in different learning areas. Iba po yung evaluator sa English, sa Filipino, sa MTB. Okay po? So, salamat po uli. And then, again, doon sa service credit natin, as what I have said, I'm sorry but we need to be strict when it comes to the checking attendance. Kung ano lang po yung ilang araw lang kayo naka-attendance, yun lang po yung maibibigay natin number of days ng service credit natin. But then, we cannot also give the service credit without the output. So please submit your output. We will be waiting your output until Friday next week. No, so you have 1 week kasi hindi din pwede na matagalan yung pag-prepare ng special order, no, para sa service credit. As much as we can, we would like to issue the special orders doon sa service credit as early as we can. So we need your output as earlier as you can, no? So we will wait until Friday po. Okay? So again, let us give Sir Randy a virtual hug, virtual clap, virtual heart for this very fruitful na 5 araw na pagsasama-sama natin. Ang gagawin ko po, Sir Randy, mag-review po ako dun sa live streaming kasi po, honestly speaking po, lagi po, nawawala po ako sa eksena kasi meron din tayong ginagawa na ibang po concern. Sir Troy, may sasabihin, Sir Troy? Kasi naka-raise ka na, naka-raise yung kamay. Okay. So again, let us give Sir Randy a big virtual clap po sa lahat. And then I'd like to acknowledge din pala yung mga senior high school teachers natin who attended this webinar, no? Salamat po talaga. Thank you very much mga secondary school teachers. Ma'am Zinifrota, Sir Randy, si Ma'am Zinifrota po, naka-attend po siya nung training nyo sa region. She's one of our participants po sa Lanao del Norte. Oo.
Yes. If I may interrupt, remember when we were in Cagayan de Oro, this was in Cagayan de Oro, di ba? The regional training.
Yes po.
Tapos naalala ko, kayo yung una nag-approach sa akin and then you
told
me your plan. This was 2 years ago. This was in December 2019. And
actually, the original plan for this is last year, kaso lang nagka-pandemic tayo.
Yes po. Kaya kung pumunta kayo sa akin before, di ba?
Opo.
Na-iraos natin to.
At nila guys, there's always a part 2. For everything. So, magkakaroon po tayo ng part 2 and hopefully po, face-to-face na po yan, no?
Yes,
kasi pag face-to-face, kahit gabi po nakikritik si Sir Randy, pwede po natin siya kausapin. Pwede po natin siya kalapangin sa kwarto niya.
Oo. The only regret lang po is that hindi natin to magawa face-to-face because I would have loved to fly and visit Lanao del Norte. Because
may budget na sana yung plane ticket nyo tsaka yung accommodation ninyo. Kaya lang si Delta virus, yun na talaga parang
Delta virus. Tama po.
Opo. Okay
Anyway,
po, so salamat po ulit sa lahat. Thank you very much po. Sir, pahinga na po kayo. Sana ano po.
yes po.
Hindi yung madala sa Lanao del Norte.
Yes po, ma'am. Opo. Magkikita pa tayo, mag-uusap pa tayo na maraming beses.
Yes po, Sir Randy. Yes po.
To everyone.
Salamat. Thank you, everyone.
Yes
Thank
po.
you, Sir Randy. Po, mag-ano rin kami sa inyo. Ha?
Yes po. For those who want to chat, Sir Randy, open po yung Facebook niya. Just look for Randy Garletos po, yung naka-black and white po na profile picture. So, ayun po. Thank you so much, Sir Randy. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po. Opo. Thank you. Keep in touch, everyone.
Ma'am Naima. Hello, Ma'am Naima. Thank you so much.
Thank you din po. God bless po. Thank you, thank you.
Yes, definitely, sir. Ang dami. Kaso hindi natin maisa-isa.
O papaad po ako para pag na-screenshot nyo, ano po, pa-share sa akin yung screenshot. Yes po. Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. May mga stories na akong sinend sa'yo.
Abdi guys, Joy ha.
Yun.
Oo, kuhaan natin yan one day, opo.
Yeah.
Thank you po.
6 na stories. Yung isa, hindi ko pansinend kasi kailangan ng translation.
Yes po, Ma'am Joy. Thank you po.
Thank you po. Okay, so please don't forget to fill in or fill out your attendance po na shinare po natin sa Facebook, sa mga lahat ng
Ay, si Ma'am Edith, katawan-tawan pala. Gusto ko lang i-acknowledge si Ma'am Edith.
Oh, yes, Ma'am Edetha. Hello, Ma'am Angela Macaraya from Pantar. Tumamuni sa Maba.
Kasi Ma'am Brenda Gayanelo din pala. Oh,
Hi, Sir Abubakar. Ayan, si Sir Abubakar Buwat.
Ma'am Brenda, Ma'am Edith, salamat sa impressions. Thank you so much.
Kitsa pa may magpa-shout out.
Sige dear. Go!
Pagdagan ka sa, wait, let me check sa YouTube. Ayan, Ma'am Josebel Hype Mahusay. Ayan, thank you so much. Jamila Maui, Laila Alanea, Finaliano, Arlene Villanueva, Josebel Mahusay. Ay, ang dami. Baka, my God, yung boses ko. May competition pa ako bukas. Okay, so thank you so much po. Maraming salamat. Ma'am Connie, thank you so much.
Yes, Sir Jam. Thank you so much. Salamat kayo.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Cut off ng ating attendance po is 9 p.m. So magbo-monitor niyan si Sir Troy. Yan, Sir Troy, thank you so much for being patient.
Mingawan na po tan Sir Jam, ani.
Yes. Ay, sige lang. You can contact me sa akong Facebook kung gusto mo magpa-critic.
Go, Sir Jam!
Kisa tong gusto magpa-live stream, ready po sa live streaming.
Ayan.
Ay, si Miles daw.
Ay, si Ma'am Miles. Hi, Ma'am
Miles.
Hi. Siya ganiha. Sir Jam, kay ispriya na daw siya sa office. Nag-disinfect ang office.
Lakaloy ni Ma'am Miles.
Siya napilin.
In town. Na-stress ang beauty ni Ma'am Miles.
Okay, ispriya na siya disinfectant.
Sahara.
Basta pag-drive ter. Okay ra?
Thank you so much. 2022 Olympics ngayon sa Technology Pacific Barbosa. Magmatalang
Ay, si Miles daw.
Si Ma'am Miles. Hi, Ma'am Miles.
Siya ganiha. Sir Jam, kay ispriya na daw siya sa office. Nag-disinfect ang office.
Lakaloy ni Ma'am Miles.
Napilin.
In town. Na-stress ang beauty ni Ma'am Miles.
Okay, ispriya na siya disinfectant. Basta pag-drive ter. Okay ra?